"Get out of my store, you scumbag." A loud thud was heard through a street in the bustling Konohagakure no Sato, followed by pained groans and a few choice curses mumbled under breath. The young blonde boy who muttered these annoyances in irritation was, of course, completely ignored by the rest of the world, except for one particularly irate shop owner who stared at the boy with poorly concealed hatred. "What is your big idea, old man?" "I need to get some shuriken and kunai so I can practice being a ninja." As the burly shopkeeper turned away, the only response the whiskered child received was a huff of contempt. As if a brat like you could ever become a ninja. He was about to slam the door to his shop shut to emphasize that point. But he changed his mind, quickly turning to stare heatedly at the blue-eyed visage that had unwittingly become the unwitting center of so much hatred in the village. "And don't let me catch you in my store again, or you'll pay dearly." With that, he slammed the door shut, the small door sign flipping to open by the breeze in an ironic twist. "Yeah, just look." The young blonde turned to face the rest of the people on the street, who went about their business as if nothing had happened. "You'll all notice. One day I'll be Hokage." With that, the whiskered child dashed down the street at an unusually fast pace for such a small and obviously malnourished boy. Residents of the busy shopping district turned to watch him leave, some of the older women whispering in hushed tones. "Did you see him today, dishonorable? I'm not sure what Hokage-sama is thinking by admitting someone like that to the Shinobi Academy. I know, my Ami-chan is the same year as him, I just know he'll try to corrupt her. Well, I'm sure I'm warning my son to stay away from him. That little demon won't destroy the next generation as well." Of course, all of these conspiratorial whispers were lost on the running child, who was too preoccupied with staving off tears at the edge of his vision. "Hey Gigi, I need your assistance." Glittering blue eyes blinked in surprise at the empty office, framed by the expansive window's panoramic backdrop of Konoha. "Gigi." The young blonde looked around, perplexed. He rarely found his grandfather figure in his office, often poring over various sheets of paper that perplexed the whiskered youth when he tried to read them over the man's shoulder. "He's not here, so I guess he's out doing badass ninja stuff. After all, he's the Hokage." The boy quickly went to work after that simple piece of 7-year-old logic cleared up his confusion. He immediately went around the back of the large, ornate oak desk, which was piled high with various mission reports and budgeting requests, none of which the blonde was interested in. Instead, he started ribbing through the desk drawers, completely disregarding the painstakingly organized filing system. Finally, the whiskered blonde threw up his hands in defeat before running them through his messy golden locks, whining angrily. "How come Gigi doesn't have any shuriken or kunai?" As he looked over at the large picture of the fourth Hokage on the wall, a mischievous grin that many ANBU had come to take warning of split his lightly tanned face. "Gigi thinks I'm unaware of his super secret hiding place." The blonde moved quickly over to the framed photo, pulling it to one side in a smooth motion to reveal a large metal safe, his grin still splitting his whiskered cheeks. The old man should not dismiss Naruto Uzumaki. The small boy pressed his ear to the cold metal, oblivious to the strange arrangement of kanji and symbols that spread out from the point of contact, which glowed a welcoming blue before fading back into the safe. He twisted the dial with deft fingers until the last click echoed through the empty room. Naruto swung the large metal door open with a small cry of triumph, only to frown in displeasure. He'd seen the old Hokage open the safe many times, but he'd never seen what was inside, of course. His childlike mind had immediately thought up many cool and mysterious possibilities, which was why he was disappointed. A dumb scroll. Of course, the scroll was about the same height as Naruto, but that was beside the point for the young blonde. Of all the things for Gigi to keep in such a fantastic safe, he chooses a dumb scroll. With a small sigh, the blonde attempted to pick up the scroll, oblivious to the 3 sets of hands that instinctively tightened over their kunai pouches in the ceiling's darker corners. Naruto managed to lift the massive scroll about an inch before being forced to drop it with a dulled thud. Naruto frowned at the large scroll, squinting his eyes like a fox, before noticing a glint of metal. With another triumphant cry, the blonde reached into the safe and extracted his prize. His delighted expression quickly changed to one of intense confusion. "What is this strange kunai?" In his small hands, he turned it over, noting the unusual 3-pronged shape and kanji written on a slip of paper wrapped around the handle. He tossed it back into the safe with a sigh. It was obviously useless with such an odd design. It was probably some ancient antique his Gigi was keeping as a relic of the past. With a disappointed sigh, he swung the door shut before sliding the picture back into what he thought was the correct position. With his brow furrowed, the blonde took one last sweeping glance around the office before a light bulb appeared over his head. His short legs dragged him back over to the desk, where his hands frantically swept back and forth beneath the polished wooden surface. Finally, a small, almost imperceptible click greeted his tiny ears as a secret compartment protruded from the side of the desk. This one was much smaller than the safe, and its contents further perplexed Naruto. Only a small orange book, a strange glass sphere, a few sheets of paper, and a normal-looking scroll with a spiral design printed on the front appeared to be present. Nothing else. How can Jiji's office be devoid of kunai? Naruto walked out of the room, a silent black form dropping down to the floor behind him, unnoticed. When the Hokage arrived later that afternoon with the delegate from Kumo, he was greeted by a rather amused dog masked Anbu with interesting news. Naruto walked back down the slightly less crowded streets, as people began to retire to their homes as the sun set beyond the horizon. His face was frowning as he considered his predicament. He was supposed to start at the Shinobi Academy tomorrow. It was a year earlier than most, but the Hokage had assured him that he would be fine. The only problem was that no stores would sell him shuriken or kunai. The small blonde was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice when a tall man appeared in his path. As a result, Naruto bounced back like he'd just walked into a wall, while the tall dark-haired man sneered mockingly. Naruto looked up, expecting to be chastised for being so careless, but all he saw was the Konoha Police Force logo, and a flash of red eyes before the man walked away, ignoring the blonde as if he had never been there. Naruto rose from the dusty ground, muttering to himself about unobservant people before the metaphorical light bulb clicked over his head once more. He took off on small legs, a grin on his face, in the direction of the Uchiha compound. Those people with the strange red eyes are always carrying kunai pouches. I'm sure no one would notice if I borrowed a few. With that in mind, and a small chuckle to himself, Naruto found himself winding through the streets of Konoha's western districts. After about a half hour, the whiskered child was staring up at the rather imposing stone wall that separated the Uchiha compound from Konoha proper. He never gave the Uchiha much thought, but the fact that they had a wall around their compound struck him as odd. He quickly began to scale the wall, using handholds and cracks that would normally be too small for any other hand to grasp. He eventually flipped himself over and dropped to the ground on the other side of the wall, with a slightly comical wiggling of his legs. He rubbed his chin sheepishly, looking down at the small flower bed he had crushed from his impromptu landing, but quickly pushed it from his mind. The sun had fully set beyond the horizon, and the darkness provided Naruto with excellent cover as he made his way through the back garden of whoever's house he had landed in. Strangely, none of the lights in the house were turned on. It wasn't that late at night, and Naruto would normally be preparing a cup of ramen for dinner right about now. To satisfy his curiosity, he peered in through a low window, but the house appeared deserted. Instead of trying to figure out why the blonde just grinned, this would make it that much easier to grab some kunai or shuriken. He tried to open the window, but it wouldn't budge an inch. With a small groan of annoyance, Naruto gave up and dashed back through the garden, out onto an empty street. The blonde was surprised that no one was out. He had never seen a street in Konoha so quiet before midnight. Naruto scampered across the street, ducking into another alley between two houses, feeling slightly less confident but remaining strong. He paused for a moment to reflect, remembering that all the clan compounds in Konoha were somewhat self-sufficient, which meant there had to be stores to buy things, including ninja supplies. He nearly squealed with delight as he spotted exactly what he was looking for, ducking his head back out into the moonlit street. The store was across the street from him, with a large sign out front that Naruto couldn't quite make out, but the various weapons in the window, as well as the large fan symbol emblazoned across the door, were clearly visible. He dashed across to the door with all the speed his small body could muster, giving it an experimental push only to find it locked. He frowned and looked around, noting the small flap at the bottom of the door, clearly made for whatever animal the shopkeeper kept. He was about to turn around to a side alley to find another way in when he heard approaching footsteps echo through the quiet streets. His eyes widened with surprise and fear of being discovered. Naruto ducked down immediately, pushing himself through the small animal flap that was clearly never intended for human use. He quickly became trapped, his hips just a little too large to pass through. However, as the footsteps approached, he found a new burst of energy, scrabbling with all his might and eventually pushing his lithe body into the store. He sat there, leaning against the door, panting to calm himself. He was starting to regret coming here. People in Konoha generally left him alone, but sometimes they were a little less forgiving. He noticed that people with red eyes tended to be among that group. Look around some more, I thought I heard something. Naruto's heart almost stopped beating as he heard the clearly male voice call out from the street. I don't see anything, and I'm sure you were just hearing things. I swear, you've been jittery lately, you need to calm down. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat as another voice joined the first, sounding much closer than his companion. Shut up. You know Fugaku orders. Sama's the streets must be cleared while the meetings are taking place. We don't want anyone finding out what's going on. If there's a Hokage spy out here, we have to find them and deal with them. Even in his terror, Naruto was perplexed by the conversation that was now painfully close to him. Why should the Hokage be spying on his own shinobi? That made no sense at all. To satisfy his burning curiosity, he slowly raised his head and looked out the window, only to duck back down when he caught sight of burning red eyes. Wait, what was that? The voice sounded suspicious, and footsteps approached the shop where he was hiding. What? The voice sounded a little bored, as if he was just ready to go home and relax instead of trudging around outside looking for threats he knew weren't there. I'm sure there was something in the shop. Naruto gulped, hoping it wasn't too loud, even though it was deafening in his own ears. He dashed deeper into the shop, hoping to conceal himself in the shadows. He instinctively clutched the hilt of a kunai from one of the counters to his chest on the way, as if it would protect him from anything. He pressed himself against the wall beneath the counter as he heard the doorknob rattle a few times before hearing the sound of a key clicking in a lock. Footsteps followed, each slap of a sandal against the wooden floor sounding like a cannon firing right next to the terrified blonde. The next minute was agonizing for Naruto as the Uchiha walked around the small shop, sighing to himself and walking towards the door. The blonde let out a small breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding as his hand touched the doorknob to close it. Unfortunately, it wasn't small enough, and before the air had completely left his lungs, a hand wrapped around his collar, yanking him to his feet, level with a pair of angry Rinnegan. So, what have we here? Do you think he's too young to be a spy? He sneered across at his companion, but Naruto took advantage of his distraction and lashed out instinctively with the kunai clutched to his chest. The man dropped Naruto with a cry of pain and rage, clutching his arm, which was now spraying blood in a long arc. Naruto dashed out of the store, slipping between the legs of the man's surprised companion in one smooth motion before vaulting to his feet and sprinting away. The two Uchiha were taken aback for a moment, but they quickly took off after the tiny child, using their shinobi training to strengthen the muscles in their legs and take off at incredible speed. The two shinobi were right behind Naruto as he dropped back down on the other side of the wall. Using speed and energy he hadn't realized he had, the blonde took off again, staying just ahead of his pursuers. He did everything he could to avoid the two Uchiha, including sliding through holes in fences that were too large for them to pass through, using his knowledge of the alleyways to confuse them, and even grabbing a peacefully sleeping cat and throwing it at the men. Tora, as the name on its collar suggested, didn't appreciate the early start and managed to keep the two would-be capturers busy for an unexpectedly long time. Long enough for the terrified blonde to arrive at his destination. It wasn't uncommon for Naruto to be pursued due to his recent history as a prankster. In those cases, however, he would have planned his escape, usually with a few surprises for his pursuers, giving him plenty of time to make it to the Hokage Tower or his home, where he knew he was safe. He had no plan, no tricks to conjure up, and there was only one place nearby where he could feel safe. He burst through the flaps in front of Ikaraku's ramen, surprising the young teenage girl behind the counter who was washing dishes. She hadn't even had time to scream in surprise when the whiskered blonde jumped the small counter, using the seats as a springboard. The brown-haired girl only had time to look down at his quivering form in shock before two men appeared in front of her, almost making her drop the bowl she was cleaning in fright. She quickly regained her composure and put on a well-worn smile. "Hello, my name is Iam, and how may I assist you?" One of the men, his Rinnegan active and spinning wildly, inspected the small shop before snorting contemptuously. He turned on his heel and marched out, his scowl growing even more pronounced. The man behind him apologized to Iam before hurrying out after his companion. Iam turned to the still shaking Naruto, a small frown settling on her normally upbeat and smiling face. "What have you done now, Naruto?" She sighed again as the blonde boy smiled sheepishly, if slightly strainedly, as he rubbed the back of his neck, whether out of habit or nerves she couldn't tell. She finally allowed a soft smile to cross her lips as she extended her hand to him, which he gratefully accepted, clinging to her arm like a lifeline. She led him around the back of the shop, like a stray dog, to the couch in the small living room back there. "Just stay there, Naruto, I'll go make us some tea, okay? Just stay there, Naruto, I'll go make us some tea, okay?" As Iam quickly returned to the kitchen area, Naruto gave a small quivering nod, earning him a glowing smile. "Thank you, Iam-chan." The girl turned around at the door, clutching the frame and smiling serenely at the little boy she considered a little brother in all but blood. What do big sisters do for me? Naruto finally seemed to relax, sinking deeper into the couch as I am left to make some tea. An older man with graying hair and a fatherly smile that seemed to be permanently set on his wrinkling features chose that moment to walk down the stairs to see what was all the fuss about. What brings you to our humble abode, Naruto? The small blonde turned to face the familiar voice, a small but genuine smile on his whiskered face at the sight of one of his prized possessions. Tuchai Ojisan. The man simply chuckled as he placed a hand on the young boy's shoulder, his calloused palm dwarfing the boy's small frame. Who did you manage to irritate this time, my boy? I'm hoping it wasn't a Hyuga, because you know how they reacted the last time. He let out a throaty chuckle as he remembered Naruto half crawling into his store, one arm and leg crippled by the Hyuga's fearsome taijutsu style. It had taken a few hours for the boy to feel anything in his limbs. Naruto, on the other hand, had an indignant, if slightly sheepish, expression on his face. Nothing was done by me. They were chasing after me. Tuchai just gave him a knowing smile. He honestly believed the boy's antics would get him in a lot of trouble one day. Still, at the end of the day, he and Im would be waiting for him with a warm bowl of ramen and a warm smile, nothing less for their best customer, and his surrogate son. Of course, they did Naruto, and there's a solid gold statue of the fourth Hokage in Iwagakure. Naruto looked up at him with wide blue eyes, his face resembling that of a monkey given a truckload of bananas. Really? That's fantastic, Titebeo. Tuchai just sighed. He should have known better than to use sarcasm on someone as innocent as Naruto. You see, Naruto, when Tuchai abruptly cut off, the blonde boy in question blinked in surprise before jumping in surprise as he felt some kind of warm liquid spray across his back. When he looked around, his eyes widened in shock and terror. Tuchai lay motionless on the floor, a single kunai protruding from his blood-soaked throat. The two Uchiha who had been chasing him stood behind him, a cruel glint in the spinning red eyes of the one in front. Orochimaru, what are you up to? The one in the back seemed taken aback by his companion's actions, his gaze shifting between the dead man on the floor and his fellow Uchiha. Takaho, stop, there can't be any witnesses. Do you know what will happen if the Hokage learns about the coup? Unfortunately, I am returned to the room at an inconvenient time, holding a tray of tea in one hand. Time seemed to slow down as she took in the scene in front of her, two men standing over Naruto, kunai poised to strike, her father on the floor, blood still streaming from his throat as his empty eyes stared at her. Her scream continued into the night, only to be cut short when three kunai found their way into her stomach. She could only look down at the growing red patch on her normally spotless apron, a puzzled expression on her face as if she couldn't believe what was happening. It only lasted a split second before she collapsed to the ground, first to her knees and then, with a dull thump, onto her side. The small room fell silent once more as Naruto stared in shock and horror at his surrogate sister, who lay motionless and pale on the floor. The Uchiha's arm was still outstretched from throwing the kunai, and his friend was staring at him in disbelief. Then, as if given a silent command, everyone moved. Naruto struggled to his feet as the lead Uchiha lunged forward to grab him. The small blonde simply slipped across the floor to where Im had fallen. I am Nichan, please. He yanked futilely on her clothes, desperately wanting her to wake up, to turn over and show that she was fine, that she was still alive. Rough hands suddenly grabbed him by the collar, yanking him around to face Sharingan eyes once more. The black Tomo framed by red fields spun slowly at first before speeding up. They were soon a blur, as hypnotic as they were terrifying. Naruto felt extremely drowsy, as if a large portion of his energy had been ripped from his body. He couldn't explain it. It was as if a battery had been removed from him, leaving him cold and tired. Out of his slowly closing eyes, he caught sight of his hands, which were stained red by Im's blood, and something new welled up in his chest. Anger, a blind, roaring fury he had never known. Fury at these people for taking those people precious to him. Rage at the world for being so cruel to him. And, most of all, rage at himself for failing to protect the people who meant more to him than his own life. Arghh. Pain welled up behind his eyes, blinding pain, as if someone had set them on fire. He wasn't tired anymore, he had more energy than ever. Everything seemed to come into sharp focus, the colors bursting to life as they had never done before. Then he felt a pressure build up inside him, welling up and begging to be let go. Everything flashed in perfect clarity for a brief moment, time frozen as if captured by a photograph, then nothing. Naruto awoke with a groan. He wasn't sure how long it had been, but he wasn't in his apartment's hospital, so it couldn't have been long. When Naruto looked up, he could see the night sky, and the moon stared back blankly. He jerked his head up, surprised to find himself in what appeared to be a large crater in the ground. He didn't want to be here to explain what happened when Ninja arrived, so he got to his feet quickly. For a brief moment, his vision swam in a way he wasn't used to. Everything seemed more vivid than usual. Colors were brighter and far more visible than they should be this late at night. Furthermore, a strange glow seemed to pervade the area, as if everything was emitting an ethereal light. He clambered out of the crater, confused and disoriented, his hands finding surprising ease on the recently disturbed earth. He finally stopped, falling to his knees, after a few moments of aimless wandering down the road. He didn't even notice when he walked right out the gates, the Chunin guards oddly absent from their posts. He just stared at the ground for a moment, the hard paving stones beneath his knees feeling rough and uncomfortable. Not that he cared. Then 2 small drops of liquid pattered onto the ground, staining it a slightly darker shade of brown. He remained there for a while, silently crying to himself as the full force of what had happened hit him. At some point, the skies above him opened and rain began to fall, lightly at first but steadily increasing in intensity. It was as if the heavens themselves were crying with him. The only family he'd ever known, the only people he'd ever known to truly love and care for him, were gone. Murdered right in front of him. Not only that, but he was a murderer. The 2 mangled corpses next to the large crater were unmistakable, the police force symbol emblazoned on ragged strips of cloth. It didn't matter that he had no idea how he did it. All he knew was that he did. He awoke in a nightmarish scene after experiencing a surge of power behind his eyes. He hadn't even seen Iam or Tuchai's bodies and wasn't sure he wanted to after seeing the 2 Uchiha in such a state. Naruto drew himself back onto 2 shaking legs after what seemed like an eternity of kneeling in the rain. He couldn't go back, not now, not after killing 2 leaf shinobi. He was called naive and even stupid at times, but he understood the penalty for murder. He nearly collapsed to his knees with a choked sob. What would his Jiji think of him now that he was a murderer? What would Iam or Tuchai think? They were the most loving and caring people he had ever met. How would the Hokage feel if he had to sign his death warrant? He shook his head vehemently. He wouldn't let that happen. He'd just go away, far away where he couldn't hurt anyone and no one could hurt him. Naruto took one hesitant step before breaking into a run, his mind made up if still slightly shaken. He had no idea where he was going and didn't care at the time, just that it was away from Konoha, away from what had once been his home. Kairaku was having a strange day, as evidenced by his teacup unexpectedly cracking and staining his robes. Following that, one of the clocks on the walls fell off as he passed, and he discovered a dead bird on his windowsill. Despite being a monk, he had never been particularly superstitious. He had seen far too much in his time with the 12 Guardian Ninja for any of that nonsense. Even so, it was difficult to dismiss all of the strange omens he was receiving. He was now on guard, patrolling the grounds of the Fire Temple. It was a routine task, despised by his fellow monks almost as much as grave duty. Imagine his surprise when he came across a small blonde child lying in the middle of a forest clearing, looking as if he hadn't eaten in days. He was a trained warrior, but he was also a monk, so his first instinct was to rush over and check on the child. When he felt a pulse from the boy's wrist, he let out a small sigh of relief and immediately picked him up. His initial reaction appeared to be correct. The child was severely malnourished and would require immediate attention. He was quickly walking back when the boy started to stir, making soft groaning noises as he subconsciously buried himself deeper into Kairaku's warm body. When the monk looked down, he nearly dropped the boy as he began to open his eyes. After all, it wasn't every day that you looked into the Rinnegan's rippled pattern. I see you're awake, which is good. As he opened his eyes, Naruto's vision was blurry at best, his mind racing from exhaustion and hunger. When he tried to lift his head, he became extremely nauseous, nearly falling off the somewhat Spartan bed he was lying on. Be careful, child, you shouldn't be moving just yet. A wrinkled but strong hand gently guided him back down onto the bed. As a light on a far wall nearly blinded him, the blonde tilted his head slightly, wincing. What exactly is going on? What am I doing? His voice was weak and his throat was dry. As if in response, he found a wooden cup pressed against his parched lips. He gratefully sipped the cool water, sighing in relief as his thirst was temporarily quenched. He tried to open his eyes again, but only managed to catch the silhouette of the man sitting beside him. You have arrived at the Fire Temple, child. While patrolling the grounds, young Kairaku came across you. It is a haven for priests and monks like myself to find peace through meditation. In response, Naruto simply blinked, eventually managing to prop himself up on his elbows and correct his vision. The man in the seat next to him was very old. His face was wrinkled almost to the point where his eyes appeared to be squinting all the time. A small pointed beard jutted from his chin. his hair grayed with a few white streaks. Nonetheless, his face was kind and serene, as one would expect from a monk. The most amazing thing about him, however, was that he seemed to be engulfed in an aura of pure energy, his body aglow with the same ethereal blue light Naruto had seen ever since the incident that led to his self-imposed exile from Konoha. But where that energy had previously appeared unruly and chaotic, it now flowed calmly around the monk like water through a gentle stream. It appears you don't know much about the world if my words perplex you. As he spoke, the man's smile became slightly more mischievous, his eyes squinting in a way that reminded Naruto of his own fox-like appearance. He blinked in surprise as he realized what the man had said, the information taking a few moments for his befuddled mind to process. "Hey, are you calling me a moron?" As the man placed a soothing hand on Naruto's shoulder, he responded with a throaty laugh. The blonde shied away from the contact instinctively, finding it unpleasant for reasons he couldn't pinpoint. It was familiar. "Certainly not, my lad." The old man looked away for a few moments, as if in thought, but even Naruto could tell it was exaggerated. "Let's just say illiterate." He gave another friendly smile before his eyes became more serious. "Please allow me to examine your eyes, child. I need to double-check something." He leaned forward, but Naruto quickly moved his hands away from the man's. The old monk simply returned his hands, holding them in a soothing manner. "What are you going to do with my eyes?" The man chuckled in a dismissive manner, waving his hand dismissively. Nothing, I just want to look at them." Naruto appeared hesitant at first, but eventually leaned forward, opening his eyes so the monk could see them properly. Kairaku was correct back then. He remained in that position for a few moments, staring intently into Naruto's eyes as if they were the portal to enlightenment. What's the deal with my eyes? And how do you see them with your squinting?" The elderly monk simply chuckled, amused by the boy's audacious question. "Don't you have a lot of energy? Tell me, what do you know about your eyes?" To avoid Naruto's question, the man leaned back and gazed evenly at the blonde. Naruto simply looked perplexed as he blinked several times, searching for something reflective. "What happened to my eyes? They're blue and let me see things. What does it mean to you?" The wise monk raised an eyebrow as he reached inside his robe sleeve and pulled out a small hand mirror. "You say blue. Is that what you're seeing?" Naruto approached the small mirror with caution, nearly dropping it in surprise. He stared intently into the reflective glass, moving his gaze one way and then another to make sure what he was seeing was real. "My gaze. What happened to my vision? They all look strange." As Naruto worried about his new appearance, the old monk looked at him calmly. But as he leaned back in, a few more wrinkles appeared on his brow. "Those, my boy, are the Rinnegan, a doujutsu similar to the Sharingan or Byakugan." The elderly voice drew the blonde's attention away from the mirror in his hands, and he looked at the monk, perplexed. "Dajuku, Sharingan, Bakulan." The monk chuckled to himself, unsure what he was thinking explaining such things to a child. He extended his hand, which the blonde seemed hesitant to accept but eventually accepted. "Walk with me, child, we have a lot to discuss." Naruto looked up at him, his new steely purple eyes wide with childlike innocence, despite the fact that something else was hidden behind them. "My boy, what's your name?" They exited the small room Naruto had been lying in, and the blonde took advantage of the opportunity to look around. The corridor they were now in appeared to be just as sparse and bare as the room he had awoken in. When the old man beside him noticed this, he smiled warmly and gestured to the bare walls and floor. "We have little use for material possessions or gains as temple children. They are detours from the path to enlightenment." When he saw Naruto's confusion, he chuckled, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head in a very un-monk-like manner. "We don't have much." The boy's eyes widened as he nodded his head in agreement. "Yeah, I didn't have much in Ko," he trailed off, frowning down at the floor, the hand that wasn't in the monk's clenching into a fist. "Chukaku." Naruto looked up, startled by the warm voice. The monk was looking down at him, his eyes squinting and a comforting smile across his features. "My name is Chukaku, and I am the head monk of the fire temple in Hai no Kuni. What about you?" Naruto blinked once before coughing and rubbing his chin. "Naruto." Chukaku took a deep breath and looked out a window into the temple grounds, where a group of monks were running through their kata in perfect unison. "Maelstrom is a good strong name. I believe your future will be filled with great things, albeit with some difficulty in getting there." He blinked quickly, seemingly jolted out of his trance-like state, regaining his composure and earlier kindly stance. "But, as is only natural, we must all go through adversity in order to fully appreciate the gift that is life." Naruto just stared at him strangely for a few awkward moments before Chukaku coughed into his hand and resumed his walk down the corridor. "Yes, Naruto, you are more than welcome to stay here. We cannot guarantee you a comfortable life, but if you choose, you will have companionship and peace." The blonde just stared up at him, his eyes wide with wonder. "Would you let me stay here?" Shukaku simply chuckled to himself, not even turning around. "Of course, what kind of monk would I be if I refused to feed a hungry child on my doorstep? Come on, let's go get you some food and a place to sleep." I'm sure Sora will be overjoyed to finally be able to talk to someone his own age. Naruto abruptly came to a halt, his hands slipping from his wrinkled grip. He turned around to see Naruto standing there, his head bowed and his messy hair casting a shadow over his eyes. "I am afraid I can't." Shukaku could see tears rolling down the boy's cheeks as he sniffed loudly. "I'm a monster, I don't deserve it." The young blonde, on the other hand, was taken aback when he felt himself being embraced. Shukaku had embraced him and gently patted the boy's back in a comforting manner. "Naruto, don't say that, you're not a monster. I refuse to believe that a child like you could ever be a monster." He stood up, and Naruto was saddened to feel the warmth of the embrace leave him. He quickly found an old wrinkled palm held out in front of him, inviting him to take it. "Please tell me your story now." Naruto paused for a moment before wiping his tears away and taking the outstretched hand. "Okay, Naruto, how much do you know about chakra?" With wide, naive eyes, the small blonde beside the old monk looked up to him. "Chitara." Shukaku simply chuckled as he patted the boy's head, much to the chagrin of the blonde, if his scowl was any indication. Naruto was now dressed in the Fire Temple monk's more traditional robes, the loose linen clothing tied by a white sash. Naruto has a chakra. It is the world's lifeblood, the energy that pervades everything and is produced by every living creature. Through meditation and physical exercises, one can gradually gain control of their chakra, shaping and forming it in ways that allow us to do many wonderful and otherwise impossible things. He returned the kindly smile, only to see Naruto look away disinterestedly. Shukaku bobbed the small blonde on the head with the end of his shakuju, his brow raised. "Hey, what was the point of that?" Shukaku simply smiled innocently as he hid the staff behind his body, despite the fact that it was taller than he was. "What exactly do you mean, Naruto-kun? Although it is impolite not to pay attention when someone is speaking to you." The young blonde simply scowled at the elderly man, lightly rubbing his head where he had been hit. When it appeared that Shukaku was about to retort angrily, he simply twitched the hand holding his staff, and Naruto backed off. "I'm sorry, but this chakra doesn't sound particularly exciting." Shukaku raised an eyebrow once more as he began to walk towards a nearby wall, his shakuju jingling with each step. "Oh no, you say you're from Konoha, correct?" Naruto didn't respond, but Shukaku noticed his tense posture from the corner of his eye. "There's a ninja village there." When the old monk mentioned shinobi, he knew he had Naruto's full attention. Chakra is what allows ninja to perform their various jutsu and techniques. Naruto became even more alert when the word jutsu was mentioned. Jutsu, fireballs and those cool exploding tags, for example. Shukaku's small smile and curt nod only made Naruto's eyes widen. "Correct. You see, by balancing and combining one's physical and spiritual energies in one's body, one forms chakra, which can then be controlled using hand signs to shape in the way the technique requires." He came to a halt next to one of the temple's imposing walls, which stood taller than most of the buildings it guarded. However, that is not the end of the story. Those who are skilled enough do not even need hand seals and can shape chakra through concentration and focus. Shukaku decided to hammer the point home because Naruto was practically bouncing on his feet at this point. In fact, I believe the surface clinging exercise was one of the first techniques taught to young ninja. With that, the old monk continued walking, first one foot, then another on the wall, until he was high above Naruto, who could only stare up in awe. "I'm using chakra to stick to whatever surface I can find." He walked back down at a leisurely pace, as if he wasn't defying gravity but rather taking a leisurely stroll. "Of course, there are other ways to shape chakra, in fact, you mentioned one." Shukaku lightly chuckled as the blonde's expression became confused. "Those exploding tags work a little differently. Rather than molding chakra inside the body, you apply it to special seals that mold it for you in whatever medium you choose, most commonly ink. This is a type of ninja arts called Fuinjutsu. It has just as many, if not more, applications as its more traditional counterparts." Naruto appeared to have calmed down slightly at this point, simply allowing himself to absorb all of the information he had been given. "So, how does chakra appear?" Shukaku fixed his gaze on Naruto for a few moments before quietly chuckling to himself, irritating the young blonde. "Hey, it's not like the question is stupid or anything." The elderly monk quickly calmed down, fondly patting Naruto's back as he sighed. Of course not, it's an excellent question, but it's probably one I should ask you all things considered. Naruto simply looked up at him and said, in his usual eloquent manner. Huh? Shukaku stifled a chuckle as he knelt on creaking knees to look Naruto in the eyes. You, my boy, have the Daojutsu, those rare eyes that allow humanity to see the unseen. He looked around, eventually settling on a nearby pebble that he picked up. Can you tell me what you see here? Naruto just blinked at the small rock, unsure whether or not it was a trick question. Is it a pebble? Shukaku simply nodded, his gaze expectant. Do you only see that? Naruto simply nodded, his brow furrowed. Why, you ask? Is it some sort of holy stone or something? Shukaku laughed as he absent-mindedly tossed the stone over his shoulder. No way, my boy, it's just a pebble. What do you see when you look at me now? Again, Naruto seemed perplexed by the question, staring intently at the old monk. Can I see you? Shukaku smiled wisely as he rose to his full, if rather unimpressive, height. However, is that all you see? Naruto blinked, frowning as he looked at the elderly monk. Well, you have this strange blue outline, as if you're glowing. Shukaku finally grinned, patting the small boy on the shoulder as he turned to proceed deeper into the temple. So there you have your answer. What you're seeing, or so I'm assuming, is chakra, specifically my chakra. It was not visible in the pebble because it is not alive and thus cannot produce its own energy like plants or animals. Naruto frowned as he fell into step behind the wise monk. However, the pebble had an outline as well. Shukaku came to a halt, blinking once before returning his gaze to Naruto. It was kind of green, but it was strange, like I couldn't quite see everything, like a puzzle piece missing the rest of the puzzle. He groaned, one hand reaching up to pull at his hair in frustration. I'm not sure how to put it, but it's like that. Shukaku simply patted him on the shoulder, a calm expression on his face. It's okay, Naruto, some people have spent their entire lives attempting to unravel the mysteries of chakra and its various forms. Few succeed, and even fewer are willing to share their knowledge. In fact, the first and last were the same man whose gaze you share. Naruto looked up, surprised to see someone else with eyes like his. Who? Shukaku smiled mysteriously as he pushed open a door into a large room filled with shelves piled high with books and scrolls. The old monk walked over to one of the room's older shelves, some of which had accumulated a lot of cobwebs. He muttered for a moment as he scanned the shelves before selecting a book and blowing away the fine layer of dust that had accumulated. He opened it and flipped through the pages until he found what he was looking for. This man, the Six-Path Sage. He dropped the book onto the desk, eliciting stern looks from the other monks trying to read as well as a small cloud of dust that caused Naruto to cough. He looked down at the page the book was open to when his eyes finally stopped watering. It was a silhouette of a man standing in front of an enormous beast with 10 tails and a single red eye filled with 9 tomo in concentric circles. A sword was in one hand and a shakuju was in the other, both held up as if to ward off the beast. Because there were no photos from that era, it appeared to be a rubbing of a wood carving. What was his name? Shukaku looked down at the image of the man who was said to be Shinobi's founder, the first man to discover and unravel the mystery of chakra. By your eyes, I suspect your ancestor, albeit distantly. After all, he was said to have lived over 1,000 years ago. Shukaku flipped the page, revealing another image of a pair of Rinnegan eyes, this time crudely drawn but shockingly similar. Even as his other hand lifted up near his own eyes, Naruto traced the circles radiating out from the pupil with awe in his eyes. How did he come across? Shukaku chuckled lightly. He remembered standing in front of this very book in one of his countless sessions with his own master, the previous head monk, and asking that very same question so he knew exactly what to say. Unfortunately, very little is known about him. As far as written records go, history does not go back that far. From what we know, he appeared to be some sort of wandering holy man, spreading his chakra and peace teachings. He eventually defeated a great evil, extinguishing it from the world for good. Naruto shuddered as he remembered the massive creature from the first image. He couldn't imagine fighting something like that, and it was only a picture. He was also said to have created the moon. Naruto spun around, puzzledly looking up at the older man, who simply chuckled. However, I don't put too much faith in that particular legend. With awe in his eyes, Naruto returned to slowly tracing the image of the Rinnegan. He had to be powerful. Shukaku simply nodded at his side, an intense expression on his wizened features as his gaze moved from the book to Naruto himself. They say his power came from his eyes, which you now have. Shukaku placed a warm and firm hand on Naruto's shoulder as he turned back to him, blinking in confusion. Even if the circumstances were terrible, you may have been given a powerful gift. Those eyes give you unrivaled potential, and with that potential comes great responsibility. I just hope you remember that one day when you have power." Naruto looked at him with wide eyes for a moment before nodding firmly, fire in his eyes. "Naruto-kun, I see great things in your future. Now come on, there's someone I'd like you to meet." "Why are we out here, Kairaku-senpai?" The small blonde was sitting in the middle of the temple's largest training ground. It was in the back, surrounded by high stone walls with the same seals that protected the temple's main door. It was used by monks who wanted to practice new techniques that they hadn't fully mastered in a safe environment away from the rest of the temple. "We don't want anyone to get hurt when we try this, Naruto, for safety reasons." Naruto just groaned as he rocked back and forth, the large stone slabs that comprised the floor being extremely uncomfortable. "What should I try?" "You're still playing the mysterious senpai." Kairaku finally gave a satisfied nod as he examined 3 seals he had been erecting on the training grounds wall. It was mirrored on all the other walls, chakra suppression seals. The bald monk honestly didn't think such a small boy could be that dangerous, but his master had told him to take extra precautions, so he did. "All right, Naruto, we're all ready to go now. Are you?" Kairaku turned to face his newest student. The two had been introduced properly shortly after Naruto and Chukaku's conversation in the library. Naruto thanked him for saving him, and the two quickly developed a teacher-student relationship. The warrior monk found it refreshing to have a new inquisitive mind to question him. "Are you ready for what, senpai?" The bald monk simply smiled as he walked back over and sat cross-legged in front of Naruto. Following your Kairaku frowned as he considered the best way to tell a child about the incident in Konoha. He winced as he noticed the sudden tension in Naruto's posture, but he persisted. He believed it would be better for Naruto to confront his past rather than try to ignore it. "You stated that you awoke in a crater. Master Chukaku believes this is one of your Rinnegan's natural abilities. We want to figure out what causes this so we can replicate it and eventually control it through training and meditation." Naruto appeared less certain, but nodded hesitantly. "Okay, now I'm going to ask you to remember that night. Remember everything you saw, felt, and saw." Naruto blinked in surprise before looking down, his hair briefly covering his eyes. That was the problem. He couldn't forget. He remembered every detail of that night as if it were forever burned into his memory, as well as everything that happened after it. The feel of Iam's blood on his hands, the intense fear and self-loathing as he stared up at those spinning red eyes, the coppery tang in the air, and the echoes of Iam's scream still ringing through the room. Kairaku became alarmed as he felt an enormous amount of chakra build up inside Naruto. It was far more than a boy of his age should have been able to mold. Heck, it was big for a Chunin-level ninja. He backed away from the boy when he noticed tears begin to stream down his face, the pressure building up inside him growing stronger as the chakra was diverted to his eyes in one massive burst. Words that weren't his own suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind. It felt like saying them was the most natural thing in the world, instinctual almost. Shinrateni. Just like that, the room exploded. When the smoke finally began to die down and Naruto stopped coughing, he once again found himself in a large crater, this time slightly shallower thanks to the seals suppressing a great deal of the damage. Even so, the effects of whatever he did were immense. Cracks had appeared in the slabs all around the crater, in some cases snaking out to the walls. Now that he could actually observe the after effects, he could see it wasn't a perfectly circular crater. Most of the damage was in front of him, making it more egg-shaped. He blinked suddenly as he realized something was wrong. Kairaku-senpai. Naruto glanced around, not spotting the bald monk anywhere, at least until the rest of the dust in the room settled. Chirikusenpai. The blonde dashed to his feet, rushing over to Kairaku's still form propped up against a wall. His robes were tattered and in places torn, while it looked like he himself had been thrown against a very hard rock, repeatedly. Naruto just stood there in front of him, his eyes wide and watering. He collapsed bonelessly to his knees, his fingers clutching the fabric of the older monk's robes tightly as his body was racked by intense sobs. Suddenly he felt the body beneath him move as Kairaku took in a shuddering breath. The trained mink looked up into the mop of blonde hair, trying to bury itself into his chest before chuckling lightly, only to wince in pain as his chest burned. "Well, the first thing we need to do is work on meditation. Can't have you doing this to every training ground we have ni." The small blonde looked up, tears in his eyes and staining his whiskered cheeks before he wrapped his tiny arms around Kairaku as far as he could. The monk winced at the pressure but just resigned himself to rubbing comforting circles on the boy's back as he looked around the training field. The damage was immense, even with the suppressing seals that he knew for a fact could withstand an ranked fire jutsu without so much as a scorch mark. Yet here this 7-year-old body had managed to put a crater in it about a foot deep with just a simple burst of chakra. At least that was what it had seemed like. It was certainly no wind jutsu. Kairaku had felt his share of those sparring against Asuma. He had never seen anything quite like it before, and that said a lot in his opinion. Such power for one so young. Master Chukaku was right about you, Naruto. You will grow up to be strong. The bald monk smiled at the thought even as another streak of pain flared in his chest. And I'll be there to guide you along the way for as long as I can. Chukaku looked up from his meditation as he heard a knocking on his fusuma. Soon after, Naruto meekly shuffled into the room, his hair hanging over his eyes as he managed to find something incredibly interesting about his feet. Yes, Naruto-kun, what can I do for you? The boy looked up for a moment, catching the older man's gaze for a split second before looking away. In that moment, Chukaku saw fear, regret, a whole multitude of emotions running across those rippled purple eyes. I don't think I can do it. Chukaku stood up at this, walking over to the now trembling boy. Do what, Naruto? He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder only for the boy to pull away, wrenching himself out of the firm grip. Everything, this training, learning to control this power. He looked up now and it was painfully obvious the boy had been crying. His eyes were reddened and there were still streaks running down his cheeks from the tears he had shed. Please, Master Chukaku, I don't want to hurt people anymore. Chukaku sighed at that, kneeling down on his old knees so he could look at Naruto from his level. Naruto, you wanted to be a shinobi, didn't you? The blonde looked up at that, blinking in confusion despite the new tears already welling up in his eyes. Did you know that as a shinobi you would have been asked to kill people? Chukaku almost flinched as he saw the horrified look on the boy's face. He hated to see such innocence lost, but he knew Naruto would only torment himself further if he didn't do something now. No ninja is without blood on their hands, not even the Hokage. Chukaku shook his head at that, especially not the Hokage. Naruto had stopped shaking now, looking at the elderly monk with a look caught between his sorrow and slight interest. But do you know what separates most shinobi from common thieves and murderers? Naruto blinked once, somehow unable to tear his gaze away from Chukaku's as he slowly shook his head. They know what they fight for, be it for the home they spent so long protecting, or the bonds they made with the people they care about in order to protect them. The elderly monk sighed. Even he had at one point fought and killed. You know, Naruto, after some men experience war and bloodshed, they forever vow never to harm anybody ever again, to shy away from all conflict. His eyes hardened at that as he almost lost himself to a lifetime of nostalgia and regret. Those people are cowards. Naruto's eyes widened at that. His shuddering had stopped and the tears were no longer flowing. Seemingly remembering what he was doing, Chukaku looked back around, a warm expression back on his face. You see, Naruto, peace is not about avoiding fights, it's about choosing them. Naruto blinked in an uncomprehending manner as Chukaku once again grasped him firmly on the shoulder. He didn't shy away from the touch this time. Choosing them. The head monk nodded once, a rather far-off look in his eye before he shook it off. You have a great power at your disposal, and with patience and training you can master it, becoming strong, very strong. But it is what you do with that strength that will define what kind of person you will become. Knowing how and when to use that power is what matters. The quest is finding what exactly you are willing to fight for, and that is a journey every human will embark on at some point in their lives. Chukaku left it at that as the room descended into a calm but not uncomfortable silence. Finally, the small blonde seemed to find some resolution deep inside himself and nodded firmly, spurred on by the kindly monk's words. I think I understand now, thank you, master. Chukaku just gave a small serene smile as he watched the blonde quietly exit his room. A thoughtful expression that had no place on any child's face firmly set into his features. Chukaku sighed as he got back up and walked back to the spot he was in before to resume his meditation. Before he did though, he took one last look at the retreating shadow he could see through the fusama. I hope so, Naruto-kun, for your sake. Damn it, Naruto. Stop moving around so much. The sound of limbs slicing through air and the occasional grunt of exertion echoed through the small training room on the eastern edge of the fire temple as two combatants constantly moved back and forth in a graceful dance of punches and kicks. Maybe you just need to move faster, Sora. The grinning blonde ducked under another high kick before gracefully sliding through his opponent's legs. Before he could remove the other combatant's base though, the other boy jumped up, aiming for a heavy axe kick. At the last moment though, he suddenly found himself falling faster than he expected, throwing him off balance and leading to him falling in a crumpled heap on the ground. That's another point to me, Sora. The dark blue-haired boy looked up with a pained groan at the hand outstretched in front of him before taking it with a few mumbled curses. How many does that make now? 5-2. Sora scowled at the grinning blonde before pushing the hand away in irritation. I would have had you that time if you hadn't used your gravity manipulation. It's cheating. Naruto just chuckled as he patted his friend on the back. All's fair in love and war, as Kairaku-senpai says. Sora just scoffed as a smile finally broke out on his face. Yeah, and what would Kairaku-senpai know about love? At that, both boys burst out laughing, the joyous sound bouncing around the small training area. Oh, at the sound of a third voice, both boys immediately froze before shakily turning their heads to look into the amused expression of the very man they had been talking about. And what does Kairaku-senpai know about love? Outside, two monks were passing by the training ground when they heard two loud gulps followed swiftly by two even louder thumps. The monks simply looked at each other once before sighing and continuing on with the same thought. Naruto and Sora again. Sorry, Kairaku-senpai. Back inside the training ground, Sora and Naruto were rubbing their aching heads while Kairaku was the picture of serene innocence. Despite the shakuju he was subtly resealing into a pouch on his hip. Now boys, final bell is about to ring. We don't want you all sweaty before you go to bed. You know how Chigasu would feel about that. Both boys nodded immediately with slight fear in their eyes. They knew exactly how the old grumpy keeper of the temple would feel about that, and the mere thought had them rubbing various phantom pains. Alright, Kairaku-senpai, but first I gotta show you something. The older monk simply raised an eyebrow at the excited blonde. A year living in the temple really hadn't done all that much to calm his energetic spirit. Would this thing happen to be a certain technique Master Chukaku has forbidden you from using in any of the indoor training grounds? The blonde smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his neck, glaring at Sora as the other boy chuckled behind his hand. He was remembering the other times Naruto had supposedly mastered the more powerful techniques at his disposal. No, come on, Kairaku-senpai, I swear I have it this time. I know what I was doing wrong. The older monk stared at the whiskered child for a few moments as Naruto bravely met his gaze before sighing and gesturing outside. Fine, but not inside. We don't need a repeat of last time. As if to stress his point, he looked across the open field they were entering to a large hole in the wall on the far side. The result of Naruto's latest attempt at his technique. Not gonna happen, just watch me. With an excited cry, Naruto dashed across the fields to face one of the pre-prepared training dummies before adopting a standard fighting stance. Sora dropped to the ground, getting comfy for something he was sure was going to be hilarious, while Kairaku watched more intently. Naruto relaxed himself, concentrating on the pool of energy deep inside himself, drawing it out and directing it through his body. He allowed it to build up inside him but controlled it from becoming too strong. He had learned the consequences of that the hard way. Finally, he pushed the chakra to his eyes and hand at the same time, simultaneously bringing one arm up so his palm faced outwards in one smooth motion. Shinra Tensei. Sora and Kairaku could only watch on amazed as the training dummy was summarily obliterated by the veritable wall of gravitational forces slamming into it. It soared across the field, flying out of sight over the roof of the next building over, raining stuffing and bits of hay down as it went. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only thing that went flying. Whoa! Almost as fast as the training dummy was blasted away, Naruto was sent flying back in the opposite direction. However, he came to a much quicker stop, embedded in a wall a few feet away. Urugh! Like a marionette with its strings cut, he flopped to the ground, leaving a surprisingly accurate imprint of his body in the wooden wall. A few seconds of silence passed before Sora burst out into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Even Kairaku had to stifle a few chuckles before walking over and helping his student up from the ground. I'm impressed, Naruto. You finally managed to direct the force of the technique, although you might need to work on counteracting that force on yourself. Naruto just nodded limply, his eyes looking slightly distant as he gazed up at the three sets of his senpai looking down at him. Soon after, Sora came over and gave Naruto a shoulder to lean on. But not before he finished his laughing fit. Even so, while he found his friend's misfortune as funny as any good friend would, he had to be impressed by the sheer power behind the attack. He certainly wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it. Alright, Kairaku-senpai, I'll help Naruto to his room. We were going to have another spar, but I don't think he's in that condition right now. Kairaku just nodded once before turning and retiring to his own quarters, even as the evening bell began to toll around the temple. Sora hefted Naruto up so that his arm was slung around his friend's shoulders and began walking in the direction of the living quarters. You're always doing this, you know. His only response from the blonde was a groan and a small chuckle which made the monk in training smile. You're always trying to do the impossible. Again, he didn't get much of a response from his injured friend. Even so, you'll go ahead and try it over and over again until you get it right, won't you? He looked down and found Naruto grinning weakly up at him, a knowing glint in his squinted eyes. And then you'll try and one-up me. Sora chuckled at that but didn't deny Naruto's statement. What can I say? You're a bad influence on me. And stop doing that. You look like Master Chukaku when you narrow your eyes. Naruto just nodded wearily before allowing his head to droop again. By now they had reached Naruto's room, and with a bit of maneuvering on Sora's part he managed to slide open the fusuma and lie Naruto down on his futon. Get some rest and we'll see tomorrow how the score turns out. He looked around when he got no reply but saw that Naruto was already asleep. Sora just chuckled as he slipped out of the room quietly. His friend was a real idiot sometimes. Sora, this is Naruto. He'll be staying at the temple with us for the foreseeable future and I want you to show him around the temple. Blonde hair peeked out nervously from behind Chukaku's robes, catching the young trainee monk's attention. Ohio, and Naruto. The blue-haired youth just stared at the boy for a few moments before tentatively holding out his own hand as they shook. It was an obviously awkward scene, neither child having had good experiences with people their own age, or in Sora's case, no experience period. Good, I know you two will become the best of friends. Now I have some paperwork to do, so run along. Looked at the elderly monk turned on a heel and calmly trotted away from the scene. So, what's it like being a monk? Sora just blinked at the whiskered boy before looking away at a wall. You don't really know. I've always lived here so I don't know much else, but it's nice. Naruto nodded at that with a small smile as his posture became less tensed. So what do you do for fun? Sora blinked again, finding this very different to talking with the monks who were always very reserved and self-assured. Well, we have breakfast in the morning followed by meditation and training. Then lunch, then Naruto waved his hands in front of him, cutting the boy off. No, I mean like for fun. In your spare time and stuff. When you're not training or anything. Sora frowned as he looked at Naruto. This was a surreal experience for the boy, that was for sure. While the library is always available for recreational reading. Naruto blinked once before hanging his head down, a metaphorical cloud suddenly appearing over his head. That sounds so boring. Sora suddenly gained a tick mark over his eye as he slammed Naruto over the head with his covered arm, his eye twitching in irritation. The monk's pursuit of enlightenment is not boring. It's a spiritual journey into one's soul, and as such Sora trailed off as he saw Naruto miming along to his words with his hand with a decidedly unimpressed look on his face. Like I said, boring. The blonde flopped to the ground, adopting an incredibly poor attempt at a meditative pose. I mean, what's the big deal with sitting like this anyway? Sora's eye began to twitch again, suddenly regretting getting lumped with this obvious idiot. Suddenly though, a superior smirk appeared over his face as he too got onto the floor, adopting the correct pose for meditation with his palms facing up, his hands in loose fists, and his knuckles touching. Well, Kairaku-senpai says that it takes the utmost skill and concentration to properly meditate. Obviously such things are beyond you. At that, Naruto looked up in annoyance, his own tick developing over one eye. Oh yeah, I bet it's not so hard. I could meditate way better than you could. He looked over the position Sora was in and quickly adjusted his own posture to match. If Sora hadn't been so annoyed with the blonde, he might have been impressed at Naruto's first attempt. Instead, he simply raised a haughty eyebrow in mild contempt. Amateur. When he didn't get any response, he looked up to see Naruto's head turned away, his eyes closed in a mockery of meditation. It was obviously an exaggerated way of ignoring Sora. The blonde quickly found a fist buried in his skull and an angry Sora above him. Hey, don't ignore me. From a nearby window, Chukaku watched the whole scene with his mouth hidden by his sleeve. A mild chuckle escaped his lips as he observed the two boys' interaction. He knew it was a good idea to introduce the two, for the other monk's amusement if nothing else. Chukaku looked up from his desk with a fond, nostalgic smile as he thought back on the last year since Naruto had joined the temple. It was quickly marred with a frown, however, as he once again picked up the piece of paper he had been reading. He sighed as he placed it to one side, quickly drafting up the same response he had written every time he received a letter like this. Finishing with a flurry as he signed his name, he sealed it into an envelope ready to give to the passing mailman the next morning. He sighed again as his gaze drifted over to the seal on the envelope the message had come from, the seal of the Hokage. He would change the wording every time, sometimes offering things in return, but the gist was always the same: bring Naruto back to Konoha. In the same manner, his answer never changed from a firm and resounding no. As long as Naruto was under the roof of the Fire Temple, Chukaku would see he never had to return to his old home. The young blonde had told him about his life there after some coaxing, and the elderly monk was appalled. He had worked out from the boy's treatment and the village's vehement requests for him to be returned just what he was, as well as from his appearance just who he was, although it was speculation until he could find evidence. Even so, he found the village's blatant hatred of a child horrific, especially considering the burden that was already on the poor boy's shoulders. What made it all the better was that he had the power, the authority, and the influence to keep Naruto here, whether the Hokage or anybody else had anything to say about it or not. The fire temple was firmly under his control as head monk, and in turn he reported directly to the fire daimyo, nobody else. He had known the man since he was just a baby in his mother's arms and had always made sure to be in his favor. What's more, the man knew better than to upset the person who controlled his protection detail, the 12 guardian shinobi. Of course, it was always Naruto's decision. If the boy ever actually wanted to return to his old home, Chukaku would not stop him. He would of course be sad to see the boy leave. The temple had been a much brighter place since the boy was introduced. However, he had never seen any indication Naruto wanted to leave. In fact, the boy seemed incredibly happy here, like he had found a smile long since thought forgotten. Chukaku was suddenly broken from his musings as he heard a loud commotion somewhere outside. He moved to the window, a troubled frown creasing his already wrinkled brow as he spotted what looked like a fire on the other side of the temple. However, it was when he saw the first flicker of red and felt a malevolent aura wash over the area that he immediately rushed from the room. Naruto's short-lived sleep was troubled, filled with orange fur and blood-red eyes before he awoke with a start. Cold sweat covered his body, making his robe stick to his skin uncomfortably as he panted. He took a deep breath before raising himself onto his elbows. Glancing over at the clock on his wall, he noted it had only been about half an hour since Sora had brought him to his room. More than that though, there was a presence in the air, weighing down on him like an invisible weight. Getting to his feet, he was shocked to see flames out his window. His eyes widened even as his feet carried him out of his room and towards the fire. He got there to see it was one of the smaller temple buildings. The walls and roof were up in flames. The orange and yellow tendrils of fire were licking at the sky as smoke billowed out from the building in choking sheets. There was a gathering of monks, some attempting to douse the flames with buckets and water ninjutsu while others seemed to crowd around something else. He took a few hesitant steps toward the second group until he felt a familiar hand grip his shoulder. "No, Naruto, you have to stay away, it's dangerous." He looked up to see Chukaku, his normally serene features marred by worry and concern. Suddenly a monk was tossed out of the group like a ragdoll, landing not far from them. It distracted Chukaku long enough for Naruto to break out of his grip and rush forward. He didn't want to be treated like a child. This was his home now and he would protect it with his life if he had to. Ignoring Chukaku's desperate cries, Naruto barged his way past two monks only to freeze in surprise at what he saw. Sora stood at the center of a ring of monks, except it wasn't the Sora Naruto had known for the past year. He was hunched over, a crazed expression in his eyes as an evil grin lifted the corners of his mouth. The arm that he usually kept covered was a mottled red, spiky protrusions jutting out at random, and the fingers had become more like claws. Worst of all, his entire body was enshrouded by a cloak of intense red chakra, bubbling like it was alive. Three tails slowly swayed back and forth behind him. Sora. Naruto's cries only served to draw the boy's attention to him, his now red and slitted eyes locking firmly on the blonde. However, there was no recognition there, only an insane bloodthirsty glee, like a predator spotting its next meal. Naruto took a step back as he saw the pure malice behind the boy's eyes. It wasn't Sora, it just couldn't be. "Naruto, stop." The blonde just barely heard Kairaku's voice along with a few others, no doubt monks concerned with his safety. He ignored them anyway, rushing forward towards the creature his friend had become. He didn't make it within 3 meters of him before a malicious red tail swatted him away from the side, moving faster than he could even follow. He landed a few meters away, his clothing ripped and torn in a few places, and he knew there were a few spots that would bruise the following morning. Even so, he picked himself up on shaking legs, a desperate look in his eye as he looked at his friend. Sora had turned away from him, obviously having lost interest in the prey that put up barely any fight. Naruto's features set into a determined mask as he watched another monk get batted away by those tails. He set his feet into a solid stance, already drawing up the chakra from inside of him and directing it to both his eyes and his hands. Discreetly, he placed his other hand behind him, pointing in the opposite direction as he finally released the pent-up chakra. Danshu Tenon. Naruto immediately felt the pull on his body like gravity had been temporarily inverted, but the hand he had behind him kept him glued in place. Sora, on the other hand, was in no such luck as he suddenly found himself flying through the air towards Naruto, unable to react in time to do anything about it. The blonde had already pulled his hand into a fist, ready to knock some sense into his friend. However, at the last moment it unfurled. The possessed Sora blinked in confusion as he suddenly found himself wrapped up in an iron-like grip. Naruto's hands were firmly wrapped around his friend's back, his chin over one shoulder. The tails behind him waved uncertainly for a moment, as lost as the one guiding them. "Please, Sora, I don't understand what is going on, but please stop this." A solitary tear rolled down Naruto's cheek, evaporating as it touched the cloak of pure chakra covering Sora. Just stop this, let me help you. He hugged tighter, ignoring the pain as the malevolent chakra began to burn his skin and rip away at his already tattered clothing. Stop it. Suddenly Sora seemed to freeze, the tail stopping in mid-sway as if caught in some invisible giant's hand. Ever so slowly the long red tails began to shrink back into the cloak, even as the cloak itself slowly began to leak off of Sora's body. The chakra seemed to twitch in mid-air before slowly being absorbed into Naruto. As it did so, the burns and bruises across Naruto's body began to heal so fast the monks around them could actually see it happening. Finally, when the entire cloak had disappeared and Sora's features had returned to normal, the two boys collapsed to the ground, Naruto still clutching Sora tightly to him. Kairaku and Chukaku immediately rushed over to see if they were okay. Aside from Sora's intense chakra exhaustion and a few burns across his skin, they were perfectly fine. Just unconscious. Chukaku let out a long sigh of relief as he looked down at the two before turning to the assembled monks. He was simply glad there had been no casualties. However, he would still have to explain that to the rest of the monks tomorrow, and he knew that would be exhausting. Not to mention Naruto was going to be asking questions too, and Chukaku was sure he would be hard-pressed to answer them. Alright, start putting out those fires. We'll begin repairing the damages tomorrow. For now, get some rest. As soon as the murmuring dies down and the monks began to disperse, he took another look at the two boys on the ground. How can two boys so young bear such a heavy burden? Drip. Naruto felt strangely at peace. The air was still but not humid or uncomfortable. Drip. The ground beneath him, while hard, was not inherently painful. He had grown used to relatively hard bedding anyway. Drip. There were no aches vary his body like he had expected there to be. Drip. He gently moved a hand up his body, feeling for where he knew he had been burned by that foul chakra. Drip. Strangely, all he felt was his normal smooth skin, not even any bandages. Drip. Likewise, his clothing seemed fresh. There was no noticeable damage. Drip. In fact. Drip. Shut up. Naruto blinked as his voice echoed out through wherever he was. It was certainly not the temple, that was for sure. He got to his feet, once again marveling that he didn't feel at all hurt and his skin was unblemished. He looked around, his steely purple eyes taking in his strange surroundings with a frown. As far as he could tell, it seemed to be the basement level of some kind of industrial building. He had found himself in one once when he was exploring in Konoha, except the one he found himself in was much cleaner. Pipes ran the length of the ceiling, disappearing off into the darkness in both directions of the seemingly endless corridor. There were many of them, but one in particular caught his eye as it was much larger than the rest. It was also the only one that was leaking. Obviously the cause of the irritating dripping. Sure enough, he watched as a single drop of some foul red liquid gathered at the bottom of the pipe into a droplet before falling to the floor. Whatever it was, Naruto knew better than to touch it. When it made contact with the floor, it sizzled for a moment, eating away at the ground. However, more amazingly, the floor seemed to immediately repair itself, the small hole disappearing like it had never been there. He watched this repeat 3 times before tearing his gaze away. It was oddly hypnotic. Having nothing better to do, Naruto began to walk down the corridor. It didn't seem to matter which way he took. They looked exactly the same. Every so often he would reach another leak in the pipe, the only indicator he was actually moving at all. Finally, though, he reached a fork. He blinked, looking down both identical passageways before shrugging and heading right. After maybe another 5 minutes of walking without any indication he was getting anywhere, Naruto finally stopped. He liked to imagine that a year in a temple had somewhat calmed him and given him some semblance of patience. However, the truth was, SHINRATENSEI. The area around Naruto erupted in an explosion of pure gravitational forces, his hands outstretched to either side to evenly distribute the blast. However, when he opened his eyes, he nearly fell to his knees in shock and despair. The walls were completely unharmed. There wasn't even a single indication his technique had done any damage. Not even the pipes seemed affected, they just kept dripping away. However, Naruto did manage to spot one strange thing out of it. Just to test it, he began to build up chakra within his body again, feeling the flow in his pathways as it circulated at a faster rate under his direction. His ear twitched as he looked up at the pipes above him. It was unmistakable. Whatever was flowing through the smaller pipes sped up when he began to gather chakra and likewise slowed down when he harmlessly allowed it to disperse. Weird. With an irritated sigh, Naruto just resigned himself to walking along the pathway. However, no sooner than he put one foot in front of the other, he felt it. That same malicious aura that Sora had been emitting. His eyes widening in panic, Naruto took off at a sprint down the corridor in the direction he felt the presence coming from. If Sora was having another attack, he needed to be there for his friend. After another 5 minutes of running, as Naruto became increasingly worried, he finally turned a corner only to skid to a stop. In front on him was a massive room, a change from the otherwise cramped hallways, but the most noticeable feature was the enormous metal gate spanning the length of one wall, and behind it Naruto couldn't be sure. Darkness stretched on beyond the gate, showing no visible floor or ceiling, making it seem like Naruto was staring out into nothingness. Of course, it didn't stay that way for long. Two enormous eyes cracked open in the darkness as Naruto stepped into the room. Their slitted black pupils framed by red stared through him, piercing him with their gaze. They were followed by an equally large mouth, teeming with teeth as it stretched into a horrific facsimile of a grin. Each gleaming white tooth was taller than Naruto was himself and looked like they could tear through just about anything. So my jailer finally honors me with his presence and with a gift of my own chakra, no less. How very the two massive eyes narrowed slightly as whatever invisible head they were attached to lowered to better look at Naruto, simultaneously pulling in a deep breath of air. Thoughtful, large white claws, much bigger than the teeth, appeared at the base of the cage door, gently stroking the bars with a deafening ring of metal. While a terrifying sight, it did give Naruto the impression that whatever this thing was, he was safe as long as he stayed away from the bars. Are you not going to speak, Rinnegan? It has been so long since I have had the pleasure of company. 8 miserable years, in fact. Naruto gulped, trying to hide just how frightened he was of this thing. Whatever it was. Demon was the first word that sprung to mind, but upon thinking of that word, Naruto suddenly remembered his life in Konoha. Those quiet whispers when they thought he wasn't listening. They too had called him demon, but Master Chukaku had told him they simply didn't understand him, and it was their ignorance that led to their hatred. Hello, I'm Naruto. The great eyes once again focused on the small child, the head lowering even further so that they were almost at eye level with one another. It wasn't that hard considering Naruto was about as tall as the diameter of the eyes. I know your name, Rinnegan. I listened to you shout it out every time you made that foolish declaration of becoming Hokage. The creature seemed to spit the word Hokage like it left a sour taste in its mouth. By its voice, Naruto would assume it was male, but it was so loud and booming he couldn't really tell either way. What's yours? Suddenly the creature laughed, a deep, bellowing chuckle that resounded in the small space, at least small in comparison to itself. However, the laugh contained no humor, it was more mocking than anything. Just because you have those eyes, Rinnegan, do not presume you can hold a candle to their original owner. The creature slammed its remaining invisible paw down somewhere in the darkness beyond the cage, the boom resounding through the room. Its eyes narrowed dangerously as Naruto didn't even flinch, its mouth once again stretching into a sickening grin. Do you not fear me, Rinnegan? Its voice was low, like a soft grumble despite its sheer volume in Naruto's ears. It also didn't particularly sound like a question. Naruto stood firm though, quickly shaking his head defiantly. Master Chukaku says that fear is the natural human response to something we don't understand. But if we don't choose to try and understand, it will lead to ignorance and unfounded hatred. Then that hatred will only lead to more pain, suffering, and fear. The creature in the cage almost seemed amused by this, its head rising up into the darkness even as its eyes never left Naruto's unmoving form. Don't hope to believe you could ever even try to understand me, Rinnegan. I am a being beyond your comprehension. The culmination of millennia of hatred and rage. Naruto looked down at that, breaking eye contact with the creature for the first time since meeting it. Master Chukaku told me that nobody is born hating. It is only their experiences, their losses, their sufferings that drive them to hate, and that hatred is only the most extreme expression of love. He looked back up and saw the creature regarding him with what might have been curiosity. It might also have been contempt. Whatever it was gone before Naruto could really see, and the creature was lowering its head back down, its eyes narrowed but firmly fixed on the blonde. After a few moments of tense silence, it finally spoke out in a deep but low tone. For now you may call me Kyuubi. Now begone, Rinnegan. This idiotic conversation has already bored me. Naruto suddenly felt a tug from behind as if he had been snagged by some invisible rope before he was violently yanked back into darkness. However, before he left he caught a glimpse of the Kyuubi's full form, that of an enormous nine-tailed fox. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. The voice echoed in his head as if he were underwater. What? The blonde blinked, his eyes open wearily, wincing as he managed to look directly into a ceiling light. His eyes clenched shut as he felt repeatedly smacked over the head. No, wait. What were you thinking, old man? The blonde glared angrily at the wise monk, who only returned an innocent smile, Shakuju returning to its position behind him. Good to see you're awake, Naruto-kun, we were getting worried. Naruto simply stared at Chukaku, rubbing his chin and muttering a few choice curses under his breath. You have a unique way of displaying it, master. The older monk reached around his back for the staff again, his eyes not even opening for a second. Was that you, my boy? The blonde put his hands up in front of him, a strained grin on his face, as he tried to appease the irritated monk. Nothing, sir. Chukaku just kept smiling, but Naruto breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed the staff had vanished into that null space that Chukaku seemed to be able to access at will. Good, because my ears aren't what they used to be. Naruto felt a large drop of sweat gather on his brow before looking around with a more intent expression on his features. Sora, how is he doing? He noticed he was back in his room, the blinds closed for all the good they did in keeping out the early morning rays of light. Don't be concerned, Sora is fine. In fact, he awoke a few hours before you and is probably out training right now. Naruto blinked in surprise. He had no idea what was going on with Sora, but it seemed serious. How long had the two been apart? Chukaku gave a small chuckle as he gestured towards the wall clock, proudly displaying that it was around midday, as if sensing Naruto's thoughts. Don't worry, boy, you were only out for the night, and after a few hours, neither of you had a scratch on you. Again, Naruto blinked in surprise. He wasn't a doctor, but wounds like theirs weren't supposed to heal so quickly. Wait a minute, training. Chukaku simply hummed a yes and bobbed his head once in the affirmative as the blonde drew himself up into a Caesar position. Shouldn't he be sleeping or doing something? The older monk simply smiled as he looked out the window, listening for the usual sounds of birdsong and the rhythmic tapping of the shishiodoshi. He was quite insistent. I believe he had some issues that needed to be worked out, and nothing beats some hearty exercise to clear one's head. Naruto frowned at the word issues, because Sora was supposed to come to him with problems and vice versa. They were supposed to be friends. Speaking of which, Naruto had an epiphany as he reflected on his strange encounter with the Kyuubi. It felt far too real to be a dream, but he wasn't sure what to make of it. Master, Chukaku only raised a brow and cast a single glance in his direction, but Naruto knew that meant he was listening. I had a strange dream while unconscious. There was this strange place full of corridors and pipes that I was wandering through, and then this giant room with a huge cage. Naruto found himself in the center of the head monk's attention when he mentioned a cave. Did you notice what was behind the cage? Naruto blinked in surprise, and Chukaku appeared to be taking what Naruto said seriously. Yeah, at first it was just some big eyes and teeth, but when I left, I saw it. It was a massive orange fox called the Kyuubi. Naruto was taken aback when he noticed Chukaku's eyes wide open in surprise. He had never seen the head monk's eyes open before. You say it referred to itself, as in you had a conversation with it. Naruto nodded nervously as the old monk turned away, looking out the window once more. However, Naruto could tell he wasn't looking this time because his thoughts were elsewhere. But it was all a dream, master. Chukaku gave the boy a quick glance, noting his nervous and insecure expression, which was so unlike Naruto's usually exuberant and confident demeanor. As he slowly rose to his feet on aching knees, the man let out a sigh that belied his age. Naruto, please come to my study in a few minutes. I have something I need to discuss with you. But first, I have to go get Sora because there's something you both need to know. Without further ado, the old monk simply walked away, leaving a befuddled blonde in his wake as he made his way towards the training grounds. Naruto, Sora, I know this is going to be difficult for you to hear, and honestly, I feel it is too soon for me to tell you these things. But I believe that if I don't explain them now, you will be forced to live in confusion later on. Both Naruto and Sora were sitting in Chukaku's study, the temple's only other room besides the library with chairs, which were only marginally more comfortable than the floor. Chukaku sat behind a simple wooden desk designed for function rather than beauty. The elderly man took a deep breath and closed his eyes in thought before looking both boys in the eyes. Do you both remember the Konohagakure attack 8 years ago? He continued after receiving two slightly hesitant nods. It may not have been widely discussed in Konoha, but it was far from hidden. But first, you should understand what the Biju is. He paused for a moment, but the two boys were perplexed by what he said. Nobody knows where they came from or what they truly desire, but we do know they are formidable. There are a total of 9 of them, each distinguished by the number of their tails. He noticed a glint of recognition in Naruto's eyes, but with a wave of his hand, he quickly silenced any questions. They are massive constructs of chakra given form and life, and if I can believe one source of information, intelligence. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, the most powerful of the 9 Biju, was the thing that attacked Konoha 8 years ago. Its motivations were unknown, but it eventually destroyed over half of the village before being defeated at the expense of the Yondaime Hokage's life. Except that chakra is energy, and energy, like all energy, cannot be destroyed, only moved or changed, so it is impossible to truly kill a Biju. At best, it would reform as the consciousness pulled its physical form back together. He waited to see if the boys were following him, and when he saw they were, he continued. That's why, over time, humans began to seal Biju away like a kunai into a scroll. They feared the creature's power, and except for a few with abilities strong enough to control or subdue the Biju, it was the only way. People quickly discovered that something as powerful as a Biju could not be contained in any ordinary object. Even the most powerful sealing items paled in comparison to the most powerful of the 9. Instead, a new method was discovered. The creature's consciousness and power could be contained within a living human vessel, which served as both a host and a prison for the creature's consciousness and power. People quickly discovered ways to weaponize these sacrificial vessels, and the Jinchuriki were born. He sighed sadly as he returned his gaze to the two boys. Does anything make sense now? When he saw Naruto looking down at the desk, his eyes were obscured by his unruly hair. He felt a tug at his heart. Sora, on the other hand, appeared perplexed, looking at his friend with interest as his gaze alternated between the blonde and the elderly monk. I'm confused, why are you telling us this? Surprisingly, it wasn't Chukaku who responded, but Naruto, his head still bowed. Because our name is Jinchuriki. He finally looked up, his brow furrowed in a frown but his eyes sharp and alert. Don't we? He stated this, but the tone of his voice made it clear that it wasn't a question. Chukaku sighed deeply. Naruto was far smarter than he appeared. Not exactly. Naruto, you are a Jinchuriki, and based on your dream, I believe you are the 9-tailed fox that attacked Konoha. The 4th Hokage most likely sealed it into you to stop the creature's rampage. When he saw Naruto's head drop back down, he turned to Sora, who was still looking around confusedly, completely lost. Sora, on the other hand, is a rather unique case. He cannot have a Biju inside of him because they are all currently accounted for in their various villages, but he does have the chakra of one. Even Naruto looked up, perplexed by what the elderly monk meant. I believe someone gathered the chakra emitted by the Kyuubi on the night of its attack and sealed it directly into Sora, transforming him into a pseudo-Jinchuriki. That was the incident, Sora releasing the power that had been sealed within him. Unfortunately, as you saw, a Biju's chakra is extremely powerful and so intertwined with its consciousness that it can retain their will even after separation from the creature itself. The Kyuubi is known as a beast of hatred and rage. It is no surprise that its chakra contains those same dark intents and is undoubtedly drawn upon when the user is in sync with such emotion. Naruto looked up, then around at his friend, who was the one to dip his head this time. It's a great power, but it's also a huge burden. However, as with any skill or technique, with sufficient patience and practice, I do not wish it. Chukaku and Naruto turned to face Sora, who had stood up from his seat, causing the wooden chair to clatter to the ground. His heart was pounding and his eyes were welling up with tears. Chukaku thought he saw a flash of red enter his eyes for a split second. I never asked for this kind of power. Take it from me. His shoulders slumped as he felt all of his anger drain from him. He turned around to see Naruto gently holding his sleeve. He didn't know why, but it felt like that single touch was all that was keeping him from storming out of the room. Unfortunately, Sora, there has never been a safe way to extract Biju chakra once it has been sealed into a host. He paused for a moment, only half noticing Sora's angry yet dejected expression. On the other hand, as I previously stated, you are a one-of-a-kind case, perhaps if I'll get it done. Chukaku sighed, wondering when it became so common for people to cut him off in the middle of a sentence. As he looked over at the young blonde, he wore a determined expression on his features. I'll find a way to assist you, even if it means taking on your burden myself. Sora was taken aback. He knew Naruto was his friend, but he had not expected such a passionate reaction. As he drew Naruto into a grateful embrace, a small grateful smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Naruto, I can always rely on you, can't I? Naruto simply nodded, his eyes unwavering in their resolve. When they heard a loud and deliberate coughing, the two finally parted ways. They turned sheepishly to look at the head monk, who had his arms crossed and one eyebrow raised. Just as I was saying. He slightly tilted his head, waiting for an interruption. When none came, he smiled serenely before continuing. Perhaps there is still a way. He turned to face Naruto with an intense expression that made the small boy nervous. Naruto, while Sora was under the influence of the fox's chakra, you did something that none of the monks had ever seen before. You almost seemed to be drawing the chakra right off of him and into yourself, and you even healed as you did it. Naruto only blinked in surprise before raising his head and rubbing the back of his neck. I did. That's something I don't recall. All I remember is gripping Sora and wishing he'd just stop. I didn't want to see him like that, covered in that foul chakra. Chukaku's other brow joined his first for a brief moment before adopting a similarly thoughtful expression. I'd like you to do something for me, Naruto. The blonde simply nodded. He had long since stopped questioning the head monk's orders, even if he never phrased them that way. Touch my arm and remember that moment, like when you first started practicing gravity manipulation. Naruto appeared perplexed and unsure, but he grabbed the old man's arm and began to reflect. He could easily recall the previous night's events, as he had done for the past year. He began to feel a strange pull from the contact with Chukaku as the sight of red chakra and the acrid smell of smoke, along with desperation and sadness, filled his recollection. Similarly, the elderly monk looked at his arm in awe. He could clearly feel his chakra being siphoned off into Naruto at a rapid pace. He might have been concerned if he didn't have as much chakra as he did, only rivaled by Kairaku and unknowingly Naruto in the temple. That same instinctual feeling filled Naruto up a year ago when he suddenly found words that weren't his own leaving his lips. What a beautiful path. Chukaku's eyes widened in amazement as he felt the rate at which his chakra was drawn and significantly increase. He quickly yanked his arm free from Naruto's grasp, and thankfully the process came to a halt. But he felt quite tired, as if he had spent a few hours training. Naruto, on the other hand, appeared incredibly refreshed, with the slight bags under his eyes from fitful sleep disappearing. Sora had looked around with a puzzled expression before mumbling something about blondes having all the luck. That was intriguing. Naruto looked up at the old monk, as if expecting an explanation for what had just happened. Chukaku nodded, seemingly to himself, after a brief moment of thought, before returning his gaze to the ground. Tread a path. Naruto, was that what you said about the names of those gravity techniques? Chukaku hummed again after a quick nod. Perhaps this is one of the 6 paths that gave the sage his name, and those gravity techniques could be another. Naruto almost reflexively found another set of phantom words pass through his mind. The Diva Path. Chukaku and Sora blinked at Naruto as the blonde shrugged. I believe it is the Diva Path. Chukaku blinked once more before rising and walking over to the window. Interesting. That means you have 4 more to discover. He turned around, and Naruto was reminded of the times he had spoken with his Jiji, as the two had the same expression. Only time will tell whether you discover them or not, but I'm confident that if you do, you will master them. He sighed, wishing he had a pipe to draw from, but he had given up smoking years ago to support the temple's clean body ideal. For the time being, I believe that is sufficient. Too much information in one sitting can be as harmful as anything in excess. Get some food, we have plenty of time to figure things out. He watched as the 2 boys stood, bowed, and exited the room, bickering almost as soon as their feet touched the ground outside his door. You've held me, huh? Sora smirked mischievously as Naruto froze, his face flushed with embarrassment. Duh, you're just jealous that I had to save you. Sora maintained his haughty demeanor even as he began to laugh, his hand on Naruto's shoulder as the two walked away from the study. Chukaku smiled as they walked away, glad that their spirits and friendship had not been dampened by their ordeal. It was unusual to see such a strong bond, especially one that could withstand such adversity. The next few months flew by for Naruto. He had made a promise that he intended to keep. He'd thrown himself wholeheartedly into finding a way to relieve Sora of the burden inside of him. He now spent hours a day in the library, poring over books, but that didn't mean he ignored his training or other studies. He still found time to do everything, despite the fact that his days were becoming increasingly crowded. The other monks weren't surprised. He had once meditated for 3 days straight to prove a point. Fuinjutsu had caught his attention briefly. It was what had sealed the chakra into him and Sora in the first place. But that had led nowhere. Learning and mastering sealing at that level required years of intense study, which Naruto felt Sora lacked. It wasn't obvious, but there were hints that Sora was becoming increasingly affected by Kyuubi's chakra. Brief bursts of unreasonable rage, his eyes occasionally turning red, and, worst of all, his arm. Sora's arm had always been a source of concern for him, but it was now permanently stuck in its demonic form. What Naruto needed was time, or at the very least a way to shorten the time it would take him to learn Fuinjutsu, which he had previously thought was impossible. When he brought the matter to Kairaku, however, he immediately thought of a solution, a technique known only to Konoha ninja but shared with the Fire Temple due to their affiliation, the Shadow Clone Technique. It seemed perfect at first. Now Naruto could divide his attention as much as he wanted and only have to deal with a minor headache at the end of the day. In theory, he should be able to create hundreds of clones who can all share their memories with him using his chakra reserve. Of course, things were never that simple for the blonde. The moment he attempted to create any clones, he ran into a problem, if you can call it that. Because the clones had Rinnegan eyes as well, Naruto shared his vision with them and they with him. It had been a surreal experience for the blonde to find himself staring in 100 different directions all at once, not to mention intensely confusing and painful. He could only deal with his vision being split 3 ways for the time being, but it was still very distracting. Chukaku reasoned that with practice, he could increase the number of clones he could handle, so he would spend about an hour each day just acclimating to it. He discovered by chance as a clone watched him spar with Sora that it gave him a distinct advantage and that a single clone could cover his blind spots while 3 could practically eliminate them entirely with nothing more than sitting still and watching. Of course, they were fragile, and once Sora realized what he was doing, he set about destroying them as soon as possible. Fortunately, with Naruto's incredible reserves, it was relatively simple to simply remake them once popped. Sora had learned the shadow clone technique as well, and thanks to his own demonic chakra, which provided him with substantial reserves, if not comparable to Naruto's or any other Jinchuriki, he quickly put them to good use. He did not have the same problems as Naruto, but the mental exhaustion was much more taxing on him, limiting how many clones he could make in a day. Nonetheless, it enabled him to study with clones inside while meditating or training outside, freeing up some of his day. However, with Naruto's day pretty much taken up, Sora found himself with a lot of free time. Of course, every problem has a solution, and while looking after Naruto in the library, he became intrigued by a book on sealing and began studying the art. He made liberal use of shadow clones in the process, but he soon had the other monks impressed by drawing out various simple barrier and strengthening seals. Naruto, on the other hand, was considering different options, namely his Daojutsu. He'd thrown himself into attempting to comprehend his enigmatic eyes, relentlessly training his Diva and Preta paths. Surprisingly, he discovered that the Preta path was more than just the ability to absorb chakra, as he had first assumed. He could then either pull it into his own body or push his own into someone else's, instantly adapting the chakra to its new home. He discovered that he could push chakra into the ground or inanimate objects, but it did little more than strengthen them and, if pushed hard enough, give them a blue glow. In addition, he had spent time researching the sage himself, hoping to gain insight into his powers and possibly hints on potential abilities. Apart from the more bizarre myths, such as the moon myth, there was little information on the man himself, as with all information from that time period. Naruto couldn't even remember when or where the man had lived. The only useful information was that he possessed a number of special items that were now revered in many places. When he brought that information to Chukaku, the man smiled but said nothing, instead leading Naruto deep underground the temple via passageways the young blonde had no idea existed. They had finally arrived at a large vault containing some of the more valuable or sacred items held by the Fire Temple. There were even treasures from the Fire Daimyo's personal collection that the man wanted to keep safe but didn't want to use ninja to protect. The surprise came when Chukaku showed him an old shakuju, which appeared to be ordinary enough but was said to have belonged to the sage himself. According to very ancient records, it was given to one of the man's closest friends, who went on to found the Fire Temple and become the first head monk. It was kept in the vault because just holding it consumed massive amounts of chakra, killing an ordinary person in moments and an average jounin in about 10 minutes. Naruto had gone to get it, but Chukaku had stopped him, telling him it wasn't the right time. So Naruto was sitting in a field behind the living quarters, one of his favorite places to meditate because it had a small pond with a single stone in the center he could rest on. He was feeling for his chakra, observing its flow as it moved and slid through his pathways, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. Kairaku had told him that he had incredible control over his chakra, especially for someone with reserves as large as his own. Chukaku hypothesized that it was related to his Rinnegan once more. He had compared the chakra to a lumpy fluid, and the Rinnegan to a strainer. Uncontrolled chakra moved through the pathways, sticking to the sides and causing friction, unbalancing the entire system. It would be strained as it passed through his eyes, becoming more fluid and less viscous. The only way the head monk could explain it was that it would cause less friction and give Naruto unparalleled control. When a small frown creased his brow for a moment, he felt his chakra move around his stomach, close to his gate of view. In that area, there was a small, almost imperceptible pull on his chakra, draining it out of his pathways and into something else. Of course, he knew what it was, the seal that held the Kyuubi within him. He considered how simple it would be to simply pull back on that chakra, preventing it from flowing into the seal. All it would take was a single thought. Of course, that would quickly degrade the prison, releasing the Kyuubi's chakra within him in a way he was certain would not be a pleasant experience for him. He chose to concentrate on that, feeling the way his chakra was being leached out, focusing intently on the seal, and the way his chakra moved through it. He could also feel the Kyuubi's chakra leaking into his own system, almost instantly being converted into a more usable form by both the seal and his Preta path, which he realized had been working subconsciously since the Rinnegan had activated. He suddenly felt a familiar tug on his mind, one he hadn't felt in months. He gave in, allowing his own consciousness to sink deep within himself. So you've come back. When Naruto opened his eyes, he was back in the enormous room that represented the seal, with the enormous bars in front of him and the biju beyond it. Kyuubi. Naruto cocked his head slightly before feeling a large gust of warm air blow over him as the great fox snorted contemptuously. There's no need for niceties. Ninja, why have you come here, or do you enjoy flaunting your freedom in front of your prisoner? Naruto frowned as he sat on the floor, pulling his legs towards him in a loose cross-legged position. In the darkness of his cell, he couldn't quite see it. But the Kyuubi frowned. It was a position he had seen many times before and one he would never see again. I never asked to have you sealed inside of me. He felt the warm breath of the Kyuubi wash over him once more as the large fox snorted, this time amusedly. So you've come to complain about the injustice of your pitiful existence. How typical of your species. Naruto didn't flinch. He had thought long and hard about the situation with his tenant, and no longer feared the Kyuubi, at least as long as it was safely locked away within him. You speak as if you are familiar with humans. He saw a solitary red eye crack open in the darkness of the cell, the slit pupil swiveling until it settled on his form. I know far more about your kind than I care to remember or even wish to. There was long silence between the two, and when it became clear that neither intended to speak, the great fox grunted in annoyance, its eye closing again. Can you tell me what happened? The silence was almost palpable this time. The Kyuubi didn't move, but Naruto had the distinct impression that it was entirely focused on him. What happened to make you so angry? A loud grunt echoed through the large cage, the bars slightly trembling as the mighty fox raised itself onto its paws. It lumbered over to the cage entrance slowly, each step reverberating around the space and causing the ground to tremble. Naruto finally got a good look at the creature. Its orange fur glistened in the new light, with black markings reaching up from around its eyes to its ears that looked more like a rabbit than a fox. 9 long tails swayed slowly behind its massive body, each one looking like it could take off the top of a mountain with a single absent flick. It had an odd humanoid torso with hands and arms instead of front paws. Aside from that, it looked exactly like its name suggested, a large fox with 9 tails. Ninja, time has passed. Time produces more hatred in a being than any number of pitiful grudges or grievances, and I am cursed with the gift of immortality. It sunk onto its belly once more, its large red eyes narrowing, the long tails wrapping almost protectively around its body. Why do you bother Ninja with such frivolous questions? What are you hoping to gain from it? A method of controlling me? Are you tired of waiting for this cursed seal to finish sucking my chakra into you? Its gaze was fixed on the blonde, piercing him as it awaited the response it had already anticipated. I'd like to comprehend you. It blinked once, which would have been amusing if the situation had been different. That was not the response it had expected, and its eyes quickly narrowed again. You will fail, so leave now. Naruto felt the tug on his mind again. But this time he was ready. He resisted the pull and remained exactly where he was. The Kyuubi had gotten up to return to its hiding place in the darkness, but when he realized he wasn't alone, he turned around. Ninja, why do you test my patience? Allow me to rest. However, Naruto did not move or blink. In fact, his eyes had been closed since the fox began speaking. Is that what you're looking for? Peace. The biju came to a halt, its tails coming to rest behind it as the head turned. Red eyes scanned Naruto's motionless form, unnerved by the similarities it saw between the two. Why then attack Konoha? Why harm people who are so insignificant to you? What were you hoping to gain? Surprisingly, Naruto heard growling within the cage, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the Kyuubi's face uncomfortably close to the cage's bars, its lips bared to show its massive teeth. Ninja, don't try me. I have no reason to explain myself to you or any of your wretched kind. Continue to irritate me, and I'll make sure that when I claw my way out of this cursed seal, it's the most agonizing moment in your brief, pitiful life. It ended with a dismissive flick of its tails as it raised its head high above Naruto, the boy nearly losing the biju in the darkness of the cell. I said leave now. Naruto felt the tug again, but this time it was much stronger. He was unable to resist and was ejected from the seal. When the fox was finally satisfied that it was no longer alone, it retreated back into the cage, far into the darkness where it couldn't even see itself, and the entrance was a mere pinprick of light. It curled up around itself, its 9 tails wrapping around its form as it slept, its brow furrowed. A lone figure, cast into shadow by the setting sun behind him, strode over the crest of a massive sand dune, leaving a trail of slowly disappearing footsteps behind him. A long brown cloak billowed behind him in the warm breeze, shielding his body from the harsh desert winds and sandstorms that were common in the area. He wasn't particularly tall or imposing, standing at a somewhat respectable 4 feet and 7 inches for his age. However, there was something about him that drew people's attention if they saw him pass by. Perhaps it was the gleaming Magatama bead dangling from his ear, catching the fading light of the sun. Perhaps it was the flashes of bright blonde hair that would appear from beneath his hood when the wind blew it back. It could have even been the tall shakuju jingling with each step, the staff reaching higher than he himself was tall. It was more than likely the fact that any sand on the wind that came within a meter of his form would bounce back, as if repelled by some invisible force or barrier. The figure came to a halt, resting slightly on the staff, which, despite supporting his weight, did not sink into the sand. He looked around for a moment, the shadows provided by his hood concealing the direction his eyes were looking. Finally, he yanked it back, revealing a shock of bright golden hair tied in the back into the start of a short, spiky ponytail. He took in the scenery around him, vast dunes of golden sand stretching as far as the eye could see, warm but steely violet eyes narrowed into slits. His protective cloak billowed as he stood there, savoring the moment as the scorching day gave way to freezing night, leaving only a brief twilight hour where everything was still and peaceful. Stars began to appear in the sky, emboldened by the sun's slow descent behind the horizon. A warm smile spread across his whiskered cheeks as he reflected on the events that had brought him here, both good and bad. Good morning, Naruto. You look much better now that you've had time to settle and eat. How are you finding the temple so far? The young blonde asked, her face filled with excitement and unending gratitude for the much older monk. It's great. The monks are really nice, and even though Sora can be really annoying sometimes, he is friendly and helps me with stuff when Kairaku is busy. Chukaku ruffled Naruto's hair contentedly. The blonde was so happy about his new life that he didn't care. I'm glad. Just make sure that if there's anything you need or if you ever have any questions or concerns, you come right to me, okay? The small whiskered child nodded excitedly, warming Chukaku's heart to see the boy's features regain their innocence. Master Chukaku, there's something Kairaku-senpai wanted me to talk to you about, the wise monk hummed, and the boy nodded. He said I should be able to turn off my Rinnegan, but I can't pull the chakra out of my eyes, Chukaku said, looking closely at Naruto's eyes and feeling around for his chakra. There was a small buildup behind his eyes, which was obviously what was keeping the Rinnegan active. I don't think there's anything to worry about, Naruto. It's true that Sharingan and Byakugan wielders can deactivate their Daojutsu, but the Rinnegan is far more mysterious than theirs, and for all we know, it can't be deactivated by the user's will. He smiled fondly as he ushered the blonde closer, placing a warm hand on the boy's shoulder. Then again, perhaps you simply lack the control to do so. Remember, you have only recently begun to train in the use and control of your chakra. The boy scowled, but seemed to accept the older man's words. Do you feel any more tired than you did before you got those eyes? Naruto quickly shook his head no. Do they cause you any pain at all? He received another quick head shake to say no. Do you feel at all uncomfortable with people seeing your eyes? Chukaku noticed Naruto pause for a moment before shaking his head more slowly and uncertainly. Chukaku smiled knowingly as he reached for a knee, which was becoming increasingly difficult as he grew older. It's perfectly fine to be afraid of something new, but I hope you understand that the eyes you now have were a gift. One you earned through your hardships. He chuckled slightly as he drew himself back to his feet, ruffling the boy's hair as he did so, earning him a look of annoyance. If the worst happens and you still feel uncomfortable, do what I do, he said childishly. His eyes narrowed as they always did. He was relieved to see Naruto laugh a little, his usual self-assurance returning. Thank you, Master Chukaku. You're really smart, the wise monk said as he escorted the young blonde out of his office. And don't forget about it. Naruto smiled fondly at the warm memory. His eyes crinkled into slits in a way that had always irritated Sora, so of course Naruto had started doing it all the time, mimicking their aging master. He resumed his walk, slowly and carefully descending the dune, the staff in his right hand jingling with each step. He looked up for a moment, noticing the moon beginning to appear in the last rays of sunlight streaming in over the horizon. Naruto sat on the living quarters building's roof, staring up at the sky, specifically the moon. It seemed to emit a thin silver aura in his eyes, which Naruto had always found beautiful since coming to the temple. He wasn't supposed to be up here, and the caretaker was always irritated when he discovered the young blonde on the roof. Despite his inability to sleep, Naruto's dreams were once again invaded by scenes of destruction and wreckage. It was as if he were in a body that wasn't his own, looking down on events over which he had no control. The nightmares didn't come often, but when they did, he couldn't sleep again. Instead, he'd come up here and just sit for a while, thinking about his new life, the future, and the responsibilities his powers and burden had placed on his shoulders. He looked up when he heard soft footsteps on the tiles, expecting Chigasu to chastise him for not respecting the sacredness of the temple roof. Instead, he was surprised to see Sora there, the boy walking over to sit next to the blonde with perfect balance. Nightmare again. Naruto simply nodded, his gaze returning to the mysterious white orb suspended in the sky. The same one. Naruto nodded again, his head drooping and his knees protectively drawn up into his chest. Always, Sora sighed, placing a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder, which did slightly relax Naruto. He tensed, pulling away from the contact and turning his gaze away from Sora, instead following a crack along a roof tile. "I'm sorry, Sora," the blue-haired pseudo-Jinchuriki said, looking around, surprised by Naruto's cold tone. "For what?" The blonde sighed deeply as he turned back to face the future, this time looking out over the temple and into the surrounding forests. "It's been almost 3 months and I still haven't found anything to help you. I haven't kept my promise to you." Sora blinked for a moment before a sad smile crept across his features as he, too, looked out over the temple, in the same vague direction as his friend. "I never asked you to make that stupid promise, and what you're trying to do should be impossible anyway." Naruto scoffed, his eyes narrowing in a challenging manner. "Like the sage creating the moon." Naruto laughed, but was taken aback when Sora suddenly lay back on the roof, staring up at the distant disk. "Hey, what if he really did it?" Naruto blinked before collapsing next to his friend. "Then he'd be far more powerful than even the legends make him out to be," Sora said, pulling his hands up to rest beneath his chin. "I'm going to be like that one day," he thought as he heard Naruto scoff next to him and jump to his elbows, a tick mark forming on his temple. "What's so funny?" Naruto grinned as he continued to stare at the moon, completely unconcerned about his friend's looming fist. "Please, if you ever get that powerful, I'll be able to move the moon around with a flick of my wrist," Sora scoffs, his anger quickly turning to amusement as he flops back down onto his back. "Right, moving the moon?" he chuckled to himself. "What was I thinking?" Naruto finally looked around, the challenge clearly sparkling in his eyes as his earlier sadness faded. "You're on." Sora blinked in surprise, an incredulous expression on his face as he stared in shock at his blonde friend. "That wasn't a challenge, Naruto," snorted Naruto, crossing his arms and looking away haughtily, impersonating the blue-haired boy. "Just because you know you're going to lose," Sora retorted, raising his fist and pointing accusingly at the blonde. "I'll never lose to you." He blinked in surprise as Naruto burst out laughing, his anger fading as he realized it was all a joke. They were back on their backs a few minutes later, just staring up at the sky. "So, how would you go about it?" Sora just looked around, puzzled, at the blonde with the unusually thoughtful expression. "How would you move the moon?" Sora shrugged, blinked slowly. "I don't know, but Master Chukaku says that if there's a problem we can't solve, as long as we have friends, they'll be there to lighten the burden." Naruto said fondly, a small chuckle gracing his lips. "Yeah, I guess you're right," he trailed off, blinking once, twice, and a few more times before suddenly shooting up into a sitting position. Sora swears he saw cogs turning in the boy's head before Naruto shot to his feet, his eyes wide with excitement. Before Sora could even ask, both his hands were grabbed, pulling him into a standing position as Naruto began to bounce around the rooftop with him. The blue-haired boy blinked before a small blush appeared on his nose and a rather haughty smile appeared on his features. When he looked up, Naruto had vanished. The pseudo-Jinchuriki looked around, but his blonde friend had vanished. Sora froze abruptly, his head slowly swiveling to look at a furious Chigasu holding his almost infamous wooden spoon in one hand as he taped it irritably against his forearm. As he backed away from the clearly enraged caretaker, Sora began to stutter before coming to a halt at the edge of the roof. "Well, as you can see, Chigasu-senpai. It's as you can see, it's like damn it Naruto." Naruto laughed fondly at the memory as he began to climb another large dune, neither the steep climb nor the loose footing seeming to bother him. He had replaced his hood, the shadows once again falling over his face, as well as pulling up a scarf to cover his mouth and whisker marks. It was beginning to grow cold as the sun vanished, the heat in the ground quickly dispersing and rising up into the air. "Would you please, Naruto, calm down? You'd think you were the one who finally got rid of their inner demon," Sora said, his voice trembling with excitement. It was finally happening. After Naruto had run off and left him on the roof to deal with a certain angry caretaker, Sora had gone out to find him. Apparently something about their conversation had given Naruto an idea on how to finally free Sora of the Kyuubi's chakra. The main problem with removing a biju from the host was that such a large amount of such potent and corrosive chakra being channeled through a specific spot on the Jinchuriki, namely the seal, caused an overload of the chakra network in that area, resulting in a chain reaction that killed the host. Unfortunately, most unsealing methods did exactly that. They unsealed the binding on the biju, which meant the chakra would be freed all at once in one place. Using Naruto's Preta path, they had a unique opportunity to draw out the chakra directly from as many different places as Naruto could make clones. Of course, it would still hurt, but with the extraction being spread out, it wouldn't be fatal or even all that damaging. Shukaku had at first seemed hesitant when Naruto brought this before him, but ultimately he believed it was Sora's choice. Overjoyed at the chance to finally be rid of what he firmly saw as a curse and burden, the blue-haired boy practically jumped at the chance. Of course, just to be safe, Naruto had spent a few weeks practicing with his Preta path to make sure everything was ready. It would do no good to draw out Sora's chakra with the Kyuubis. What the heck is taking so long? One of Naruto's 4 clones looked up in irritation, the others following suit from afar in a slightly creepy way. The shared vision may have been useful in a fight, but the pseudo-Jinchuriki always found it strange when the multiple blondes would do things in unison. But that was to be expected when they were all essentially the same person with the same sight. Be patient. You've been waiting 4 months for this. You can wait a few more minutes for the monks to finish their seal. Sure enough, a few monks were drawing out a large and powerful containment seal on the ground, more for comfort than actual protection. If worst came to worst, it wouldn't hold out against a Kyuubified Sora for long. Yeah, speak for yourself. I can't wait to be finally free. Naruto just smiled at his friend, who had become increasingly anxious over the past week or so. He was happy to see his friend so excited, but he also thought it would be rather strange after all was said and done. He had always kind of enjoyed knowing that he and Sora shared the same burden. It was something that connected them, an unspoken bond of understanding. Alright, let's get started. Sora matched the blonde's grin as they moved to the center of the sealing array. Naruto quickly created 10 shadow clones, most of which immediately closed their eyes to spare Naruto a rather intense headache. The ones that didn't led their clone brethren into a small ring with Sora at the center, each finding a spot to hold onto Sora with both hands. Are you prepared? Without further ceremony, Naruto closed his eyes and began to focus on his path, feeling past Sora to the seal on his stomach. The feeling of the Kyuubi's chakra was unmistakable within the seal, flowing quickly and erratically without a proper conscious mind to guide it. Naruto latched onto it, as did his 10 clones, and slowly they began to draw it out. The change was immediate as the virulent red chakra began flowing through Sora, pushing his less potent chakra aside. He was enshrouded by a familiar cloak, this time only one tail swaying behind him as Naruto held back the rest of the chakra, managing its flow through Sora and into him with care. Naruto noticed the red seep into his friend's eyes as soon as it happened, but he couldn't speed it up because doing so would begin to burn away Sora's chakra network. He just gritted his teeth, hoping he could finish before anything bad happened. He should have known it would be a tall order as Sora began to thrash inside his circle of blondes. First the tail, then the clawed hands. Naruto couldn't risk them bursting too soon, as that would result in an influx of chakra that could be dangerous for him. He was so focused on drawing out the chakra and keeping his clones from bursting under Sora's wild swings that he missed the bubbling red tail suddenly lunging at him from below. His cry echoed into the courtyard as the tail pierced his side, the burning from the vile chakra almost as bad as the wound itself. Sora, hurry up. Don't give up too soon. We're almost there. The wound was already closing as the chakra he absorbed went to work healing it. But a clone was less fortunate as the tail was brought around again, slamming straight through its head. The original blonde winced at the influx of memories and chakra but held out just long enough for the last of the burning red cloak to ebb away. Naruto was able to give Sora one last smile before falling backwards, exhausted. You did, after all, keep your promise. Naruto realized what he was doing and stopped rubbing his side. The wound hadn't even scarred, but he remembered it vividly enough. He hadn't woken up for a whole day after that, the strain on his body from the extra Biju chakra proving too much for him. If it hadn't been for his Preta path and the seal siphoning off the excess, he would have died. As it was, neither he nor Sora received any lasting. Something moving caught his attention, and as he looked around, he noticed the bushy tail of a desert fox just disappearing over the peak of the dune he was climbing, which immediately made him think of the other fox in his life as he looked down at his stomach. The small blonde sat calmly in a meditative position just outside the bars of the Kyuubi's cage, far enough away that its claws couldn't reach him. The great fox was in its usual position deep within its cell, but every few minutes or so it would crack a single eye, observing its vessel with mild curiosity. "What are you doing, Rinnegan?" Naruto didn't open his eyes. He didn't even move. He just sat there calmly, focusing on the feel of his chakra through his body. And after about 5 minutes, during which the great beast grew increasingly irritated to the point of banging against the bars, he spoke. "I'm meditating." A massive red eye narrowed in indignation far above the peaceful human, its 9 tails swaying dangerously. But the blonde was unfazed. He was too used to the Kyubai's hollow attempts at intimidation to notice. "I see that, Rinnegan," Naruto said, smirking slightly at the corners of his mouth, but he didn't move. "Then why did you inquire?" His response was a strong gust of wind, which irritated the Kyubai. "Do you enjoy testing my patience, Rinnegan?" The normally loud and domineering voice was reduced to a low menacing growl that frightened the meditating monk in training. "I'll admit, it's pretty amusing." The blonde finally let his hands rest at his sides as he looked up, his face adopting the same expression as his master with a serene smile and narrowed eyes, a win-win situation. "And my name is Naruto." This time he didn't even get an immediate response, just the background sounds of the enormous tail swishing back and forth. "All you Rinnegan look alike. Why should I concern myself with such petty trivialities?" Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze drawn away for a moment as if pondering the obviously rhetorical question. What is common courtesy? All he got this time was an indignant snort from the great fox as it lay down on its stomach, head resting on its paws. "Is there any particular reason for this visit, Rinnegan? Do you not remember how all of our past encounters have gone?" Naruto remembered coming into the seal, attempting to gain a sliver of insight into the Kyubai's motives or thoughts only to be rebuked and occasionally, forcefully ejected from the seal. He had gotten better at resisting it though once he discovered Kyubai was using his chakra to push him out. It was a simple task to simply absorb it instead. "I wanted to ask you about the sage." The Kyubai simply growled at him, which would have been extremely threatening if not for the massive bars that separated the two. "You once said I couldn't compare to him. That means you must have known him." When Naruto looked up, he saw the Kyubai look away, off into the darkness of the cell. "What exactly is Rinnegan? Have you given up on your ridiculous attempt to understand me?" The great fox frowned as the blonde simply grinned back. It unnerved the Biju to see someone so calm stand, or sit, before him. The last person to do so was long dead, and the powerful being had to remind itself of that fact as it gazed down at the smiling blonde. "Oh no, I never give up on anything, but I think you'll talk to me when you're ready," he continued, ignoring the indignant grunt of denial that followed. "It would be interesting to learn more about the original wielder of my eyes. How else am I supposed to honor his memory?" He blinked as he noticed the great beast was strangely quiet, with not even a dismissive growl thrown his way. "If that is your wish, then you should simply give up now. The sage of the 6 paths was a god amongst you Rinnegan. You will never be able to attain even a sliver of the power that man wielded in a single hand." Naruto actually gawked for a moment. That had been the most passionate thing he had heard from the Kyubai that had not been out of anger. The fox seemed to realize this as well and quickly resets its features into the usual scowl. "It sounds like you admire him," the Kyubai said, its slitted pupils narrowing slightly. But there was no denying grunt or snort. "He had my respect," Naruto said again, surprised by this conversation. "So there is a side of you that isn't just rage and anger." The Kyubai growled deeply, glistening white teeth bared. Naruto filed the sage away as a touchy subject for the fox before standing up, dusting himself off despite the floor being immaculately clean. "Well, I better be going now. Don't think this is over." The Kyubai's response was to get back up and slink off into the darkness. "Whatever you say, Rinnegan." With a satisfied nod, Naruto took another look around the room before disappearing. After that, Naruto gradually managed to wheedle information out of the rather petulant fox. No matter how indignant the Kyubai appeared, it was fairly easy for Naruto to rile it up enough to get it to let slip some information. It was all about pushing the buttons necessary to irritate it, something the blonde was exceedingly skilled at. According to the Kyubai, the sage was a very different person from Naruto. He was incredibly calm and level-headed, always having a plan for pretty much any situation, and when he didn't, he easily made up for it in pure unadulterated power. However, the great fox admitted the two had their similarities, their attitudes towards never giving up for one. Naruto sighed as he began the long trudge up yet another dune. All he had on this monotonous trek through the shifting, scorching sands were his thoughts and memories. A light jangling from his shakuju suddenly broke his concentration, a soft smile gracing his lips as he looked at it. To his eyes it glowed with its own inner light, a pale blue that always managed to calm his swirling thoughts. "I'm going to miss you, man," Naruto said sadly to his friend as the two hugged each other. "I'll miss you too." The blonde chuckled as they pulled away, his hand still on the former shoulder. "Jinchurikis, but you know me, I'll be back. It's only a few years." Suddenly, the two felt hands on their shoulders, and when they looked around, they saw Kairaku smiling fondly at them. Indeed, it is always a joyous occasion when a monk chooses to go on a journey to find themselves, but it is also filled with much melancholy. Nonetheless, it is a necessary part of becoming a monk that we must all go through at some point. When Naruto returns, he will not only be stronger, but wiser. The blonde smiled appreciatively at his senpai, knowing that when he returned from this trip, he wouldn't have to call him that any longer, while Sora gave a small, but playful snort. PFFT, Naruto, become wiser, you would have an easier time getting that spoon away from Chigasu. He turned back around, pulling something from his robe pocket. But seriously, you better become stronger, man. I wouldn't want you to come back and be too easily defeated by me, he said as he opened his hand, revealing a small bead shaped like a comma with a hole in the rounder part. "Wow, thanks Sora," he said, quickly clipping the small earring to his ear, the small white bead catching the sun for a moment. "I appreciate it." He really did. It was a thoughtful gift meant to bring good luck on travels. There's something else, young Naruto-kun," the blonde said, turning to see Chukaku standing behind Kairaku, not sure when the old head monk had arrived. The two frequently walk hand in hand. Along that line, I'd like to give you something that I hope provides you with even the slightest protection. Suddenly, the man produced a long wooden case from seemingly thin air, holding it out to the blonde before opening it. "What is a shakuju?" Naruto was perplexed because it was unusual for a monk in training to be given his own staff. It was usually given to them after their self-pilgrimage. "Do you not recognize it?" Looking closer, the blonde gasped in surprise as he did, in fact, recognize the old wooden staff. With a slightly shaking hand, he reached out and took the shakuju in his hand, not noticing as the monks looked on in interest. As he gripped the sturdy staff, he immediately felt a pull on his chakra as it began to slowly drain into the weapon. "Tool. Who works for the sage? You're giving it to me." Chukaku nodded with a calm smile after observing that the staff had no negative effect on the boy. "Of course, it's part of your legacy. Treat it well," the young Jinchuriki said, stepping forward and wrapping his small arms around the old monk in a warm hug. "Thank you, Mas, thank you, Jiji, for everything you've done for me." Chukaku gently rubbed the boy's hair, his eyes open for the first time because he didn't want to miss a single second of the departure of a boy he had come to regard as a surrogate grandson. "You are most welcome, Naruto-kun." Again, Naruto schooled his face into his usual serene mask as he climbed over the peak of what seemed like his 1000th dune. He was truly sad leaving the temple behind him, but he knew that was not the last he would see of it. However, that wasn't to say he wasn't excited. It was as though he was finally starting a new chapter in his life. There, far off on the horizon, as if to cement that idea, was a small Sunagakure no Sato was approaching. The great sandstone walls of Sunagakure no Sato rose up high above the young monk, in stark contrast to the surrounding desert. He was relieved to finally arrive at the village, though calling it that would be a stretch given the sheer size of the ninja capital. He remembered Kairaku testing his and Sora's nature affinities. Sora's came up as wind, which was surprising given the rarity of wind users outside of Kei's no Kuni. Of course, that paled in comparison to the surprise that Naruto was gifted with all 5 nature affinities, in what appeared to be equal measures, a feat considered biologically impossible by all chakra experts in the known world. Naruto, being the easiest to control, began training his fire affinity first, taking to it surprisingly quickly. Not to be outdone, Sora began his own elemental training, though Naruto didn't get to see the fruits of that effort as they had both only begun a month before Naruto left. However, the blonde managed to surprise Kairaku when he politely declined being taught any fire jutsu. Honestly, it reminded Naruto too much of what his life might have been like in Konoha, which brought him back to memories of the day he lost everything he cared about, which was just too painful for the blonde. His Rinnegan abilities were different, they were just as much a part of him as the actual eyes were themselves, and he felt obligated to learn and understand them better. The exercise involved starting a small fire in the middle of a leaf and controlling the flames so they didn't burn outwards, with the added incentive that if you couldn't do it, you burned your fingers. Sora felt less obligated to do it the slow way, so he used the useful jutsu in abundance to complete his own wind manipulation training, splitting a leaf. Standing there now, with the sun bearing down on him and the massive walls blocking a lot of the wind, fire-natured chakra wasn't all that helpful. He gave a small smile to the shinobi standing at the gate, who simply passed his rather bored gaze over the monk. Once he had deemed him simply a monk posing no immediate threat to Suna's safety, he handed Naruto a few forms to fill out. He was quickly ushered through with a group of merchants, a few of whom were obviously not locals as they looked about ready to pass out from the heat, and he felt especially sorry for a particularly large man wearing a lot of jewelry and finery that looked positively sweltering. But those thoughts vanished once he was in the village as he gazed at the incredible sight. The forests surrounding the shinobi stronghold were lush and vibrant, as well as beautiful when they caught the light during a sunset. But its beauty was incomparable to Suna's purely because the two places were so vastly different. Where Konoha had tall modern buildings nestled amongst more traditional estates, giving it a very multicultural appeal, Suna was slightly different. All of the buildings were made of the same material, a multi-purpose sandstone that looked as solid as any good concrete or stone. But the uniformity ended there. Each building looked as unique as it could, most of which were cylindrical or even spherical. Great walkways rose from the ground to straddle the sky, providing even more ways for civilians to get around the village. People bustled through the streets, vendors peddled their wares to passers-by, and shinobi were going about their business or relaxing in various cafes and restaurants, obviously between missions or training. It brought a smile to the young monk's face that even hundreds of miles away these people were still recognizable as just that, people. Of course, humans were rude, as evidenced by an impatient merchant jostling Naruto as he hurried by, forcing the young monk to steady himself with the shakuju. Ignoring the man, Naruto wandered the village for a while, taking in the sights of the vibrant and friendly people. He wasn't used to the slight inclinations of the head and the occasional wave that were tossed his way as people passed him by. He became hungry after a while, so he stopped in what appeared to be a small park. There were swings and slides and other equipment associated with children, but strangely there seemed to be nobody around. He took out a sealing scroll from one of his pockets, unsealing the box inside. Absently, he noted he was running out of the rations Kairaku had given him at the start of his journey. He briefly considered what he was supposed to do for money now that he was outside of the temple. In Konoha, he had received a weekly stipend from the Hokage after leaving the orphanage. It wasn't much, and he was frequently overcharged or refused service in most places, but it was enough to get by. He guessed he would have to do jobs for people to earn food or money once his ran out. He realized with a slightly raised brow that this must be Suna's Shinobi Academy when he noticed a few shuriken and kunai holsters on the young students, probably blunted, and he watched with amusement as the kids began to play in the park during what was obviously a recess from their studies, but sighed as he realized he too would be doing this had he stayed in Konoha. He didn't miss the casual glances he was getting from the nearby Chunin instructor, but they quickly stopped when Naruto made no move to do anything. Eventually he got up, broken from his melancholy as the children were ushered back inside by a loud bell that clearly marked the end of their break. He walked past the front of the academy, intent on finding somewhere he could get some food or work. He walked calmly towards the voices, quieting the jingle of his shakuju with a thin application of chakra through the staff, surprised to find 3 boys who were probably last-year academy students all surrounding a younger girl who seemed to be from the year he had just seen playing outside. None of them seemed to notice him and he didn't bother hiding himself, just leaning on the alley wall and listening in with interest. "Please, I have to get back to class or sensei will be angry with me," said the girl, who had brown hair that hung straight around her head down to her shoulders and bowed her head submissively to the 3 older boys. "What's the point, you say? It's not like you could ever be a shinobi." Naruto raised an eyebrow. The boy had a contemptuous sneer that the blonde recognized from her childhood. "Yeah, what kind of ninja is afraid of weapons?" As if to emphasize his point, one of the others pulled a kunai from his pouch, but this one gleamed in the weak light, the edges very sharp and deadly, and the effect on the girl was instantaneous. She tried to back away from the boy with the kunai but was blocked by the other 2. Naruto was simply appalled. Was this how shinobi of the same village treated their own? "Perhaps we should correct your little fear of weapons with a demonstration, eh? Let us show you just how effective they can be." Suddenly the girl was grabbed from behind in a strong hold, one arm thrust out in front of her as the boy walked closer, kunai glinting ominously. However, before the sharp edge could be applied to her skin, the small weapon suddenly flew from his hands as if drawn by some invisible force. When the 3 turned in the direction it had flown, they saw Naruto standing there, the kunai in his hand as he observed it idly. Did you know the kunai was once used as a gardening tool? They were used in both royal gardens and monks' temples, and were a fantastic multi-purpose tool for levering and digging. It was the ninja who turned it into a weapon. It was simple to make and sharpen. Suddenly, a simple gardening tool had been transformed into a lethal weapon. Naruto looked up as he began to bend the kunai in his hands, using chakra to increase his strength. What the hell are you? The tallest of the three boys stepped forward to face the newcomer, obviously the trio's leader or the resident hothead, and Naruto simply chuckled as he let the kunai fall to the sandy ground, the weapon bent out of any kind of useful shape. Me, I'm just a simple traveling monk, the boy sneered, forgetting the earlier impossible feat as he dismissed the boy smaller than him. You're just a runt, go away. We are 5th year academy students, almost genin. Naruto sighed exaggeratedly, taking advantage of the opportunity to rest his staff against the alleyway wall. I weep for your village the day people like you are legally allowed to become shinobi. The boy growled angrily, enraged that some brat kid would speak to him like that, and drew out a second kunai as Naruto dropped back into a taijutsu stance none of them recognized. The almost genin laughed at the blonde. Are you going to try to fight me? You're just a monk, I don't even recognize that stupid stance. Naruto let a small smile slip across his lips, slightly unsettling the boys who were still holding the girl. This is the Mizu no Mai starting stance. I'm not surprised you don't recognize it, I'm still developing it after all. As he spoke, his head lowered and he brought his arms up, one in front of his body and one behind, so that his entire body appeared to be slightly tilted forwards, both palms facing upwards, and his legs were also spaced out in front and behind, almost like he was bowing. Naruto waited until the last second, his eyes still closed, before suddenly moving out of the way. His entire body span, so close to the other boy they could have held a piece of paper between them. As he did, one hand grabbed a hold of the wrist holding the kunai before sliding under the boy, still in one clean sweeping motion. What kind of pitiful move was that? It wasn't even painful. If that's all you intend to do, then suddenly, the boy began swaying in his feet, exhausted, as if he had been fighting for hours rather than seconds. Hey, what did you? He didn't have a chance to finish before his eyes rolled back and he dropped boneless to the ground. And his two friends abruptly released the girl as they backed away from Naruto, not wanting to mess with someone who could take out their leader in a single move. He'll be fine in about an hour, he's just tired. Even so, you should take him now and leave, I don't want to fight you. Without waiting for him to finish, the two boys dashed forward, grabbed their friend, and dashed away, leaving Naruto alone in the alley with the girl. Thank you, Monk-san, Naruto said simply, his almost closed eyes widening as he waved his hand dismissively. No worries, The girl took the hint as she moved closer, her head finally rising for the first time to reveal a rather cute face and shining black eyes, both of which seemed to be common in Suna. Matsuri, Naruto said again as he reached for his shakuju, a little unnerved by the girl's expression of adoration. Well then, no problem Matsuri, I'm happy to help out. He turned to go but thought better of it as he turned back to face the smaller girl. Just remember, a weapon does not make a shinobi. Find your own path in life, and never let others tell you that what you're doing is wrong. With that last piece of advice, the blonde turned to leave, only to feel a small hand grab his own. Wait, I don't know your name, the blonde said, her smile reaching his eyes. It's Naruto, he said, finding the admiring stare slightly disconcerting because it was so foreign to him. How can I express my gratitude? Naruto placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, unintentionally reading her chakra, and was pleasantly surprised to discover she had good reserves for a 10-year-old, despite being only a year younger than him. You don't, as I said, I was happy to help, he said as he walked away, the jingling of his shakuju echoing in the alley. Naruto spent the next few days in Suna seeing the sights and doing odd jobs to earn some money. At night, he would sleep in a small out-of-the-way temple near the edge of the village, the kindly master reminding him a lot of Chukaku. Right now he was standing outside a very large and very ornate building, one of the few that weren't cylindrical or spherical. This was the purpose of his pilgrimage. Each monk chooses something they want to discover or learn about and devotes themselves to it until they are satisfied. Some chose to ponder the mysteries of life and existence, while others took more philosophical routes delving into human nature. Naruto had chosen to try and understand the nature of chakra itself, hoping to one day surpass him. That was why he needed to travel, to gain perspective. Information tended to be heavily biased towards those who wrote it. That was why he needed to gain a broader understanding of the world, to see the bigger picture from as many angles as possible. He couldn't think of a better place to start than a library, especially one in a ninja village where chakra is part of daily life. He was not a Suna resident nor a shinobi in their ranks, so the information was off limits to him. Of course, if he tried to henge and was caught, he could be severely punished under suspicion of being a spy. He sighed as he sat outside on the steps leading up to the library, watching as a chameleon slowly made its way up the wall, stopping occasionally to blend in. As he stood up, a thought struck him, and he quickly made his way back through the streets towards the academy. "Hey Matsuri," the young brown-haired girl exclaimed as a voice appeared out of nowhere, and she sighed as she turned around, a smile spreading across her face as she realized who it was. "Naruto-san." The blonde simply chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head, his eyes still closed. "It's just Naruto. How are things going for you?" The girl beamed, looking nothing like the shy and timid girl she had been before. "Great. Those bullies abandoned me and have not bothered me since. I think they think you'll come back to finish them if they do," Naruto replied with a grin of his own. "That's good," the girl said, her confidence dwindling as she nervously placed her hands behind her back and looked down at her feet. Naruto-san, I want to do what you told me, find my own way to do things without weapons." She clenched her eyes shut for a moment before shooting them open as she brought her hands around to clasp in front of her almost pleadingly. Naruto's smile softened as he gently patted Matsuri's shoulder, the girl knowing exactly what that meant. "Sorry Matsuri, that style relies on a special ability of mine that other people can't do. Otherwise it is mostly about dodging attacks while redirecting the force of blows in a harmless way. Plus, I haven't even finished it yet, it's part of a larger taijutsu style I'm developing." While Matsuri looked sad, she also had a slightly odd gleam in her eyes. Developing a taijutsu style was supposed to be one of the most difficult things a shinobi could do, and a boy who looked only a year older than her and wasn't even a ninja was doing just that. "Oh, okay then." She looked down, and Naruto couldn't bear seeing her dejected expression. It was heartbreaking. "But wait a minute, that's not all I could teach you." Naruto nervously rubbed his head, wondering how Matsuri had managed to flip the conversation around. He was supposed to be the one asking a favor of her. "Yeah, I knew." He thought for a moment about what he could teach her before a sly grin spread across his face. "How about I teach you this?" He quickly walked to a nearby wall before placing one foot on it and simply climbing. "Wow, that's incredible." The blonde just grinned as he jumped back down before frowning as Matsuri's emotions flipped back to saddened. "But you've already done so much for me. How can I pay you back now?" Finally, Naruto cracked a genuine smile as he wrapped one arm around the smaller girl's shoulders. "Well, now that you bring it up." Naruto was meditating in a park, enjoying the feel of a new space to relax in. He couldn't quite describe it, but the area felt different to his home at the Fire Temple. Not in the traditional sense that it was hotter or just looked different, it actually physically felt different. He remembered the analogy he had given the head monk about the green chakra he could see in the stones and plants. He was disturbed from his thoughts as he saw Matsuri enter the park. That was another thing. When he meditated like that, focusing solely on tea. "Naruto-san." He shocked Matsuri once more when he suddenly dropped down next to her from the branch he had been meditating on, upside down. But she didn't yelp out loud like the last time. "Matsuri, I already told you to just call me Naruto." The girl waved him off, which amused Naruto. It appeared she had regained some confidence, which he only suspected was good for her. "Look, I've got scrolls for you." She quickly produced a set of scrolls for him, 6 in total, from a satchel hanging from her shoulder. "My brother was really surprised when I asked him to get them for me." Matsuri seemed to almost sparkle with happiness as Naruto gave her a warm smile. "Thank you very much Matsuri. This means a lot to me and I couldn't have done it without you." It wasn't entirely true, but the blonde didn't think it would be a bad idea to stoke the girl's self-confidence just a little. He made a hand sign and suddenly a perfect replica of himself appeared, taking the scrolls from the girl. Matsuri just gawked at the very much solid clone the monk had made. "Wow, can you teach me that?" Naruto chuckled as he started going through some hand seals. "Not really, it requires a lot of chakra otherwise it's dangerous," Matsuri retorted as Naruto finished his jutsu, placing his hand over the scrolls as another, identical set poofed into existence. Matsuri wasn't surprised anymore after seeing what Naruto could already do. Making clones of the scrolls didn't seem like a stretch. "Please, my sensei claims I have the most chakra for my age in our year." For the first time in his young life, Naruto was subjected to the dreaded female secret technique, puppy dog eyes no jutsu, which was too much for a young boy with little experience with the opposite sex due to his zero interaction with his peers followed by 4 years in a temple. If you really promise to be careful with it and not use more than one at a time until you're sure you're ready, then I guess." He was abruptly tackled to the ground by an overjoyed Matsuri, her arms wrapped around him in her attempt at a crushing hug, which Naruto found strangely nice. He had been hugged before, but never by a girl. It was certainly different. Many thanks. Everyone will be jealous when I show them what I'm capable of." Naruto chuckled slightly as the girl finally got off of him, blushing slightly when she realized what she had been doing. Humility is the sign of a truly great person." Matsuri's blush deepened as she shyly looked away. Plus, I would really appreciate if you tried to keep it as secret as possible. The technique is not supposed to be known by Suna Shinobi. If you go around showing people, they will get suspicious of where you learnt it. I don't think they'll believe a wandering monk was kind enough to teach it to you, Matsuri said. So Naruto stood up and drew her with him, surprising her with his strength. But, in any case, how about I show you the first one? For the shadow clone technique, you'll need as much chakra control as you can muster. Naruto spent nearly a month teaching Matsuri. He had to be very careful when teaching her the shadow clone jutsu. It turned out that even after learning the surface clinging technique, she had difficulties, so he went on to teach her how to walk on water. After that, he was very grateful for his ability to pass on his chakra to other people, as Matsuri could barely make 2 clones in a row before nearly passing out from chakra exhaustion. They didn't get a lot of practice time because of her going to the academy and her responsibilities at the orphanage, something the two shared in common. It was enlightening for Naruto to finally gain a friend around his age besides Sora, and talking with a girl proved to be very new to him. With Sora, he shared a very competitive rivalry. Even the smallest thing could set the two off. He was sitting in one of the many training grounds outside of Suna village, but still within the mighty walls. He had to be there because it was one of the few grounds with trees that could grow leaves in the desert's harsh climate. The scrolls Matsuri had brought him proved to be very interesting, especially the ones about wind chakra. Right now, he was practicing the leaf cutting exercise. He could already do it, but he was working on cleaning up his cut into a perfect line. It wasn't like he could move on to the next stage anyway. There were no waterfalls within the village. Suna Shinobi wanting to master wind chakra were taken to a special oasis somewhere that was a secret. He had also looked for any hint of this other chakra he kept feeling. Even sitting in a sandy, almost lifeless field like this one, he could see the faintest hints of that green chakra. Unfortunately, nothing like that was mentioned in any of the scrolls Matsuri had brought him. He had found references to the life force of the world, but that didn't sound quite right. He was sure what he saw was a type of chakra and life force was supposed to be very different. He was startled out of his thoughts and his training when he noticed a set of eyes on him. Looking up, he saw a young girl, perhaps 2 or 3 years older than him, with sandy blonde hair that matched the color of the dusty ground beneath them and was pulled into 4 spiky ponytails, not dissimilar to his. She wore a long white shirt that almost looked like a dress on her, loosely tied around her waist by a light blue sash. "Hey, who are you and why are you on my practice field?" Naruto locked his gaze on the older girl for a moment, though she couldn't tell because his eyes were so narrowed. He rose slowly from his meditative state, made a small bow to the girl, and turned to leave. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize this area was taken. I'll leave you." He continued to walk away, the only sound in the relatively small space being the jingling of his shakuju. The girl just looked perplexed at the strange blonde's very polite apology and watched as the monk walked towards the training ground's exit. Her eyes widened when she noticed the many split leaves all over the ground, as well as a few burnt ones. "Wait." Naruto was taken aback when he felt a hand wrap around his arm and pull him back. She smiled at him as she held one of the many split leaves in front of him, a small recognizable sparkle in her eyes. "You're practicing wind manipulation?" Naruto asked, his usual smile still on his face. He crouched to the ground, picking up a leaf and holding it out to the girl. To her surprise, it spit straight down the middle, the cut still slightly jagged, which irritated Naruto slightly. "Oh wow, that was really good. Baki-sensei told me about it, but he won't let me try it yet." She blushed as she looked down at her feet, noticing the newly split leaf float to the ground as Naruto released it. "Sometimes, though, I sneak out here to try it, but all I ever get is a tiny cut," Naruto observed as a mildly suspicious look alighted on her rather pretty features. "Who are you anyway? I don't recognize you from the academy. I would have remembered your hair." Naruto chuckled as he leaned against a tree, his staff to the side for the time being. "I'm not from Suna, I'm just traveling, trying to learn everything I can about chakra." The other blonde blinked. Elemental manipulation, as far as she knew, was only used by shinobi. "So you're like a monk?" Naruto smiled warmly again, motioning to the staff, making her slightly embarrassed. "I am a monk. This is part of my pilgrimage," the Suna genin said, looking perplexed. She had only been with Naruto for a few minutes and already had more questions than answers. "But don't monks just pray or meditate and stuff?" Naruto slid down the tree to a cross-legged sitting position, not looking like he was going anywhere anytime soon. The girl joined him, seeing no reason not to, attempting to imitate his sitting position but only managing a loose facsimile. "I think you're confusing us with priests. We don't pray." Naruto shook his head, thinking better of it. At least many of us don't. After all, everybody is entitled to their belief. Being a monk is more of a way of life than a faith. We simply take up the values of clean living, kindness, and peace. Don't you think you're a little young? You appear even younger than I am. Naruto just gave her an easy grin, which caught her off guard. She had expected her comment to rile him up slightly. Not that she had wanted to. Most people got annoyed when they were underestimated. As I previously stated, it's a way of life. There is no age limit, only that you understand what you are committing to. I myself am 11. The girl settled on, despite her skepticism. That was the age of a fourth-year academy student. My name is Naruto, by the way. The girl was pushed from her thoughts by a hand held out in front of her. After a moment of hesitation, she took it, shaking it once. Temari, Naruto said simply as Temari shifted into a more comfortable sitting position. It's not for everyone. Temari chuckled as she drew her legs beneath her, resting on one hand. The dusty ground seemingly unimportant to her. Temari enthusiastically nodded as she idly played with a leaf in her hands, concentrating for a moment as a tiny cut appeared where her fingers were holding it. Yeah, my father got me a battle fan when I graduated the academy, so I want to train with it and make him proud. My dream is to be like Pakura-sama, to be a strong kunoichi like her and make a name for myself. Naruto smiled, making a certain masked shinobi in Konoha sneeze. That is a good goal, I wish you luck. He stood up to leave, but Temari grabbed his arm, preventing him from leaving, causing him to arch an eyebrow. The other blonde looked down for a moment, seemingly conflicted about what she was about to say. Would you mind assisting me? Naruto blinked before suddenly laughing, causing the older blonde's face to become irritated. What's the big deal? Is it because I'm a kunoichi that you won't help me? Don't you realize how difficult it was to ask for help from someone 2 years your junior? Naruto paused, wiping away an imaginary tear as he straightened up, his hand apologetically waving. Sorry, it wasn't that. But I'm just amazed you're the second person who has asked me that since I arrived here. Of course, I'd be delighted to assist in any way I can. Oh, and the first person to seek my assistance was also a kunoichi, so don't use your gender to justify your rage. It's unsuitable. He knelt, picked up a leaf, and handed it to the girl before gently placing his hand around hers, causing the older girl to blush. What exactly are you doing? Naruto gave her a deceptive smile that made her relax slightly without her realizing it. I'd like you to try splitting the leaf. I'm going to see what you're doing. I can read your chakra through contact. Temari seemed unsure. She had heard of sensor ninja before but never ones that required contact. It seemed impractical. Still, she began to channel chakra into the leaf, doing her best to change it into wind nature based on what she had learned from a few older Genin and Chunin. Alright, I think I see your problem. Temari looked up before her face flushed as she noticed Naruto was still holding her hand, which the younger boy barely noticed as he was more focused on what he had felt and was looking off to the side. You should do it as soon as it is released, not too long before or after. Try it again, and keep that in mind. Trying hard not to blush, Temari accepted another leaf before repeating the technique. Temari was far more ecstatic as she saw the leaf split 3/4 of the way through. It was a rather rough, jagged cut, but it was a marked improvement. Naruto was pleasantly surprised as he felt her chakra begin to shift into a specific nature just before she released it into the leaf. Wow, that was incredible. With just one hint, I improved so much. She gave the younger blonde a gleaming grin, and suddenly Naruto found a tad more color in his cheeks. He had thought of Matsuri as cute before, but Temari was most certainly very pretty, and he was broken from his slight daze as he saw a hand waving in front of his face, and a confused Temari staring at his blank expression. Ooh yeah, that was really good, but you are letting your chakra build up before you release it. That can be quite dangerous when you are shifting the element. When you convert chakra to another element, it becomes more difficult to control because it is no longer entirely yours. You have opened it up to the element itself. You need to release it as a continuous flow, but this will come with practice. Temari smiled and nodded, almost ready to accept the blonde's words as gospel, but a frown appeared on her brow. How dangerous do you mean? Naruto considered how to describe it for a moment before looking up. Does performing a jutsu make you immune to its effects? Temari quickly shook her head in the negative. Her sensei had stressed that many more tactically minded shinobi would exploit their opponent's weaknesses. Well then, it's no different than the chakra that makes up the technique. While not impossible, controlling an unpredictable element like lightning or wind inside one's body is extremely difficult. Temari just nodded at the logic. She found Naruto to be a very good teacher. He found simple ways to explain things. Now, if you want to improve the smoothness of the cut, he picked up another leaf and split it quickly, holding it up to compare with Temari's. Imagine two of the finest swords scraping against each other, sharp and fine. Temari nodded again before grabbing a few leaves and retreating further into the training ground, while Naruto returned to his meditative position before retrieving one of the scrolls Matsuri had given him. A few hours passed as Naruto calmly continued to read his scroll about chakra. There wasn't much he didn't already know, but it was still interesting. During that time he heard many cries of success as well as irritated shouts of frustration. In either case they brought small smiles to his lips. He was sure Sora and Temari would have much to talk about, both being avid wind enthusiasts. He looked up to see Temari, a victorious and self-satisfied smile on her face as she held a leaf in front of her. She put it between both of her palms before gaining a look of intense concentration. After a few moments she looked up and opened her palms. Between them, cut down the middle with a very wonky and jagged line, was the leaf. "I finished it." Naruto returned Temari's beaming grin with a smaller, more reserved one of his own. "That's fantastic. You improved really quickly," Temari said as she sat down next to the seated monk, snorting. "Yeah, but I couldn't have gotten nearly this far without your assistance," Naruto admitted, grinning. "All you have to do now is work on straightening your cut and doing it without having to concentrate so much, and you'll be ready to move on to the next stage. I'm sure your sensei will be surprised," Temari said, before looking across at the blonde with interest. "Is there a next step?" The younger blonde gave a small nod and began to draw a waterfall with the end of his shakuju. "Yes, you have to split a waterfall with your chakra," Temari gulped as she saw Naruto draw a small stickman in the sand beneath the waterfall. This first stage was about control and precision. The next stage is about power and maintaining a steady, constant stream of wind chakra. Temari seemed daunted by such an imposing task, while Naruto appeared unconcerned. "Oh, I've got to get home." She leapt to her feet and raced towards the training grounds entrance, but she abruptly turned and waved. "Will I see you again?" Naruto shrugged, a lopsided smile on his face. "Hey, anything can happen," Temari said as he turned and ran back home, leaving an amused blonde to wonder how he got into these situations. It turned out Naruto did see Temari again. More than a few times because it was her training ground and Naruto didn't bother to move. But after the first day there wasn't really much he could actively help her with besides a few pointers. They both gradually improved, Naruto slightly faster due to starting earlier, his better chakra control, and understanding the nature of wind chakra better thanks to his reading. He had recommended Temari read as well, but she was morbid. Temari brought her battle fan along about a week into their strange meetings. Naruto had no idea what to expect when the older blonde mentioned her battle fan. But he hadn't been expecting an enormous steel bar that was as tall as the girl herself. However, the girl had quite a bit of difficulty moving the enormous wind weapon. Suddenly Naruto had something new to teach her. Temari gradually mastered the art of reinforcing her muscles with chakra as well as timing bursts of energy to increase the power behind her swings, and she was able to swing the large fan around as if it were made of paper like its more traditional counterparts. Thankfully, she heeded the blonde's advice and didn't mention the monk. It didn't change his opinion of the girl, as Temari had expected, because he believed that everyone was their own person, regardless of who their parents were. The older blonde was pleased by that, because normally people avoided her because she was the honored daughter of Yondaime-sama. Of course, there was another obvious reason why people avoided her, but it had nothing to do with her father. Naruto didn't neglect his time with Matsuri, but between her time at the academy and Temari's missions, he didn't see either as much as they both probably wanted. So far, the two had yet to meet thanks to some strategic planning on the blonde's part. He wasn't sure how the shinobi of the village or the Kazekage himself would react to him giving pointers or, in some cases, jutsu to the girls, especially since one was his daughter. One day, he was finishing up a scroll that captivated him. It described old Suna shinobi using techniques known as free-form wind manipulation, which used to be the highest caliber in that discipline. It involved saturating the area in wind chakra, which the shinobi would then directly control with their chakra. No hand seals were involved. However, due to the difficulty, large reserves required, and years of dedicated training required, it had been discontinued. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the arrival of a newcomer, a boy perhaps a year older than him with spiky brown hair, and an almost perpetual scowl on his features, who made their way over to Temari, who had been dutifully practicing the leaf-cutting exercise but quickly hid the results behind her, not wanting anyone to find out a secret. Naruto heard the two speak in hushed but urgent tones before both raced off suddenly back towards the village. Knowing he wasn't going to get anything done now that he was curious, Naruto got up and followed after them quietly, once again silencing his shakuju. It didn't take Naruto long to lose them in the midst of Suna's winding streets and throngs of people. Continuing to walk in that direction, he soon found himself completely alone on the streets, which was odd because the sun was only just beginning to move past the horizon. More people should have been out. He eventually reached a small park enclosed on all sides by buildings. It was more of a strip of bare land really. Just a sandy space with no buildings. Naruto approached the boy, now able to pick out details. He had dull red hair, closer to brown, framing a set of teal-green eyes and pale white skin. Strange black rings around the boy's eyes that reminded the blonde of his own whisker marks, and the kanji for love was seemingly tattooed on the boy's forehead above his left eye in bright red. He was sitting cross-legged with his hands in his lap, almost lifelessly staring ahead into space, occasionally muttering something Naruto couldn't quite make out in a low gravelly tone. Slowly Naruto settled down into a seated position of his own across from the boy, neither saying anything for a while. After a minute or so Naruto closed his eyes, somewhat enjoying the perfect quiet that permeated the area. "What brings you here?" The other boy's voice finally shattered Naruto's comfortable silence, his grave voice sounding emotionless. This seemed like as good a place as any to meditate. It is rare to find such solitude in a village like this. The other boy looked up, bloodshot eyes, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. "People avoid me because they know better than to approach me. When they do, their blood stains my sand." Naruto looked up, his eyes opening slightly. He wasn't naive. He saw the redhead slowly push his chakra into the sand around them, absorbing it all in a meter radius. There was something familiar about the boy's chakra. The only way to describe it would be a less potent version of his own. "Why?" Gaara blinked once, his face still an emotionless mask. Naruto wasn't sure if this was due to his mindset or the thin layer of chakra covering his body. "Mother demands their blood, and doing so proves my existence." Naruto nodded slowly, as if accepting the statement at face value, which surprised the redhead only slightly. "Do you believe that killing proves your existence? That taking another person's life increases the value of your own?" The redhead growled sharply as the sands around him began to writhe violently, with the exception of a small circle around Naruto, which remained perfectly still. "If mother demands it, I must do as she says or else." The boy suddenly gripped his head right over the tattoo. He was obviously in pain as he began to mumble to himself in hushed, apologetic tones. As quickly as it seemed to stop, the boy looked back up, murder in his eyes as he glared at the blonde. That was the great thing about the Preta path. It wasn't like normal jutsu. The more energized he felt and he could vent excess chakra directly into the ground, which of course had the added benefit of acting as a buffer to the other boy's chakra, making it more difficult for him to affect the sand. This silent staring match as the two boys asserted their dominance without words lasted about another minute. "Mother says you're strong, and she wants to look into your eyes. She yells at me, 'Rip open your eyes.'" Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious as to who this mother was and how she was so well informed. Suddenly, long tendrils of sand lashed out at Naruto, clearly aiming to crush him into the ground. But as soon as they got within a certain distance of him, they fell limply to the ground, disintegrating into the lifeless sand grains they should be before being reflected by some sort of invisible barrier. "You are brave, but you cannot deny mother her longed for blood." The boy continued to launch attack after attack at Naruto, who stood perfectly still, concentrating on keeping his sand out of range. "You know I don't even know what your name is," the other boy said as the sand began to sway more neutrally. "I am Gaara no Sabaku." Naruto chuckled as another useless sand whip fell to the ground around him. "What an appropriate moniker. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Could you please stop attacking me now?" It seemed Gaara saw the futility of his actions. Nothing he did could even faze the blonde. It unnerved the redhead. The only person who did not fear him like this was his father. The only difference was that Naruto's expression was warm while his father's was eternally cold. "Uzumaki, why don't you fear me?" For once, Gaara's voice lacked the bloodthirsty edge, and his words were filled with genuine curiosity. "What justification do I have?" The redhead blinked in surprise. The blonde was correct. None of his attacks had even come close to having any effect on him. "How do you stay so strong?" Naruto sighed, but the smile remained. He knew the boy in front of him was obviously anything but stable, and to let his guard down now would be foolish. He may have been kind and wanted to help the boy, but he was anything but an idiot. Kairaku had seen fit to beat that out of him quickly enough. "That's a tough question to answer. Some may argue that it is due to circumstances beyond my control, or that it is in my blood. I like to think it's because I work hard to improve myself." Gaara shook his head, looking as if he was hungry. No. What motivates you? What gives you such strength?" Naruto blinked before looking down and thought. Gaara took advantage of the opportunity to attack the blonde again. But his attempts were quickly repudiated. "I want to understand." Gaara's attacks all came to a halt as the redhead re-examined Naruto. What exactly do you mean? Naruto raised his head, a kind smile on his face. I want to know and understand the world, people, and chakra. To do so, I need to get stronger. Understanding people is understanding the world, and it is only through understanding that we will achieve peace. I don't want to see people I care about hurt or suffer, so I have to understand in order to work for peace. Gaara looked down, his hair falling over his eyes as he seemed to ponder the words. Prove it to me. His words were nothing but a whisper, barely carried by the breeze over to Naruto. Prove to me that your method of gaining power is superior. I fight because I refuse to be erased from existence. Now show it to me. Fight with me, Uzumaki. Even as Naruto watched, the sand around Gaara began to congregate, drawing together as if by some unseen will. Naruto finally understood. The thin shell around Gaara's body had prevented him from seeing. But now, as the sand began to form into some misshapen creature, he could see it all too clearly. Gaara, like him, was a Jinchuriki. The signs were all there. Flowing through the sand was the same red chakra that Naruto and Sora once possessed. However, it was not as thick or potent as the Kyuubi's chakra, which was not surprising given that it had to be a less powerful Biju inside of him by default. Naruto sighed slowly. Right now he was looking into a mirror of what he might have been. It was also obvious his Biju was affected. I don't intend to fight you, Gaara. The redhead laughed maniacally, drool dripping from his extended mouth as his features began to resemble those of a raccoon. Naruto had done his research since discovering his status as a Jinchuriki, and what he was looking at was the vessel of the Ikabai no Tanuki, the One Tail. It's not your decision. Mother now wishes for your blood. Naruto knew this was a problem. Gaara had started leaking off his Biju's chakra in droves, and he was doing his best to absorb it from the air. But he knew it was only a matter of time before this was investigated, which meant he had to make this quick. Very well, I am sorry then, Naruto said calmly, raising a single hand as Gaara's long sandy tail swayed menacingly, the point sharpened in preparation of impaling the blonde. Naruto opened his eyes fully for quite possibly the first time since arriving in Sunagakure no Sato. But Gaara wasn't paying attention, and one of the rings around his eyes contracted slightly as a rush of intense chakra moved through his body. Shinra Tensei. He didn't even shout the name of the technique, so Gaara was all the more oblivious as he was suddenly struck by an incredible, invisible force. His feet remained firmly stuck to the ground by chakra he had already been channeling, but a great deal of his protective sand layer had been blown off, exposing Gaara's body. Banshu Tenon. Focusing on the small red head as opposed to the massive sand recongregating on his body, Naruto gently pulled his hand back an inch. The effect was immediate as Gaara suddenly flew forward, his eyes wide in shock as his sand cloak was left where it was, twitching slightly in confusion. This confusion meant he could do nothing, nor could his sand react fast enough as he suddenly found himself being held up by Naruto in one hand. The blonde abruptly dropped the terrified redhead, leaving him sprawled out on the ground, his eyes fearfully looking up at Naruto. It only lasted a second before Naruto gently pressed the end of his staff against the Jinchuriki's forehead. Immediately Gaara discovered he couldn't move. His entire body was paralyzed. He couldn't even move his eyes or speak. I am not going to hurt you, Gaara, but at the same time I cannot allow you to hurt me. Don't worry, this paralysis will wear off in about an hour, or I can release it myself if you promise to calm down. Surprisingly, there was no hint of patronization in his voice, and his expression only spoke of genuine concern. Gaara had never felt so vulnerable in his life. Here, this boy could end his life with less effort than scraping dirt from his sandal. And Gaara didn't even have his sand armor. Why? Naruto paused for a moment before rising, the sand swarming to him and congealing back into his ultimate defense. Because we share a common burden, and I know better than anyone that you don't deserve any more suffering. Asuna Shinobi dropped down from a nearby rooftop, looking hesitantly at Gaara and suspiciously at Naruto. Gaara, you will go see your father right away. The redhead looked at the man for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly before widening in surprise. Naruto had placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, the sand falling away harmlessly at his touch. His automatic defense hadn't even quivered at the blonde's approach, and for the first time in his entire life Gaara felt the warmth of human contact. When he was gone, Naruto turned his attention to the older shinobi who had interrupted. A tall man dressed in the standard Tsunejounin garb with the addition of a white linen veil covering half of his face. In turn, the man glared at the monk, trying to ascertain his motives and understand exactly what he had just done. Finally, with a curt nod, the man gestured after Gaara's retreating form. I believe the Kazekage will want to speak with you as well, Naruto said calmly before motioning for the man to lead the way, which he did after a small frown crossed his features. The two moved at a reasonable pace through the still quiet streets of Suna, Naruto's staff jingling with each step. The Jounin accompanying him cast him glances every now and then, checking to see if he was still there or for some other reason the blonde wasn't sure of. Naruto was thinking about what the Kazekage might talk to him about, or what he wanted to say to the Kazekage. So, what took you so long? You know, when my chakra touched Gaara's, I could sense everything his sand was connected to, including you hiding up on the rooftop. The blonde's voice cut through the evening air like a knife, shattering the uneasy silence that had settled there despite his warm tone. The shinobi just looked down at him for a moment before looking ahead, either ignoring the monk or confused by his words. I'm not sure what you mean. Naruto ignored the remark. He had definitely felt the Jounin hiding up on the rooftop since Gaara began to partially transform. I wonder if you were under orders not to interfere. They kept walking at the same steady pace, but Naruto's glances became less frequent. Perhaps you were curious. It is a rather fundamental human desire to know more. He got no reaction from the stoic Jounin as they continued to lazily wind through the streets. Perhaps you were simply afraid, although of what I am not sure. When you lived in a compound full of people all wearing the same thing and most having shaved heads, it was helpful to know so you could identify people. There was also the fact that monks tended to be rather calm and collected people, and for Naruto to annoy someone he had to know what they were feigning. Naruto wasn't sure why they had taken such a slow, civilian pace. He could easily jump across rooftops like shinobi. Using chakra to enhance one's muscles to run faster and jump higher as well as using it to stick to surfaces was pretty basic. It was part of the process of controlling the chakra running through one's body. He put it down to the shinobi underestimating him, not knowing about his skills, or not wanting Naruto to know that he knew about his skills. Either way, the monk was fairly content to just amble on besides the man. They were in a part of Suna Naruto hadn't been around much, so it was nice to take it all in while the streets were quiet like this. My name is Naruto, by the way. The Jounin turned around briefly, staring at the blonde with narrowed eyes for a few seconds before turning back around. Baki. It was more of a grunt than a word, but it was clear the man didn't enjoy Naruto's company. The blonde simply raised a brow, so this was Temari's sensei. Finally, the pair made it to probably the largest building in Suna, the enormous spherical structure bearing the kanji for wind that told Naruto it was the Kazekage Tower, at least if things worked the same here as they did in. With a smile, Naruto quickly followed Baki through the various corridors and stairs of the large structure, somewhere towards the middle. Naruto assumed it was to make protecting the Kazekage easier, more walls between him and potential threats. The idea seemed laughable to Naruto. The cage was supposed to be the strongest in the village, wasn't he? There are no weapons in the Kazekage office. She reached out to take it, but Naruto slightly retracted his hand, making Baki and the other shinobi hidden in the shadows tense. I wouldn't touch her if I were you. She's a little temperamental about who holds her. The assistant looked at him incredulously for a moment before relaxing as Naruto simply set the long staff against a wall. He had given the warning. What happened after that was not his concern. He was quickly patted down to make sure he wasn't carrying any more weapons, which made the blonde roll his eyes, not that anyone could see. You can go in now, Naruto said amicably to the woman before following Baki into the room. Naruto had to admit the room itself was rather nice. The walls were painted a calming violet with various pictures across the walls, mostly scenery shots of Suna and the surrounding desert. The revelation that Temari was the Jinchuriki's sister came as a bit of a surprise. She had never even mentioned a brother. Kazekage-sama, I'm honored you would call for me, the man said, his eyes taking in Naruto's form without missing a single detail, his gaze hovering over the blonde's narrowed eyes for a moment before turning to Baki, who had taken up a rigid position in the corner of the room. You didn't mention the boy was a monk. Baki gulped subtly, but the action was obvious to everyone in the room. Please accept my apologies, Kazekage-sama, the powerful man said, before returning his gaze to the blonde in front of him. What is your connection to my son? Naruto blinked at the directness of the question. Then again, this was hardly a meeting between Kage or daimyo where subtleties were traded like kunai on a battlefield, and Naruto was nothing more than a monk with some interesting abilities in the eyes of the Kazekage. I have no more interest in your son Kazekage-sama than I do in any other person with whom we can exchange polite conversation and even words of wisdom, the man said, his brows raised slightly. The blonde's words were smooth, and the man detected no hint of deception. What prompted you to approach him in the first place? Naruto smiled warmly again, his eyes as narrowed as before. I saw a boy my own age alone in a park, and like any inquisitive person, I wanted to understand why he was alone. The Kazekage was once again pleasantly surprised by the slick answer. The blonde appeared to answer honestly, but his words were vague. Would you have approached the boy if you had known he had killed multiple times? To the man's surprise, Naruto didn't even flinch, seeming no more concerned than if he had told him Gaara's hobby was cultivating cacti. It is unfortunate the events that lead to a man killing. Yet condemning him before you attempt to understand why a man does what he does is just as bad as allowing him to perform the deed itself. The Kazekage again raised a brow as he detected what could have been a jab at his abilities to watch over his son, yet the monk's words hid that well. Anyway, from what I saw, Gaara's sand acts in self-defense or in the presence of what he perceives as a threat, am I right? When the Kazekage did not respond, Naruto took it as a yes. Plus, I don't think you can truly blame him. I'm sure I'd be tightly wound if I had an 8-story tanuki whispering in my ear all day. Everyone in the room tensed, except Naruto, as the ruler of Suna continued to observe him closely, finding the monk increasingly interested. And what exactly do you mean? Naruto chuckled slightly, noticing Baki, on the outskirts of his vision, narrow his eyes at the perceived lack of respect. Please, Kazekage-sama, I may be young, but I am not naive. This is not my first encounter with a Jinchuriki. That wasn't entirely a lie. Sora was technically one. From his attacks and the fact that we are in the desert makes it likely that he contains the Ikabai no Tanuki. Kazekage seemed impressed, for one so young to make such an astute observation, about such a rare subject no less. And does knowing this change your opinion of him? Naruto finally displayed an emotion other than calm serenity when he raised an eyebrow in amusement. As far as I know, drawing a storage seal on one's stomach does not turn them into a kunai, the Kazekage said, leaning forward in his chair, his fingers steepled as he looked at Naruto intently. I suppose you are correct, young monk, Naruto said with a slightly exaggerated nod that made the man in front of him amused rather than angry. If I may, Kazekage, the spiky-haired man said curtly after a few more seconds of intense staring. There was silence in the office for a few moments as the man seemed to consider his response, that, or he enjoyed making people wait to assert his dominance, neither of which would have surprised Naruto based on what he had seen so far. Gaara is a shinobi of this village, and he will remain so until his usefulness as a weapon to protect this village dwindles. I have no reason to tell you anything else, monk. You could be a spy, most likely from Konoha, with that fire emblem on your robes. You are only standing here because of my grace and curiosity. Many have never received the honor, and will never receive it. Naruto just smiled, outwardly unconcerned by the information, inwardly bored by the back and forth. The temple had tempered him, but he was still an 11-year-old, and politics would only interest him as long as it was relevant. I am from the Fire Temple in Hai no Kuni, and I proudly wear this symbol to honor both my home and my master, just as any shinobi proudly wears the symbol for his village on his headband. The Kazekage merely nodded absently with a dismissive flick of his hand, which irritated Naruto because he would have thought a Kage of all people would understand the importance of a symbol. In any case, I want you to keep your distance from my son. If my shinobi sees you approaching him, I will not hesitate to expel you from my village. Have you understood, monk of Hai no Kuni? The blonde cocked his head slightly, his smile widening slightly, unsettling the jounin in the corner at how calm someone so young could be in the presence of a Kage. Of course, Kazekage-sama, the Suna leader said as his gaze returned to the paperwork on his desk. As Naruto approached the door, the man called out in a calm and perfectly level voice, not even looking up from his work. That includes my daughter Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde said, pausing for a fraction of a second, causing the Kazekage to smirk slightly. Outside the office, Naruto and Baki discovered a strange sight. The assistant lay sprawled out on the ground, softly snoring, sweat covering her body. Naruto's Shakuju lay to the side of her, thankfully not touching her, as did a Sunachunin in a similar state. The rest of the people in the room were staring at the simple wooden staff as if it were cursed, while Naruto simply sighed deeply. I told her she was temperamental. Nobody ever just takes my word for it. Without another word, he reached forward and picked up the staff, raising a brow at the collective intake of breath from the others in the room. However, when Naruto didn't even seem concerned by the demon Shakuju, he got a few strange looks before everybody cautiously returned to what they were doing. Naruto had never seen a room clear so quickly before, the people looking terrified of the young Jinchuriki as they hurried from the room, a few even shooting Naruto pitying looks even as they themselves fled from Gaara's sight. Naruto noticed the boy now supported a large gourd on his back, which he could see was laced with incredible amounts of chakra, while Baki watched from the side. Surprisingly, Gaara walked into the building with a slight inclination of his head and slightly narrowed eyes, and both Naruto and Baki raised an eyebrow. But it was the Jounin who let out a small sigh of relief. The wind user would never admit it to anyone, but Gaara scared him, and the only people who weren't scared of the Jinchuriki were his father due to his ability to suppress Shukaku, and Naruto, who simply seemed none. Baki noticed Naruto was staring at him oddly before remembering why he was still here, and motioned with his hand for the blonde to follow him, which Naruto did after giving a small but warm smile. Baki continued to watch him as they left. It was just unnatural. The next few days were rather amusing for the blonde. The Kazekage had seen fit to reward him with an entourage. From the shadows, of course. The blonde had finally been allowed to let his prankster side out a little after suppressing it for far too long. He rather enjoyed the memories he got every night as his shadow clone would dispel. They varied from wandering around the village to hours of meditation. But that wasn't the point. Meanwhile, Naruto would continue to go to his remote training ground to read and occasionally train Matsuri in whatever she asked of him, as long as he believed she wouldn't hurt herself. She remained an attentive and diligent pupil, soaking up information and instructions with enthusiasm and determination, and he honestly believed she was a better shinobi than the fools chasing around a clone all day without a clue. He knew what it was like to be underestimated, and it irritated him to no end, usually because of his height or age. But he also knew when such things were useful, and now was one of those times. Nobody expected him to be able to form fully functioning and solid clones, and if they did suspect, the fact that he could maintain it all day convinced them otherwise. It should have been an impossible feat for a normal 11-year-old. He got that from Matsuri who, of course, Naruto was not your typical 11-year-old. Strangely, he wasn't met in his training ground by Matsuri, or even Temari, though he expected the girl had been warned away from him by her father, and he felt his chakra in the sand beneath him intruded upon long before Gaara even came into view. It made him wonder just how unstable the young Jinchuriki was if people weren't even willing to watch the village weapon. Uzumaki, Naruto said with a small inclination of his head as Gaara sat down opposite him, about 5 meters apart. Despite Naruto's warm smile and Gaara's contemplative silence, the atmosphere was slightly tense. Both boys were wary of the other's power. Gaara. There was another moment of silence as Naruto maintained his meditative pose and Gaara just stared at him. If the blonde hadn't been so well controlled, he might have found it creepy, but he knew Gaara was simply socially awkward through no fault of his own. Why did you inquire about me with the Kazekage? Naruto raised an eyebrow when Gaara refused to refer to the man as his father, but given how the man felt about his son, he shouldn't have been surprised that they didn't have a healthy father-son relationship. Because, as I said, I want to understand you. Gaara narrowed his eyes, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. What did you mean by we share a burden? Naruto simply smiled, but with his staff, he began to draw out the kanji for 9 with his shakuju almost absently. Gaara just observed with his usual emotionless facade, but the blonde did notice his eyes widen for a fraction of a second. So that's why you're so powerful, Naruto said with a small chuckle, his eyes crinkling even more than usual. I'm aware of your ability to sense people's chakras through your sand. Did I use any that wasn't my own? To anyone outside the conversation, the question would appear rather inane, so Gaara simply remained silent while he pondered it. So, what is it? I need to know so I can weigh your existence against mine. Naruto sighed as he rose to his feet, his face losing the slightly phony serene smile as he looked to the ground. As I've already stated, Gaara, I am strong because I cannot afford not to be. There are people I value, and if I fail to protect them, whether by losing my life or failing to find the peace that would bring them safety, I have failed not only myself, but them as well. I carry their hopes on my shoulders alongside my own, and it is a burden I gladly bear, and would never let go. Gaara continued to stare at him, the sand rising up around him to push him into a standing position. So you fight for those you care about, for those you love. The concept seemed alien to the redhead, even as he said it as if he didn't quite understand it. So, Gaara, the Ikibai Jinchuriki looked up to see Naruto staring at him, his staff in one hand and the other hanging loosely by his side. Do you intend to fight me? Naruto could already feel the sand beneath him writhing, whether with or without Gaara's permission. The Biju within him seemed incredibly eager to fight. And no, Gaara said, sounding unsure, as if he doubted his own voice, and Naruto only offered him a small friendly smile as he returned to a seated position. Good. He could now see the intense emotions running through Gaara's mind as his emotionless mask dropped, shattered like his sand armor. It was obvious the boy felt incredibly conflicted, but Naruto couldn't be sure if that was within himself or with his Biju. He would grip his head as if in great pain, but it seemed he was fighting it, refusing the voice that had preyed on his fears and desires from a young age. How do you want to sleep, Gaara? The redhead looked up, surprise and shock visible in his wide, bloodshot eyes. That's right, the voice keeps you awake, isn't it? No, that's not it, you're afraid of falling asleep. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly as he saw another flicker of emotion dance across the boy's face. Finally, the blonde understood as a sympathetic gleam reached his eyes, smiling sadly at his fellow Jinchuriki. Isn't that it, though? You aren't as uncaring as you try to appear. If you were, you'd have no problem going to sleep and relinquishing control to the Ikabai. Naruto stood up and walked towards Gaara slowly, gently crouching down in front of the boy before placing a hand on his shoulder. Gaara saw it coming this time but still flinched at the contact he wasn't used to. Remember, Gaara, if you live only for yourself, you will die alone. He extended a hand to his fellow container, who simply stared at the appendage as if it were offered by an incomprehensible alien life form. Could you find a way to let me sleep? Naruto only smiled as he closed the gap and clasped Gaara's hand in his own. I promise, and I never break my promises, Gaara said, before offering the first weak smile he had given since his uncle's deaths. Thank you, Yuzum. He blinked quickly before tightening his grip on the blonde's hand and staring into his eyes. Thank you, Naruto, the blonde simply smiled. Naruto sat quietly in his usual meditative position, his back against a tall tree in a clearing not far from the edge of the forest he was in. It had been 6 days since his departure from Suna, and in that time he had crossed the deserts back towards Hai no Kuni before camping out in a forest on the border of Kase no Kuni and Kawa no Kuni. So my esteemed jailer returns. I had begun to think you had forgotten me, the giant fox said, to which the only response was a light chuckle and a small jingle that froze the Biju in place. You say it as if I'll ever forget the very large and very angry fox in my stomach, the blonde said, raising an eyebrow at the fox. Speaking of which, did you get big? Ninjin, stop your meaningless speech. What store did you get that staff from? As it spoke, the Kyuubi leaned down, getting as close to the bars as it could without pressing up against them as it could. Naruto looked down at the staff, surprised for a moment that it had followed him into the seal. It had become such an integral part of his day that he shouldn't be too surprised. He almost always had it on hand now. It was a gift from Master Chukaku. Realization dawned across the blonde's features as he suddenly looked up at the Kyuubi with a smirk. But you recognize it because it was the sage's, don't you? He chuckled slightly to himself. At the very least, it confirmed the temple's claims about its origins. The fox simply growled, a deep low sound that caused Naruto's robes to flutter slightly in the breeze it created. How dare you hold that staff so carelessly? Naruto was frightened for the first time. The Kyuubi had always been menacing, but for the first time Naruto really felt the hatred coating his words, aimed directly at him. How dare you lay a hand on anything he touched, Ninjin? Naruto tried to remain calm in the face of this new side of the Kyuubi, offering his usual serene smile, albeit slightly strained. You know it's unhealthy to cling to the past so tenaciously. It's better to cherish memories than cling to them desperately. The fox's great eyes narrowed as its claws began scraping at the bars separating them. Your preaching might work on Shukaku's container, but your meaningless words are nothing but wind in my ears. Naruto looked up, surprised, as the fox returned to its somewhat normal, cold disposition, the staff forgotten for now. I could feel that pitiful Tanuki's presence before you even saw that boy. Naruto held his breath for a moment, the Kyuubi's words making sense at the very least. That's an odd way to address your kin, he replied with a loud and rather vicious snort that caused him to crinkle his nose slightly. The Kyuubi had never been this close before, and up close, his breath was not the most pleasant experience on Naruto's senses. The rest of my kind are beneath my notice, barely worth the attention their meaningless existences bring, Naruto remarked, puzzled as to how anyone could be so callous about family. Perhaps you should be thankful you have family at all, grunted the fox, baring his teeth to express his displeasure. The moment I begin calling those weaklings my family, that is the moment I admit you are worthy of respect. The Kyuubi obviously didn't think that was going to happen. Naruto simply tapped the side of his head with the shakuju, causing the Kyuubi to flinch too subtly to see. You know, you don't look all that powerful yourself behind these bars, you know, the great fox said, his glistening white teeth showing as its lips drew back. I am a far more powerful being than you can ever imagine. I am pure chakra-given consciousness, power incarnate. Naruto simply grinned at the fox, causing it to pause for a moment. So you're really made of chakra. Good to know. And with that, the blonde abruptly faded from the seal, the Kyuubi laying back down, not bothering to walk back into the darkness of the cell this time as a frown took residence on its brow. Naruto opened his eyes as someone walked into the clearing, the ground beneath his feet twitching in a familiar way. It's good to see you made it, Gaara. The redhead was wearing his usual emotionless mask, which Naruto didn't mind because it would take more than a few days to restore Gaara's normalcy. It wasn't all that difficult to leave the village, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. He knew Gaara was powerful, if not in general, then at least for his age. But leaving a shinobi village should never be that simple, especially coming from the boy who walked straight out of Konoha. Sometimes he wondered what those guards were up to that night. The village and its walls are built on and from sand, he explained, so Naruto just shrugged. It hadn't taken much for Gaara to leave the village. He didn't particularly care for anything there. He had no relationships with his family, the people hated and feared him, and his own father had ordered his assassination countless times. It hadn't even taken a second thought for the sand-wielding Jinchuriki. Naruto remembered how Matsuri had looked when he told the girl he was leaving. He had never seen a more heartbroken look before, and she had actually offered to come with him. And honestly, the blonde was touched. He was sure that with enough time and planning, he could have gotten the girl out of Suna, but she was in the academy. And while she was not a shinobi, she would still be labeled as a missing nin due to her knowledge of certain. He never saw Temari again, which was a shame. Even so, he believed he would see her again. Finally, he left his thoughts behind as he looked up at Gaara, his eyes twinkling at the challenge before him. All right, Gaara, let's get this party started. How are you feeling? For a split second, narrow violet eyes looked across the clearing at pupilless teal ones. Gaara lowered his gaze for a brief moment, staring at his hand as he turned it back and forth before returning his gaze to the blonde across from him. It's difficult to put into words. Is it always so quiet for you? Naruto only smiled briefly before wincing and clutching his stomach in pain. I'm sure it only appears that way now, but don't worry, you'll get used to it. He chuckled as the redhead yawned and stretched his arms above his head. I feel like I can finally rest for the first time in my life. Naruto stood up, winced, slightly hunched over, clutching his stomach. He walked over to his new friend as quickly as he could, which was not very fast, and gently patted him on the shoulder. You deserve it. Gaara, on the other hand, was watching as the sand armor that had parted at Naruto's touch reformed almost as soon as the blonde moved away. He blinked, a frown forming on his features, and quickly raised an arm, palm outstretched in front of him. As if in response, the ground trembled, sand rising from the floor in a swaying pillar. He let it fall instead of making a kunai before thrusting it towards his arm. Naruto watched with interest as sand sprang up around the redhead, blocking the kunai before it could touch his skin. Gaara let the kunai fall to the ground, staring at his hands in shock and confusion. Naruto took advantage of the opportunity and walked over to the former Suna genin. I'm not sure what you mean. Should I have lost my ability to traverse the sands without the ikabai? Naruto raised an eyebrow before reassuringly patting the boy on the back. I assumed they were your own skills. You agreed to it knowing you might lose your abilities. Gaara just nodded, still staring incredulously at his hands. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes slightly desperate. Come at me. Naruto simply tilted his head before standing up and reaching for his shakuju, which was resting against a nearby tree. He spun the wooden staff once with one solid swing before attempting to crack it against the boy's arm. Surprisingly, sand rose up once more, blocking the thrust like a steel wall before it could hit. I have no idea what is still keeping me safe. What causes the sand to move? Naruto sat back down, resting his staff against his shoulder so he could place his hand on his stomach once more, with a small unhelpful shrug. I guess you'll have to figure that out for yourself. Gaara nodded absently once more, continuing to test his obviously retained powers with various sand weapons. It had taken nearly all night to safely extract Gaara's biju. Naruto had assumed it would be similar to Sora's procedure, but he had overlooked Shukaku's consciousness. The great tanuki didn't seem to like being separated from its host, so it fought back. Furthermore, because it was a full biju, it took much longer than simply sealing a portion of the Kyubai's leftover chakra. But Naruto was feeling the aftereffects. An intense pain was coursing through his body, as if someone had replaced his blood with acid. It was centered on his stomach, so he assumed it was all the chakra he had absorbed. Despite the fact that his body had grown accustomed to the biju chakra due to the slow leakage from the Kyubai's seal, it was still an entire biju's worth, which was no small amount. Naruto was putting on a brave face for Gaara right now, but his Preta path was working overtime to either integrate the new foreign chakra or push it into the seal. We need to check to see if there is any residual chakra in your system. Once again, he received only an absent nod, as if Gaara's neck was on autopilot. Shrugging, Naruto closed his eyes and placed his hand on Gaara's chest, feeling out the former Jinchuriki's chakra. He frowned as he felt something there. He was certain it wasn't a remnant of Shukaku. It was almost as if someone had laced Gaara's chakra with their own. He could feel it acting independently of his usual chakra system while moving in perfect sync with his body. It must have occurred at a very young age for the two to be so well integrated, and it must have come from someone with a very similar chakra, such as a family member. This sparked an idea in Naruto. Did you know your mother, Gaara? The redhead finally looked up, jerked out of his trance, and realized Naruto had his hand against his skin. She died the day I was born. Complications from the Ikigai being sealed within me, I was told. Naruto smiled at him, which confused the poor redhead. So she gave her life so that you could have yours. I can't think of a more genuine expression of love. Gaara's face darkened, his hair briefly covering his eyes. My uncle told me that my mother despised me from the moment she saw me, referring to me as a feeble and weak child. That was shortly before he attempted to murder me on my father's orders. Naruto knelt beside the former vessel, a warm hand on his shoulder and a warm smile across his features. Perhaps you should refuse to believe them. I believe your mother's spirit lives on in the sand, guarding you. Gaara looked up, his eyes wide with confusion. However, one look at Naruto's kindly and confident gleam and his own meek smile began to spread across his features. You've done so much for me, Naruto, and I'm still not sure why. With a new feeling welling up in his chest, he looked away, staring into the forest that surrounded the duo. However, I've decided that I want to understand. He turned around, his small developing smile still visible across his lips. Thank you very much. Naruto gladly accepted it before wincing slightly and chuckling slightly strainedly. What are you going to do now? I could always use a companion on my travels. I can't promise comfort or security, but I can at least offer companionship. The redhead's smile grew slightly in response to his response. I think I'd like that, but I'll have to pass. Naruto simply nodded, shifting his staff to his other hand before extending the appendage towards the ex-Jinchuriki. Then, Gaara no Sabaku, I wish you luck as you forge your own path in the world. Gaara only looked down at the extended hand for a fraction of a second before firmly grasping it in his own, the sand from the contact falling to the ground at their feet. And the same goes for you, Naruto Uzumaki. In comparison to the desert's scorching heat, a warm sunny day in Kawa no Kuni was incredibly relaxing for the walking monk. As he drove down a long, winding road, the trees around him reminded him of his home at the temple, and he smiled contentedly. The sky above him was blue, with not a cloud in sight. On days like this, all the monks would be outside, either meditating or socializing with friends. So he was perplexed when the skies opened up and a deluge of water began to fall from the sky. He looked up, blinking away the droplets of water that tried to enter his eyes, and the sky was completely clouded over. The blonde shrugged it off as one of those strange occurrences and moved on, pulling the hood of his robes up to keep the worst of it at bay. What he couldn't ignore was when it abruptly stopped. Not lightening or easing up, just stop. When he looked up again, all he saw was clear blue sky and the occasional lazy white cloud, none of which appeared heavy enough to rain. The whole thing took about 5 minutes and threw the poor blonde for a loop. He had never seen such crazy weather before. Again, he almost passed it off as the local weather, but he had a nagging feeling something was wrong. He'd driven through river country on his way to Suna, which had never happened before. He pulled over in a clearing not far from the side of the road and quickly built a fire to dry his clothes. While he waited, he assumed his standard sitting posture before allowing his mind to drift away deep into his own consciousness. That doesn't sound good. When Naruto entered the seal, he was no longer in the Kyuubi's cell room, but rather in the corridors. He did, however, notice a difference. A new pipe adorned the roof, larger than the pipes he assumed represented his chakra but smaller than the pipe reserved for the Kyuubi. The ground beneath his feet was soaked, most likely due to the poor condition of the new pipe, which was cracked and leaking. Naruto could see the Ikibi's chakra, like the Kyuubi's chakra, eat away at the corridor floor. It was leaking out at a slower rate, no doubt due to the decreased potency, but there was definitely more of it leaking out into his system. That couldn't be good, according to the blonde. He quickly concentrated all of his attention on his Preta path. The results were immediate. Some of the cracks sealed themselves and the leaking decreased. However, doing so was difficult, and Naruto was visibly straining to do so. However, his will was absolute, and he lessened the damage to the point where the corridor could begin to recover from the damage. The monk moved through the seal's representative passages as quickly as he could while maintaining his concentration. Once he knew what he was looking for, it was much easier to find the Kyuubi's room, and he was soon staring up at the massive barred gate. The pipes weren't the only thing that had changed. The room had grown larger. Instead of being a square, it was now a pentagon, and 2 of the massive walls had been taken up by equally massive gates. The Kyuubi appeared to be in its usual location deep within the darkness of its own personal cell, while the other, no, I was nearly free. YERRRGGHHH. Naruto stood there watching as an enormous tanuki, similar in size to the Kyuubi but slightly smaller, raged against the bars of its cage. In an attempt to break free, it would slam its tail, arms, and even its head against the unyielding metal bars. All the while, it cursed and screamed hysterically, to the point where even the Kyuubi's eye twitched in irritation. The sudden silence as Naruto entered the room, on the other hand, was equally deafening. Phew. The sand construction slammed both hands against the bars at the same time, its black and yellow eyes fixed on the small figure before it. Father, 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 it's your father. It continued to repeat that in increasingly hysterical tones, banging against the bars at various points. Silence, you useless tanuki. The massive mass of sand came to a halt, frozen in place as if each individual particle of sand had been replaced by ice. It slowly turned its colossal head, red eyes meeting yellow, to stare at the fox. There was a brief moment of tense silence before Shukaku burst out laughing, loud and high-pitched, bouncing on its feet like a gleeful child. Yes, that's it. The mighty nine-tailed fox has been imprisoned in an itty-bitty cage. You're no longer so powerful, fuzzball. Shukaku burst into tears once more as the Kyuubi growled in frustration, unable to do anything because of the bars between them. Naruto stood there, unsure whether to be amused or confused. In the end, he settled on both, however, as he shifted, his shakuju jingled again, and he discovered Shukaku's full attention on him. Father has returned. The colossal tanuki crept up to the cage, pressing its massive head against the bars to get a better look at Naruto. Shukaku predicted your return, but the others didn't believe him. But you've arrived. You're actually here. Naruto looked perplexed as the sand construct pressed its forehead against the bars for a brief moment. It backed away after a moment, looking up at Naruto with expectant eyes. Naruto had seen the same look in the eyes of a dog waiting for food. Shukaku returned to his original position, his forehead pressed against the bars, almost as soon as they made eye contact. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at the Kyuubi, who was staring at the whole thing with disdain. Unsure what to do, Naruto moved cautiously over to Ikebi's cell as the great creature continued to look up with excitement and expectancy. Finally, he was standing right in front of it, peering over the vast sand plain of the Biju's brow. After a brief hesitation, he reached through the bars with one hand and gently rubbed Shukaku's sandy head. I missed you, father. Naruto had never considered what it would sound like to hear a sand tanuki the size of a building sigh happily. He found out in that moment. After a few moments, it appeared that the Ikebi had fallen asleep, and when Naruto moved away, the creature's chest rose and fell steadily, a contented grin on its usually crazed features. The blonde walked into the center of the room, looking at the Kyuubi, who gave him a single red eye. Can you tell me what that was about? The fox only huffed once before resting its head back on its paws and rubbing its paw over its ear. Why does he keep referring to me as his father? The fox didn't respond, even though Naruto could tell he was sleeping, and instead just lay there. You know, I could just ask Shukaku when it wakes up and avoid dealing with you. Finally, the Kyuubi reacted, snorting loudly in what appeared to be amusement but was most likely contempt. You'd have a better chance of getting a straight answer from that insane tanuki ninja if you tried to hollow out the earth. Finally, the creature raised its head slightly, staring at Naruto with unblinking red eyes. And, for the record, Shukaku has somehow convinced himself, pitiful little insane mind and all, that you are the sage. Naruto blinked at the information as he absently shifted his shakuju to his other hand, the action eliciting another twitch from the Kyuubi's ears that escaped his notice. Does it regard the Sage of the Six Paths as his father? Before the Kyuubi lowered its head again, his only response was a single irritated growl. Knowing when his tenant would be unresponsive, Naruto simply sighed and vanished from the seal. Naruto looked down at himself, surprised to discover that his clothes had dried in the time he had spent in the seal. He stood up and extinguished the fire before returning to the path to continue his journey. He came across a small out-of-the-way village with a makeshift wooden wall surrounding it after only 10 minutes of walking. It appeared that barricades and other fortifications had been hurriedly erected, and that the wall had been smashed in many places, with large holes slowly filled in by laboring villagers. Naruto could feel the heavy presence of depression and general hopelessness weighing down on the people as he walked further into the village. People out in the streets huddled beneath blankets, probably wearing everything they owned, were all around him. Children ran through alleyways to the street's edge, their clothes tattered and their limbs skinny from malnourishment. He looked down when he felt a tug on the hem of his robes. Looking down, he saw a young girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, staring up at him with large chocolate eyes. "Do you happen to have any food?" Naruto was in disbelief about what he was seeing, but he managed a small strained smile as he reached into a pouch and retrieved a scroll. He gave the young girl a loaf of bread with a puff of smoke, which she just stared at as if it would disintegrate with a touch. Naruto gently pressed it into her hands and lightly patted her on the shoulder. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she wrapped her little arms as tightly as she could around Naruto's waist. "Many thanks, sir." She dashed off towards a small group of kids her age and began to distribute the bread she had been given. She came to a halt, however, when she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Naruto looking down at their small group. "Please let me." With that, he continued to unseal the food he had gotten from stocking up in Suna, and soon each of the kids had a handful of food in their hands and were all staring up at him with wide eyes. Naruto began his journey through the small rundown village after extricating himself from the enormous group glomp he had found himself in. "That was very thoughtful of you, young man." When he looked for the voice, he saw an old woman sitting against the side of a building, looking up at him. Her hair was graying and unkempt, and her skin was riddled with deep wrinkles, but her eyes still sparkled as brightly as anyone else's. "I'm sure some of those kids haven't eaten in a few days." Naruto approached the woman, his shakuju clicking against the cobblestones. "What exactly is going on in this village? What exactly happened here?" The elderly woman just sighed and looked up, as if it was going to rain money and food any minute. "We used to be a bustling lumber town, with many merchants passing through on their way between Hai no Kuni and Kase no Kuni. However, the Wind Daimyo decided to construct a highway through the country to make his journeys shorter. Our small village had been completely bypassed and was no longer an important stop. Everyone's business suffered, and we soon ran out of money to fund a proper militia or defense. Then, of course, bandits appeared. They swooped down on us like a carrion bird picking at a dying animal, destroying the town, robbing everyone, and even kidnapping many of the younger women from their families." Naruto's hand tightened around his staff as the woman spoke, his knuckles turning white. "When was the last time they came through here?" The woman kneaded her hands restlessly in the blanket that had been thrown over her body. "They took off east today, just a few hours ago, with a few girls from the village." Her voice was dejected and defeated. It was clear to Naruto that she, like the rest of the village, had given up a long time ago. He started to walk away when he felt a hand grab his robes for the second time. The old woman's eyes were sad. "You don't intend to go after them, do you?" Naruto said nothing and simply stared for a moment before turning and walking away. His feet carried him through the village faster than usual. Something about the village's air of utter hopelessness struck a nerve deep within him. Before he knew it, he was walking east at a brisk pace, skirting around trees, unsure of what he was doing. Part of him considered going after the bandits, while another wondered how he would even find them. More importantly, he had no idea what he would do when he finally reached them, assuming he did. Soon after, it began to rain, and Naruto quickly raised his hood, pulling his scarf up and around his mouth to cover his whisker marks. As he continued to walk forward at a steady pace, the wind picked up a little, causing his cloak to flap around his body. Surprisingly, it was the noise that led Naruto to the bandits before his eyes even caught a glimpse of chakra. Even above the increasingly intense rain, the raucous sounds of laughing, fighting, and drunken singing reached his ears. It wasn't long after that he found himself standing on a small ridge overlooking what appeared to be the bandit camp. Fires were lit across the valley below, and tents and makeshift cabins were erected in concentric circles around them. A shaky wall was erected around the entire camp, and an occasional guard patrolled the perimeter. Clearly, they weren't expecting any visitors anytime soon. Naruto would correct them. He continued straight over the ridge, approaching what appeared to be the camp's main entrance. 2 guards were slouching on tree stumps, barely paying attention to what was going on around them until Naruto got close enough to smell the alcohol on their breaths. "Hello there." One of the guards had clearly noticed the monk as he scrambled for his weapon, a dull, rusted-looking sword that had clearly seen better days. "What exactly are you doing here?" Become disoriented. The guard's yells had alerted his companion, who was reaching for his own weapon, a naginata, which was in better condition than the sword due to its shinier metal. Naruto said nothing, simply standing there, his face hidden by the shadows of his hood and his cloak flapping in the breeze. With his staff and dark cloak, he made an intimidating sight, despite his small stature. Kaminari no Mai in Japanese. Naruto dug his shakuju into the soft earth with one sharp move, leaving it to stick out of the ground as he shifted into a loose taijutsu stance. His legs were shoulder-width apart, his arms dangling limply at his sides, and his head was tilted down, wet hair casting a shadow over his eyes. Naruto's head snapped up and his eyes opened, his ringed purple eyes glowing lightly with the chakra running through them. Both arms flipped up, palms cupped lightly, almost as if he was gesticulating towards the guards. Ten and Banshu. Before they knew what was going on, the guards were in the air, speeding towards the still motionless blonde. Before they got to him, his arms dropped, allowing them to come to a halt, still on their feet. It didn't last long. Naruto was between them in an instant, his body already spinning. Instead of punching, his arms appeared to move with his body's momentum, lashing out with pointed index and middle fingers. Naruto delivered a few quick jabs to nerve bundles across their bodies, and they were motionless on the floor. What have you done to us? The bandits were on the ground, various muscles across their bodies twitching in vain as they tried to move. His voice was hoarse, making it more difficult for him to speak than it should have been. Naruto walked past them without looking back, striding towards the camp. Kaminari no Mai is a taijutsu style that allows me to exploit an opponent's weaknesses. All of their blind spots and pressure points are visible to my eyes. As he walked past them, his eyes hardened, his cloak billowing in the rain. Keep an eye on my shakuju, I'll be back later. He moved past them, taking long strides into the camp. Kaneko was in a good mood that night, despite the fact that it had been raining since their raid on the town earlier. They had food on their plates and money in their pouches. He wondered why they weren't raiding towns every night if the reward was so great. He laughed as Teichi made a joke, spitting some food into the camp circle. The fire crackled brightly in their midst, casting a warm glow over the area. But then he felt something press against his neck and a few light jabs along his spine. He fell limply to the fire, unable to move, half his face covered in mud as he slumped to the ground. He noticed a cloaked figure move past him, descending on his fellow bandits with the grace of a dancer and the cold fury of a trained warrior. He'd disable everyone with just a few jabs along key points, spinning his body in strange and unpredictable directions until everyone was in the same situation as him. The figure came to a halt for a moment, rolling one of the bandits he had apprehended onto their back so they wouldn't drown in the mud. Kaneko just stood there in terror as the figure approached. All he could see in the shadows cast by his hood were a pair of glowing purple eyes, ringed around the small pupil. To the terrified bandit, it appeared as if death itself was striding towards his petrified form. The assailant grabbed the bandit's shirt and lifted him with surprising strength for his size and height. Where do you house your detainees? The voice that came out of the hood's shadows was calm but had a steely edge to it, and staring into those glowing eyes, the bandit felt compelled to tell him. There, I swear it was in the tents on the far side of the sea camp. Kaneko's eyes narrowed for a split second before he was thrown to the ground, his limp body splashing in the mud. The man sighed deeply, realizing how fortunate he was to be alive right now. Naruto walked calmly through the bandit camp, dispatching any bandits who crossed his path. He was only 11, but his chakra-enhanced speed and strength, combined with his Rinnegan eyes, made him more than a match for any number of untrained bandits. He dealt with the last of them quickly, his eyes cold and indifferent as he watched the man fall to the ground. Because of his master's teachings, he was able to forgive many things, but kidnapping people and ripping them away from their lives for the sake of money or sick pleasures was not one of them. He ducked into one of the camp's larger tents, only to have his hands clench into fists so tight that he began to draw blood with his fingernails. 20 women were bound at the wrists and ankles, their legs and arms tied to the ground. Most were asleep or unconscious, Naruto couldn't tell, others were terrified and all had the telltale signs of crying or being abused in some way. He quickly untied the prisoners after calming himself down, in some cases simply slashing through their bonds with a chakra-coated hand. You are now free. Go that way, the village is there. He pointed back in the direction he had come from, while the women just stared blankly at him. Suddenly, one of the girls in the back, about the same age as Naruto and with long purple hair, stood up and smiled. She wiped her tears away with her slightly shaky arms as she looked around at her fellow inmates. You heard him, let's get going. That seemed to galvanize the women, as they all dashed from the tent, a few of them pausing outside to gaze at the bandits' immobile bodies strewn about. Did you murder them? As if to respond, one of the men at her feet groaned, causing the woman to shriek and lash out with her foot instinctively, knocking him out. No, I've rendered them all immobile for about 6 hours. That should give the villagers enough time to come out here and deal with them as they see fit. Naruto smiled as he drew back his hood, unconcerned about the rain flattening his spiky blonde hair. I'm sorry this happened to you, but you're now free. Naruto was suddenly surrounded by women on all sides, some thanking him profusely, others pulling him into vice-like hugs that left him a blushing wreck. One girl even kissed him before fleeing with her own blush after the fleeing women. When they were all gone, Naruto took another look around the bandit camp before walking away, grabbing his shakuju from the ground along the way. Once back on the road, he turned north and just started walking, a smile on his lips. Kawa no Kuni was a large country, at least when compared to other minor countries. While its economic income could not compete with that of its neighbor Konoha, it was far from impoverished. With a border spanning the lengths of Hai no Kuni and Kase no Kuni, it had grown exponentially as a result of the peace between the two hidden villages. Trade routes were built across the country, and places like Takumi Village and the now decommissioned Tanagakure became popular tourist destinations. Its main export was lumber, which was similar to Hai no Kuni's except that instead of bulk and quantity, Kawa no Kuni provided professionalism and quality. Extensive lumber farms of rare and sought-after trees stretched across the country. Using the extensive river system that ran through the land, the lumber farms were able to float their cargo all the way to the port towns in the south of the country, where it was shipped off all over the elemental nations. Naruto stood by one such river, watching with amusement as large barges brimming with enormous logs of various colors and shapes floated by. Despite the fact that the country's hidden village had been officially disbanded in favor of services from either Konoha or Suna, there were many guilds of mercenaries operating in the land. Most of the time, they were tasked with defending the barges from attack. However, this was rarely necessary. One barge of wood, no matter how rare, was worthless to the average bandit. Naruto had been following the river for about an hour after he had left the women he had rescued to return to their village. It was still raining heavily, causing the river to swell slightly. However, there was little chance of the river breaking its banks, as most were reinforced against such events. Kawa no Kuni was a relatively flat land with only a few valleys to the south. By that point, the rivers that flowed from Iwa's mountains were lazy and meandering. There wasn't a single rapid or waterfall in the entire county. Floods used to be fairly common, which is why many villages still had flood protection measures in place, such as walls and special irrigation systems. However, in an effort to improve the country's economic situation, the previous daimyo implemented a plan in which every river in the country was converted into a sort of semi-canal. It nearly bankrupted the country, but the benefits were well worth it. Without having to pay so much for flood protection, people had more money to spend on other things, contributing more to the economy. Of course, Naruto had no idea as he strolled along the riverbank, his hood pulled up to keep the rain out. He would pause every now and then, an amused smile on his face, before continuing on his walk, the soft sound of raindrops in the lap of the river against its banks accompanying him. Did you ever get up the courage to come out? Naruto almost laughed as he heard a startled eep from behind him, well, 2 trees behind him. He turned as a young girl poked her head out from behind the large oak, her cheeks flushed from being caught. How long have you been aware? Naruto leaned against his staff with a small smile, surprising the girl when it didn't sink even an inch into the rain-softened ground. What? That you had been following me since the bandit camp. In retrospect, the girl should have figured it would be difficult to sneak up on someone capable of taking down an entire bandit camp without a single casualty. I wasn't trying to be sneaky or anything, I was just nervous. Naruto only kept a small smile on his face. How come you didn't return to the village with the others? He suddenly recognized the girl. She had rallied the others back in the camp. She had long purple hair that flowed down her back in a wave and bright turquoise eyes. The tattered remains of what was once probably a rather pretty dress covered her body in tears and dirt that was gradually being washed away by the rain. Well, she began to wring her hands nervously before looking up with a hopeful expression. I'd like to learn how to do what you do. Naruto blinked in surprise before frowning as he noticed the girl's body shivering from time to time. He was wrapped up in his cloak, so he didn't notice, but the rain had made it rather cold. Here, before holding it out to her, he removed his long billowing cloak, revealing the monk robes he wore underneath. His hair was immediately flattened against his head, and his clothes began to soak, but he quickly circulated fire chakra throughout his body to keep warm. The girl only looked at the cloak hesitantly before accepting it with a gracious smile. Thank you, my name is Shizuku. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It was an unusual name, especially for a girl. Naruto, that's an odd name. The girl blushed once more as she pulled the large cloak over her much smaller frame. Yeah, the lady who ran the orphanage gave it to me. She looked up and saw Naruto's sympathetic expression, which only seemed to make her blush even more. I'm not sure what happened to my parents, but I was found unconscious in front of the village as a child. I don't remember anything before that. Naruto smiled sympathetically as he moved closer, bringing the two of them beneath the cover of a large bough. I, too, was an orphan who fled my village when I was young. He paused for a moment, as if about to say something else, but decided against it. I was discovered a few days later by my senpai Kairaku and have since lived in the Fire Temple. Shizuku's eyes widened in recognition as she noticed the boy's staff and robes. Are you really a monk? Naruto nodded once, and the girl leaned against the tree. Wow, I thought you were a ninja or something because of how you took down those bandits. For a brief moment, she stared at him, her long purple hair splaying across her face as it moved with the motion of her head. Aren't monks just supposed to go around preaching and praying? Naruto laughed briefly as he sat down on the wet ground. He was already wet, so a little more wouldn't hurt. That happens a lot. Monks and shinobi both develop chakra use within their bodies, but the difference is in their goals. Shinobi train solely to fight or assist in fighting in order to complete their missions and earn money. Monks learn to use chakra to better understand themselves. However, this requires both mental and physical training. Learning taijutsu is the most convenient way to do so. Shizuku nodded dumbly, only understanding half of what was said. However, the manner in which you apprehended those bandits. Naruto stood up and quickly walked up the tree they were next to, which was already incredible. He then ripped a large branch from the tree with apparent ease before dropping back down with no visible injury. Understanding chakra and learning to shape it provides certain benefits such as increased strength and speed, but this is only a byproduct of our training. In a fight with a trained ninja, the monk will almost always come out on top. Shizuku looked down, slightly disappointed. Naruto noticed this as he sat back down, this time with the girl. But why do you want to know what I'm capable of? The blonde was taken aback when he noticed the girl's teal eyes flash with intense determination. Her fists were slightly clenched as she gazed off into the trees, clearly thinking deeply about something. I felt helpless as I lay in that tent, unable to help or do anything. I had to watch as girls were dragged away, only to be abused for the sick pleasure of those men. I desperately wanted to help, to do more than just lie there hopelessly. Then you came along, framed by the light in the tent flap, looking so. She abruptly trailed off as a large blush flooded her face, forcing her to look away and cough. You appeared to be strong and powerful. She returned her gaze to him. I want to be like that so I never have to watch helplessly as people are hurt again. The blonde greeted her with a friendly smile. That is a compelling reason to seek power, but what happens next? What will you do once you have that kind of power? The girl looked at him, perplexed, as the blonde sighed, his usual serene smile replaced by a contemplative expression. My master once told me that some of the world's worst people do what they do because they love it. He only got a confused look this time. If you loved someone so much that you would give your life for them only to see them die in front of you, you would naturally seek vengeance. The road to damnation is paved with more than just good intentions, but also the bones of those who have died in their twisted quest. He blinked as he looked around, his warm smile returning as soon as he realized it had vanished. I'm sorry, I guess I got carried away there. Shizuku just stared at him with wide eyes, her mouth slightly open, almost comically. Do all monks look like you? Naruto chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. Nobody compares to me. The girl blinked before a similar smile spread across her features. Are you going to do it? The girl sighed as the blonde raised an eyebrow. Are you willing to teach me how to be stronger? Naruto chuckled and nodded understandingly, appearing pensive for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. He stood there for a long time, seemingly lost in thought, staring at the end of his staff. No. Shizuku nearly collapsed before looking down sadly. I see what you're saying. She turned to leave, shrugging off the cloak, but was stopped by a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she noticed Naruto standing there with a half smile, and his other hand extended towards her. I can't teach you how to be stronger, that's something you have to figure out for yourself, but, as my master told me 4 years ago, I can tell you where to look for that answer. Naruto had never felt wiser in his life, almost like Chukaku when he delivered one of his wise lectures. Shizuku suddenly leapt forward, wrapping her arms tightly around the blonde in a warm hug, completely ruining the mood. Thank you very much. I guarantee you won't be sorry. I'll be the best student ever. Shizuku scrambled to catch up with Naruto as he resumed his walk. Does that make me your apprentice now? Naruto walked with a light chuckle, Shakuju jingling melodiously for a moment as he turned to face his new traveling companion. I guess so. The first thing you should know about chakra is that you cannot control it. For a brief moment, Naruto's new student looked at him incredulously. They'd stopped for the night somewhere in the country's north, not far from the border between Kawa and Aim no Kuni. They were sitting in a clearing, a small fire burning between them to keep them warm. The rain hadn't stopped, but the small clearing served as a natural shelter, keeping them mostly dry. What do you mean? Ninja don't use it for their cool jutsu and stuff. Naruto simply chuckled, running his hand through his damp hair before repositioning himself in front of the fire to stay warm. Using fire chakra was useful, but doing so repeatedly throughout the day became exhausting, even for Naruto. True, shinobi use chakra to perform ninjutsu, but they do not control the chakra running through their bodies, rather, the most successful do. You have to think of it like water. You can pick it up all you want, but it will eventually run through your fingers. Instead, you create channels for the water and allow it to flow naturally. The shinobi's only active role is to shape the chakra itself from their physical and spiritual energies. Shizuku's head was tilted to the side like a lost puppy at this point, causing Naruto to sigh with a small smile. Please come here. The girl blinked but walked around the campfire to stand in front of Naruto. The blonde, on the other hand, surprised her by gently pressing his palm against her stomach, causing an intense blush to break out across her face. What exactly are you? Shizuku came to a halt as she felt a warmth enter her body through the contact, spreading throughout her form like a liquid. She suddenly felt extremely powerful, and her senses were heightened to levels she had never imagined. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared, Naruto pulling his hand away, much to the girl's dismay. Chakra did that. Naruto's words did not seem to reach the girl, who wore a lopsided grin and swayed slightly. Would you mind doing it again? Naruto chuckled slightly as he patted the log next to him, the girl sitting down without hesitation. I don't have to. You'll be able to do it yourself soon. I may have lied a little. You can control chakra to some extent, but not in the way you might think. Naturally, chakra flows in our bodies through special pathways designed for that purpose. Most people's pathways are underdeveloped, so not much flows. Ninjas work for years to develop these pathways so they can perform their techniques. I just guided some of my own chakra through your chakra network, slightly opening them up and encouraging your own core to begin producing more. This will set off a chain reaction in which your pathways will continue to expand as you train. Shizuku had her head tilted forward, her eyes slowly closing, when Naruto looked over. He simply smiled as he led her over to where he had unzipped his sleeping mat. He lay down on the ground a few meters away, not minding the soft earth as a bed. He had certainly slept on worse. He reasoned that it was better she slept now because manually loosening one's pathways was an unpleasant process, but she would sleep through it this way. He took another look at the sheet of purple hair poking out from beneath the blanket. If nothing else, he had gained some company. So, where are we going? After waking up some time after the sun had risen, the two were walking through dense forests once more. Shizuku had been awake since the sun broke through the trees, preparing breakfast before meditating until his new companion awoke. It was an unusual experience having to explain what meditation was and what it did to the girl. She had tried it briefly before but found it tedious. It was like seeing a flashback of himself. I suppose wherever our feet take us. The Violet looked at the blonde for a moment before sighing and shaking her head. Will everything you say be a riddle? Her response was a warm smile, which only made her groan louder. Well, if we went through the elemental cycle, I started in Hai no Kuni before traveling to Kei's no Kuni, so Kaminari no Kuni is the next logical destination. The girl's disbelief only grew as she stared in horror at her companion. Are you serious? The lightning land is on the other side of the continent. Naruto simply shrugged with that same calming, yet extremely irritating, smile. Peace is a 1,000-mile journey that must be taken one step at a time. Shizuku blinked once more before lowering her head, an invisible rain cloud hanging over her head. You're unfathomable. Of course, while the rain cloud above her head was fictitious, the ones in the sky were not. As far as Naruto could tell, the rain had not stopped all night and had continued into the morning. Naruto simply chuckled at her response as they walked in silence, only the jingle of his staff breaking the silence. Where do you recommend we go? Shizuku let out a small laugh of her own, her emotions completely out of control as she motioned to her tattered clothing. A town, preferably, because if I'm going all the way to Kaminari no Kuni, I'll need some new clothes. Naruto gave a small conceding nod, pleasantly surprised by how quickly the girl's disposition had improved. It was something he had noticed about the girl. No matter what happened, she seemed to bounce back to her usual upbeat attitude within moments. They eventually arrived in a town that straddled the border with Aim no Kuni. Thankfully, it was not as desolate as the previous one Naruto had passed through. People were going about their daily lives as usual. Naruto preferred it this way because the traveling monk and the young girl with him received little attention. He didn't mind attracting attention because he was at least confident in his abilities. But now that he had someone with him, he couldn't be so sure. He was protective of Shizuku. It didn't take long for the girl to find a clothes shop thanks to the natural radar that all women have. Naruto gave her some money from his small savings from his time in Suna and left her to get what she needed. He wasn't sure why, but he had the feeling that if he went inside, he would be sorry. However, as soon as the girl returned, he realized he should have gone in with her. "Can you tell me what you're wearing?" Naruto blinked once in surprise, his head tilted to the side. Shizuku came out of the shop wearing what appeared to be a Miko outfit, complete with a clean white kimono top tucked into a traditional red hakama. She had also decided to follow in Naruto's footsteps, purchasing comfortable strap-up sandals with white socks instead of ninja's open-toed style. Her hair was now tied back in a long ponytail with a light ribbon the same color as her eyes. Naruto wouldn't have been surprised if there was a sword on her back, but there wasn't. "So you don't like it?" "I figured if I'm going to be traveling with a monk, I should dress the part." Naruto rubbed his brow, unsure whether to be flattered or irritated by the girl's commitment. "Yet again, you're mistaking me for a priest." Shizuku just blinked, almost melting Naruto's annoyance with how cute the action was. "I am." Shizuku tilted her head to the side with wide blinking eyes, her ponytail falling with it. And that was the final straw. Naruto could tell she knew exactly what she was doing, but it was too damn cute for him to care. "It's fine as long as you buy something else afterwards." Shizuku appeared from behind her, producing 3 more sets of the exact same outfit. Shizuku had that same innocent smile on her face as he bowed his head in defeat. "Come on, I'll show you how to encase those in scrolls." Shizuku's face lit up at the mention of learning something. On their walk, they had talked a lot about what Naruto would teach her. Or at least Shizuku had speculated excitedly while Naruto laughed. They began to move on, stopping in town for a bite to eat before continuing on to the border. Naruto was wary at this point. Aim no Kuni had recently become very mysterious, and Kairaku had even warned him against passing through there. The borders were apparently heavily patrolled, and Aimdekure itself was said to be impenetrable at the time. People speculated that there was some kind of internal strife going on, similar to a civil war, which was unexpected. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of AIM, was said to have defeated all 3 of Konoha's Sannin at the same time. Despite this, it took surprisingly little effort to enter the country itself. It turns out that most people ignored all kinds of holy men as they traveled from country to country, believing them to be harmless. Even if a monk or priest possessed great power or skill, they were pacifists by nature and posed no direct threat to anyone. There was also the fact that AIM was confident that Aimdekure had never been invaded outside of war. It continued to rain as they traveled, so they had to find a cave off the main road before setting up camp. Naruto quickly started a fire, and the 2 were soon drying off. Shizuku was also admiring her new look in a nearby puddle, but that wasn't important. Shizuku was surprisingly quiet given how talkative she was. After they had dried off, she sat at the mouth of the cave, staring out into the rain. After a while, Naruto joined her, sitting next to her and peering out into the sheets of falling water. "Hasn't it been raining pretty heavily for a while now?" When the blonde noticed his companion's head drooping slightly and an air of depression settling over her, he blinked. He had only attempted to strike up a conversation, but Shizuku seemed to withdraw into herself as he said it. "I'm to blame." When he looked over, he was surprised to see Shizuku with tears in the corners of her eyes. Naruto was a monk, but he was still a guy. And there are only a few reactions a boy has when confronted with a crying girl. "Wait a minute, it's not your fault." He began to wave his hands in front of himself for reasons he couldn't quite put his finger on. "So what if it's raining? What do you expect from Aim no Kuni?" Shizuku simply tucked her legs up against her chest, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her face in her new hakama leggings in response. "It's not that. Rain seems to follow me everywhere I go. It's how I got my name. It has always rained whenever I have been outside for as long as I can remember. The other kids would avoid me, saying I was cursed or had bad luck. Now I've brought that on you, I apologize." She closed her eyes and listened to the individual sounds of raindrops falling on the ground outside. She didn't even look up when she felt a warm hand resting on her shoulder. "A wise old man once told me that rain makes us realize how insignificant our own problems are. When you can walk outside while water falls from the sky, mingling with your tears to the point where they become indistinguishable, you realize that you are not the only person in the world crying, and you just can't see them." Shizuku rose slowly from her knees, timidly turning her gaze to Naruto. However, the blonde was staring out of the cave into the rain, not at her. He abruptly stood up and walked outside, completely unconcerned about the water drenching his body. Lightning flashed briefly behind him, illuminating his body for a split second. He turned, his hand outstretched in Shizuku's direction, motioning for her to join him. She stood tentatively and stepped out into the rain, her steps becoming more confident as she approached the blonde. He took her hand in his, smiling as he looked up at the overcast sky. As my first apprentice, Shizuku, I'll make you a promise. You'll never have to hide your tears in the rain again as long as I'm with you. He raised a single hand, his eyes opening, allowing Shizuku to see the Rinnegan for the first time. Through the contact of their hands, she felt a surge of unexplained energy. Shinra Tensei suddenly, the rain stopped, not completely, but the water was suspended in the air above the two of them, as if held back by some great invisible hand. Shizuku could only stare in awe at the physics-defying event above her, as Naruto defied nature to stop the rain. When she turned around, she found herself staring directly into Naruto's steely purple eyes. Suddenly, Naruto's technique failed, and the rain began to fall again, drenching them both from all the water that had been held back. Quickly returning to the cave, the two began to laugh at the situation before settling down next to the fire to dry off once more. Shizuku, on the other hand, would cast a glance Naruto's way every few moments or so, trying to explain what she had felt out there, looking into his eyes. Does that mean the rain has always followed you? Shizuku looked up to see Naruto staring at her, his eyes narrowed as usual and a small smile adoring his features. Shizuku simply nodded as Naruto became thoughtful, opening his eyes slightly wider to reveal his Daojutsu, and staring at her as if he could see right through her. His eyes narrowed in confusion for a brief moment before returning to normal. I've never seen anything like your eyes. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck nervously as he chuckled. Shizuku appreciated those moments because they humanized the otherwise enigmatic monk she had become attached to. I suppose you could say they're unique. Upon seeing Shizuku's interest, the blonde sighed before completely opening his eyes, abandoning his usual narrowed expression for the time being. I have a bloodline of sorts that manifests in my eyes as the Rinnegan Daojutsu, which allows me to do things that others cannot. Shizuku simply stared at him strangely before her eyes widened in comprehension as she looked out the window at the rain. Yes, the technique you saw me use was one of the 6 paths my eyes grant me access to, the Diva Path, which grants me limited gravity control. Shizuku was staring at him with wide, gleaming eyes at this point. She knew ninja were capable of amazing feats, but controlling one of the fundamental forces of the universe. You've seen me use another, the Preta Path, which gives me control over how chakra moves, allowing me to absorb or direct it into objects or people. It was how I started manually opening your pathways. Aside from that, I'm not sure, and there isn't much information available to help me find out. Shizuku nodded in agreement before frowning. How do you know there are 6 paths then? Naruto grinned as he reached for his shakuju, taking comfort in the firmness of the staff. I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to use all of the Rinnegan's abilities, but they always seem to appear when I'm in need or desperate. He shrugged, resuming his more casual demeanor. But enough with the postponement, it's about time we worked on your chakra control. Shizuku's groan reverberated throughout the small cave. It was still raining, and Naruto was starting to take Shizuku's story seriously, though he wasn't sure if it had anything to do with them being in Aim no Kuni. It had been a long and exhausting journey through the country, mostly because they had avoided any villages or towns they came across. Following the first, they discovered that Aim was currently embroiled in a bloody civil war. Nobody said anything directly, but the signs were all there. Even in that one town, people had formed factions. There were those who supported Hanzo of the Salamander. These people were either terrified of the man and his followers or sincerely believed Aim's leader was the best choice for the country. Aim had been left in a state of poverty and disrepair after the Third Shinobi War, and Hanzo had worked tirelessly to restore the country to its former glory. Then there were the rebels, who were much more difficult to spot for obvious reasons, but their presence was not diminished. These were the people who thought Hanzo wasn't a good leader or that he wasn't moving fast enough. That wasn't what made Naruto nervous, it was seeing a particular woman. They were walking down the street in the first town they came across after purchasing some supplies when a woman passed them. Nobody did anything because she was wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it, a clear symbol of rebellion. People went out of their way to avoid the woman with the blue hair, and Naruto knew why. In comparison to the people around her, she practically radiated power. Even with Naruto's Rinnegan eye, he couldn't see anything, as a thin layer of chakra covered Gaara's entire body, making anything else difficult to discern. Following that, the two avoided any major villages or towns, not wanting to become embroiled in the brewing civil unrest. Naruto would have gladly offered his assistance, but people who became involved in wars were targeted. Naruto had made a promise to Shizuku that he would not break, he would protect her. As a result, they moved quickly north through the impoverished country. Naruto was relieved to finally see the Kusa no Kuni border. Leaving the country proved to be far more difficult than entering. Leaving the country proved to be far more difficult than entering. The two of them had been screened for contraband, which Naruto understood to mean any indications of rebel influence. It had taken an hour for them to be cleared to leave and cross into Kusa no Kuni. Unfortunately for them, despite leaving the land of rain, the clouds above them did not dissipate. Shizuku's mood became gloomy as a result. Naruto had never put much stock in national borders. They were mostly made up and only really existed on maps. However, there was a distinct difference between Aim and Kusa. They had barely left the relatively flat and barren country behind them when they found themselves walking through a large, jungle-like area. Everything, from the plants to the animals, appeared to be vastly oversized. Mushrooms the size of small buildings appeared to be especially common. This forced them to trek through the jungle with only a small map to guide them. Naruto had an innate sense of direction. He just instinctively knew which way was north and such. Along that line, the two had ditched the raincoats they had purchased in Aim in favor of lighter clothing. Naruto in his robes and Shizuku in her Miko outfit. But it would be a lot easier if there weren't all these bugs. A large and lazy-looking fly landed on Naruto's outstretched arm, as if to prove his point. The blonde was physically restrained from slamming his other hand down on it. The jingle of a monk's shakuju was designed to keep insects and bugs away from him so he wouldn't step on them. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to get the message. I'm not sure what you mean. Shizuku's voice was calm, but she still had her hand across her mouth to keep her giggles at bay. Naruto had become increasingly irritable as they traveled deeper into Kusa, a far cry from his usual serene monk persona. Naruto just gave her a sharp look, his eyes flashing with chakra to light up his Rinnegan. How come this isn't happening to you? The girl simply shrugged. She, too, had found it strange that not a single insect had approached her since arriving in the country. I'm not sure, I guess animals just prefer me. Naruto simply gritted his teeth as he shook off yet another bloodsucker in search of its next free meal. He sighed irritably as he noticed the area around them darkening. No doubt the sun was setting, but they couldn't see it. Okay, well, we might as well stop for the night. Shizuku froze, widening her eyes at Naruto before turning that same terrified gaze around her. Here, what about in the middle of the jungle? Naruto nodded absently as he began to unpack all of their supplies and equipment. Are you serious? Did you notice how big some of the animals we passed were? Naruto smiled as he continued to lay out the two sleeping mats they had. He had made sure to pick up a second one during their journey through Aim. Don't worry, this is an excellent opportunity for me to experiment. For the time being, Shizuku's anxiety was replaced by curiosity, and she looked at her blonde companion with interest. What? Naruto only gave her a quick smile, which she deduced meant he was either planning something or wanted to keep it a surprise. He sat in his usual meditative posture and began to seep his chakra into the ground. Then, with all the control he could muster, he began to raise his arm, and the ground around them began to crumble, quickly replaced by fine golden sand. Much to Shizuku's surprise, the blonde raised his other hand up, as if obeying orders, and the sand began to move, circling the pair until it formed a makeshift hut. I'm not sure how Gaara did that with such ease. When he stood up, he was nearly tackled off his feet, only to have Shizuku run at him, grabbing his shoulders and staring at him with wide eyes. That was fantastic. Can you teach me how to do that? Naruto chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his head as he sat back down, Shizuku following him onto her knees. No, not really. The blonde's heart clenched slightly as she saw the girl's face fall. Is that one of your Rinnegan talents? Naruto quickly shook his head, eliciting a puzzled look from his female companion. No, it's something I learned from a friend of mine, Gaara from Suna. Shizuku just frowned, poking at the makeshift hut's walls, which were surprisingly strong and unyielding. So, if you can do it, why can't I? Do you think I'm not good enough? Again, Naruto was confronted by a girl on the verge of tears, and his arms flailed out in front of him for no discernible reason. No, nothing like that, it's just complicated. He lowered his gaze slightly. It sounded like a rather pitiful excuse, and Shizuku seemed to agree. What exactly do you mean by complicated? Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. He frowned and repeated this 3 times. He looked over at Shizuku, unsure whether he was ready to tell her about his tenant. However, the moment he looked at her, he remembered her sitting in the cave, rain pouring down in front of her as she curled in on herself. With a soft sigh, his eyes brightened slightly, and she returned her gaze. Are you familiar with the Biju? Wow. Shizuku just sat there, stunned by everything she had heard. If Naruto hadn't been so serious as he spoke, she might have thought it was a joke. Are you okay? Violet just nodded, her eyes wide as she tried to take it all in. It sounded fantastical. Her friend held the most powerful demon in the world, and now another one if his story was to be believed. Yeah, there's just so much to take in. Naruto nodded sympathetically. Hearing the news had been shocking enough. The girl eventually seemed to snap out of it, looking around the sand hut with renewed awe. So, Shukaku, you can do all of this with sand because of that second demon inside of you. Naruto quickly nodded, waving his hand to demonstrate a small pillar of sand that had grown between them. Can you teach me how to do that? Naruto chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his head as he sat back down, Shizuku following him onto her knees. No, not really. The blonde's heart clenched slightly as she saw the girl's face fall. Is that one of your Rinnegan talents? Naruto quickly shook his head, eliciting a puzzled look from his female companion. No, it's something I learned from a friend of mine, Gaara from Suna. Shizuku just frowned, poking at the makeshift hut's walls, which were surprisingly strong and unyielding. So, if you can do it, why can't I? Do you think I'm not good enough? Again, Naruto was confronted by a girl on the verge of tears, and his arms flailed out in front of him for no discernible reason. No, nothing like that, it's just complicated. He lowered his gaze slightly. It sounded like a rather pitiful excuse, and Shizuku seemed to agree. What exactly do you mean by complicated? Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. He frowned and repeated this 3 times. He looked over at Shizuku, unsure whether he was ready to tell her about his tenant. However, the moment he looked at her, he remembered her sitting in the cave, rain pouring down in front of her as she curled in on herself. With a soft sigh, his eyes brightened slightly, and she returned her gaze. Are you familiar with the Biju? Wow. Shizuku just sat there, stunned by everything she had heard. If Naruto hadn't been so serious as he spoke, she might have thought it was a joke. Are you okay? Violet just nodded, her eyes wide as she tried to take it all in. It sounded fantastical. Her friend held the most powerful demon in the world, and now another one if his story was to be believed. Yeah, there's just so much to take in. Naruto nodded sympathetically. Hearing the news had been shocking enough. The girl eventually seemed to snap out of it, looking around the sand hut with renewed awe. So, Shukaku, you can do all of this with sand because of that second demon inside of you. Naruto quickly nodded, waving his hand to demonstrate a small pillar of sand that had grown between them. Yes, the previous host could do it as well, but to a greater extent and with much greater ease. Although this is likely due to the fact that he had his entire life to practice, it is still new to me. Also, calling them demons is probably incorrect. They are simply beings made entirely of chakra. The correct term would be Biju. Shizuku paused her odd gaze as she swiveled in place, raising an eyebrow at Naruto. What is a tailed beast? Isn't that just as bad? Naruto blinked at that before frowning. She did have a point, after all. Unfortunately, that is the only thing I can call them. Anything else and people would be confused. Shizuku sighed but nodded, and her hands began playing idly with the sand on the ground, drawing absent patterns with her fingers. I wonder what it would be like to be trapped inside someone simply because you are powerful and feared. It just sounds so unfair. I mean, they can think, right? No intelligent animal should be confined in such a way against their will. The blonde just looked at her for a moment, surprised but smiling. Well, the Kyuubi certainly doesn't make it easy to talk to it. Dealing with that fox is an uphill battle. Shizuku laughed. The thought of Naruto being so dismissive of such a powerful being made her laugh. Anyway, let's get started on your chakra exercises. Shizuku's laugh quickly turned into a long groan, and it was Naruto's turn to laugh. Those don't sound like the noises of the best student ever, says the teacher. He laughed again as she looked at him with a deadpan expression before slouching forward. But it's just so boring. Can't we do something different for a change, like learn how to manipulate fire or wind? Shizuku's gaze brightened as Naruto placed his finger under his chin and thought. No. Her head immediately dropped again, and Naruto swears the sounds of rain above them increased for a brief moment. You require chakra to do those things, and you have yet to locate yours. The blonde was taken aback when his friend's head shot up, a determined expression across her firm features as she drew herself into a relaxed cross-eyed pose. This time I'll do it. She closed her eyes, a look of intense concentration on her face, crinkling her brow as her tongue poked from the corner of her mouth. Naruto sat against the wall of his self-made hut, carefully watching the girl, noticing no change in her chakra. Shizuku's shoulders slumped forward after about 5 minutes, and she exhaled a long, drawn-out breath. How am I supposed to find my chakra when I don't even know what I'm looking for? Naruto sighed for a moment before raising his head with a hopeful smile. You must search deep within yourself for that tiny spark of warmth. You must lock onto it and concentrate hard, fanning that spark until it becomes a small flame. Shizuku was still depressed, and with reason. Naruto had already told her everything, and she still couldn't find what he was telling her to look for. For a brief moment, the blonde considered whether he was simply approaching the situation incorrectly. Tell you what, if you find your chakra tonight, I promise to teach you how to climb trees without using your hands tomorrow. Shizuku's head shot up, stars twinkling in her eyes as she remembered Naruto first introducing her to the concept of chakra. A determined expression crossed her face once more, but this time she tried to get into a proper meditative position, as she had seen Naruto do so many times. The blonde was mildly impressed. Her posture was slightly off, but it was close. He got into the proper position, closing his eyes and allowing his mind to clear, deciding to get his own time and while he could. Father has returned. Naruto couldn't stop a small smile from breaking across his face as he heard Shukaku's ever-excitable voice break through the seal's calm. Silence, you pitiful tanuki. That mere ninja is not and will never be the sage. So be silent before I end your pathetic ramblings myself. Of course, Naruto immediately sighed as the Kyubai's angry retort silenced the seal once more. It's also nice to see both of you. Since Shukaku was added to the seal, the Kyubai had become much more irritable. As far as he knew, the two couldn't interact on a regular basis when Naruto wasn't in the seal. Their individual cells separated. Or so he assumed from Kyubai's dismissive remarks. However, Naruto came into the seal on a regular basis, and the fox's intense dislike for his fellow Biju was enough to make him nervous. Ninja, you're just as pitiful for never denying Shukaku's insane delusions. Naruto sighed once more. This was how it always went. He'd enter the seal, Shukaku would greet him, and the Kyubai would make some scathing remark that would instantly enrage the tanuki. Not long after, Shukaku began angrily banging on the bars of its cage, thrashing its entire body against the reinforced metal. Brother, don't say that. Father will be furious at you. You will be punished. The Kyubai simply grunted in annoyance before repositioning its massive head on its paws, ignoring the enraged cries of its fellow Biju. Aog, fox, don't ignore me. He could only get a small twitch of the Kyubai's ears, which caused the sand construct to let out another murderous cry. Naruto sat in the middle of the room, just watching as the Ikibai raged against the bars of its cage. Its ear twitched and it looked around, its gaze quickly settling on Naruto as it moved closer to the bars. Father should tell the fox and punish the fox. You must be father, you have father's eyes, father's staff, father's hair, and father's eyes, and I'm sure you have father's other possessions as well. Naruto blinked in surprise. He'd heard about the sage's legendary artifacts before, but he'd never been sure what they were. Between the Biju's insane attitude and almost sycophantic worship, he forgot that it, too, must have known the sage, just like the Kyubai. Shukaku, please remind me of my possessions. Naruto noticed the Kyubai open one eye and glare at him out of the corner of his eye. He was obviously offended that Naruto would impersonate the sage just to get answers, but there was nothing he could do. Shukaku, on the other hand, practically preened, pleased to be of assistance to the man he saw as his ancestor. Without a doubt, there was father's necklace, which was shiny and red. There were father's pots, which you warned us not to touch because father was nice and cared. Father had a sword as well, but he never used it to cut people, which Shukaku never understood. But father would pat Shukaku on the back when he asked. Also, there was, if Naruto wasn't so interested right now, the Biju's intense concentration would have amused him. In another situation, its great face's expression of happiness as realization dawned on it might have been amusing. The cord, that gold rope belonged to father. It nodded once in contentment as its massive tail swayed back and forth behind it. It looked down at Naruto with yellow eyes, anticipation on its sandy face before bending down. Naruto quickly walked over and scratched the enormous sand construct on the head, knowing what to do now. As it slumped onto one side, it let out a massive sigh that shook the bars of the cage slightly. Naruto almost expected its massive foot to twitch in delight, but it didn't. Naruto didn't think he'd be able to get that image out of his head. You did well, Shukaku. The great creature's contentment grew stronger before soft but still bone-shaking snores reverberated around the seal. How pitiful of you to use his insanity for your meaningless questions. Are you that depraved, ninja? Naruto looked over and gave the great fox a small smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I have to use the resources that are available to me, even if their descriptions are vague. He looked up, not expecting a positive response to his question. Can you help me with that? The Kyubai simply snorted, blowing a gust of warm air over the blonde and causing his robes to sway in the breeze. Why, don't you have your faithful lapdog now? Ninja, what use could I possibly be? Naruto sighed and slid down into a relaxed sitting position as he returned to the center of the chamber. My name remains Naruto. He swears he saw the great fox roll its slitted red eye at that moment, but it could have been a trick of the light. How exciting for you. Naruto could only sigh once more as the Kyuubi rebuked his attempts to engage the great creature in meaningful conversation. Just leave so I can get back to my lonely cell. It's better than listening to Tanuki snore. Naruto nodded and faded from the seal, allowing the Kyuubi to watch as the other cage vanished as well, returning him to his solitude. Naruto. As he heard his name called, the blonde's eyes shot open, searching frantically for the danger. What exactly is it? He blinked as he noticed Shizuku waving her hand in front of him a few inches away. She came to a halt when she noticed his eyes open, blushing and moving back when she realized how close they had been. You didn't answer the phone when I called. Naruto leaned back into a more comfortable position, accidentally nudging his staff as he repositioned his hands. I'm sorry, I was talking to them. Shizuku's eyes widened briefly, but she quickly shook her head. I did it, Naruto. The blonde blinked in surprise before breaking into a fox-like grin. That's fantastic. Shizuku smiled, her eyes closed as she basked in the compliment. Yeah, I found that spark you were talking about back then. Just like when you showed me that warm feeling in my body. Shizuku felt incredible. Her senses were more alert than ever, and she felt as if she could run for miles without tiring. She could feel the new energy coursing through her body like small streams of warm water. You didn't tell me how amazing it felt. Naruto simply tilted his head slightly and smiled nostalgically. I wouldn't know. I've always had it because the Kyuubi was constantly dripping its chakra into my system. I don't know what it's like not to. As he looked over his companion, his smile faded to a confused frown, and a blush appeared on the bridge of his nose. Shizuku, did you go outside or what? The girl blinked in surprise as she looked out the hut before returning her gaze to the blonde. No, why? Naruto averted her gaze for a moment, her blush deepening as she moved. Your clothes and hair are dripping. The girl blinked once more before looking down. Her skin had a thin sheen of moisture on it, and her noticeably thin clothes were plastered against her body. Her eyes widened as she threw her arms over her chest. She was only 11, but she was already showing signs of maturing into a woman. What the hell is going on? Is this something that should happen? Naruto just ran through his thoughts, befuddled. He had never read anything about what was going on at the temple. I'm not sure, here let me. He trailed off as he opened his eyes, examining the girl with his Rinnegan. His blush rose slightly but quickly faded as he frowned. Hey, your chakra has shifted and is now flowing differently. Shizuka was still covering her chest as she moved closer to the fire to dry off. Oddly, the heat seemed more uncomfortable than usual. She looked up strangely at Naruto, wondering what he saw through those eyes of his. What exactly do you mean by different? Naruto simply peered closer, making the girl feel uneasy. It was as if he was looking through her rather than at her. I'm not sure, but your chakra used to be light blue, like most people's. They all appear slightly different, but only slightly. Yours now appears to be a much darker blue, and instead of flowing erratically, it appears to be moving more calmly like water. Naruto had nowhere near the vision of the Byakugan, so he couldn't perfectly see the movement of chakra through the pathways or tenketsu, but he could see enough to spot how it flowed and the color at least. What does that mean? Naruto finally sat back, allowing his eyes to narrow like usual, which was a small relief to Shizuku. He thought for a moment in silence as his friend continued to attempt to dry off by the fire, although it didn't seem to be working much to her distress. I have no idea. Maybe it has something to do with your elemental affinity. At this point Naruto could only speculate, while in Suna he had noticed slightly more difference in people's chakra that were ninja, especially Jounin. However, it had never been to the extent that Shizuku's had changed. In any case, we won't find out now. We should get some sleep. The girl smiled timidly but gave a firm nod. Right? A small smirk played over her lips for a moment as she lay down to sleep. And tomorrow you teach me how to wall walk. This is awesome. It was a few days after Shizuku had managed to unlock her chakra and they were still making their way steadily through the jungle. The only difference was that Shizuku now took every opportunity she could to walk up any tree, mushroom, or really anything vertical in sight. Naruto had thought it might grow tiresome to see her continually amazed by something that was so simple to most who learned to use chakra. On the contrary, it was rather refreshing to see her take such delight in such a small and trivial thing. Then again, he guessed to a civilian who had only lived an ordinary mundane life would find such things to be extraordinary. He was surprised by her quick uptake. She got the exercise down within 2 days and was able to securely stay on the trees even while still. Although on the first attempt she had nearly put her back out trying to keep her body horizontal, forcing Naruto to teach her how to channel chakra to other parts of her body to reinforce her back and legs. Luckily, once you could send chakra to your feet, anywhere else proved to be much easier. Be careful. His only response was the echo of Shizuku's laughter as she jumped from one branch to another. He hadn't been thrilled when she began hopping from tree to tree, but she seemed fairly apt at it, and he rationalized he would be there to catch her if she fell, so he allowed it. Suddenly she appeared by his side, dropping from a reasonable height but using chakra to both reinforce her legs and cushion the blow. Shizuku had been in relatively good spirits lately. Things were just looking up for her. The dense foliage meant that the rain couldn't reach them, something that was a rarity for her when she was outside. Plus, she now had access to her chakra, which meant she felt full of life and energy, which only enhanced her now seemingly permanent bubbly attitude. The only strange thing was that every time she seemed to use chakra in large amounts, she would get wet for no discernible reason. "It's fine, you don't have to worry." Her smile practically sparkled despite the lack of sunlight reaching them through the jungle canopy. "I have a great teacher after all, Naruto-sensei." The blonde gave a small sigh along with his customary smile. "Not you too, Shizuku." The purple-haired girl merely gave a beaming grin before running off again, under Naruto's careful watch of course. He was glad the various large and dangerous animals were staying away from the pair for some reason, but it never hurt to be a bit too cautious. As he watched her run, he felt a sudden weight appear on his shakuju. Looking around, he was surprised to see a small capuchin monkey sitting there, staring at him with curious brown eyes. The blonde and the monkey just stared at one another for a few moments before the small mammal chittered excitedly. "Hey, what the?" Suddenly the monkey raced across his arm, his little hands and feet tickling the monk as they clambered at his body. It paused around his neck for a moment, sniffing at the Magatama bead hanging from his ear before blinking in rapid succession and chittering again. He took it in his hands, nibbling it briefly before climbing down Naruto's back, once again eliciting a few laughs from the blonde. It did a full rotation around his waist before looking up, chirping like a bird and jumping off. Naruto just smiled as he watched the excitable creature run off before frowning as he noticed he was a little lighter than usual. Glancing down, his eyes widened as he realized the scroll containing all of their supplies and camping equipment was missing. He looked up shocked, just to see the monkey's tail disappear around the side of a tree. Without even thinking, he took off after it, using chakra to augment his movement. "Get back here." Shizuku saw and heard him run off, her eyebrows raised in confusion as she too took off after him, now somewhat able to keep up with the fast pace he set. However, as fast as Naruto was, the capuchin was far more maneuverable. It also knew the jungle better than him. The only thing that allowed Naruto to keep track of the quick little simian was his ability to see its chakra, even through the trees for a short distance. After leading them on a merry little chase where both Naruto and Shizuku were forced to dodge stray branches due to Naruto missing when he tried to use Banshu Tenon to capture the animal, the monkey finally stopped in a clearing. Naruto slowed to a stop, making very careful and deliberate movements towards the small black capuchin who was just standing there, occasionally nibbling on the end of the scroll with its small pointy teeth. Raising an arm, Naruto smirked. There was no way it would be able to dodge him this time. "Banshu, hey Naruto." The monkey's head whipped round, already chittering excitedly before it seemingly vanished into a pile of leaves. Naruto sighed as the monkey disappeared just as Shizuku jumped into the clearing. "Why did you run off like that?" Naruto turned to her, considering telling her off, but upon seeing her curious and innocent face, he just didn't have the heart. "A monkey stole the scroll with all the food and supplies." The girl blinked incredulously at the strangeness of the situation before letting out a giggle behind her hand. "Well, did you catch it?" Naruto just wearily shook his head, absently pointing to the pile of leaves the monkey had disappeared into. "It ran off before I could grab it." He conveniently left out the fact that she was the one who alerted him to their presence in the first place. Shizuku just looked at him funnily before walking over to the pile of loose leaves. "Hey cool, there's a door here." Naruto blinked before looking around. Sure enough, Shizuku was holding up one side of a trapdoor, peering down into the darkness it hid. "Maybe the monkey went in here." Naruto just shrugged. It was possible. Shizuku smiled brightly at that before descending the steps. Naruto just looked at her like she was mad. "What are you doing?" Shizuku gave the blonde the exact same look as she continued to walk down the steps carefully. "What do you mean? We need those supplies, don't we?" She said it as if she weren't walking down into a completely unknown corridor in the middle of a jungle that had no discernible reason for being there. "Now are you coming or not?" With that, her head vanished as she walked further down the stone flight of steps. Naruto stared at the spot for a moment before his eyes widened and he ran after her. "Hey, wait up." He caught up to her at the bottom of the stairs, peering into the inky darkness with difficulty while Naruto's superior eyesight had little trouble. It was just a long corridor with a few branches splitting off seemingly at random. The walls all had the same crisscrossing wooden pattern that was dizzying to try and follow, while every so often there would be a small inlet with an unlit candle adorning the wall. Naruto walked up to the first one and channeled as much fire chakra into his hand as he could. A small flame appeared over his fingertip, which he quickly transferred to the candle. Oh great, how are we supposed to find the monkey in this place? It looks like it goes on forever. Naruto just sighed at the girl. It was her idea in the first place to come down here. Don't worry, if we get close enough I'll be able to see its chakra, even through a few walls. Satisfied now, Shizuku beamed before confidently walking into the darkness of the underground compound. Neither one noticed as they passed over an otherwise unassuming piece of floor, only for it to moments later crack open a single dull, brown eye. What exactly is this place? Shizuku stared into the darkness beyond one of the many doorways that lined the corridors as Naruto lit another candle with pure fire chakra. I'm not sure, it appears abandoned. I read that much of the Third Shinobi War took place in Kyusa no Kuni. Perhaps it's a ninja base. Shizuku blinked, unable to create anything in the suffocating darkness beyond what Naruto had already lit. Wouldn't there be village symbols everywhere then? So far, everything has been the same wooden pattern and candle brackets. Naruto frowned as he moved to the next location on the wall, keeping an eye out for any chakra signatures in the area. For all he knew, the monkey had vanished along with the scroll, or it had simply abandoned it somewhere. While sealing scrolls did release some chakra, it wasn't enough for Naruto to see through walls. I don't believe shinobi would go around emblazoning their symbols all over the place, especially during a war. Shizuku looked around in perplexity as she exited the room, unable to glean anything from the oppressive darkness. Don't they wear those forehead protectors with the symbol of their village on them? Naruto nodded absently as he entered a room. Seeing only banks of old-looking computers and a few desks, he quickly exited. Why do they do it in the first place? Aren't they supposed to be cunning? Isn't having your village written on your forehead kind of counterproductive? Naruto sighed as the two continued their journey. He knew Shizuku was only talking because there wasn't much else she could do down here in the dark. I believe it's a matter of pride in your village, the place where you grew up and want to preserve. Shizuku walked slowly, their feet clapping against the earthen slabs beneath them, echoing down the corridors. But couldn't someone just steal the forehead protector from another village and frame them for something? Naruto smiled as he lit another of the seemingly hundreds of candles at the base. I'm sure someone has considered and attempted this in the past, and I'm sure someone has discovered ways to prevent it from happening again. Remember, if one village can do it, so can the rest. Shizuku nodded slowly once more, her lip pouting slightly in a cute way. You don't have to spell it out like I'm stupid. Naruto just chuckled as they walked on, his eyes methodically scanning the area for any sign of, well, anything. He smirked and raised his head in an exaggerated display of haughtiness, using his best sagely voice. A thing is never repeated too many times that is never sufficiently learned, my young student. Shizuku mumbled something under her breath as she crossed her arms under her chest and pouted once more. Another thing is that you should stop with the wise proverbs. It's actually Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he leapt at the girl, tackling her to the ground around the waist just as a large slab of the floor flipped over. Shizuku would have been crushed beneath the weighty stone block if he hadn't moved sooner. Violet just stared at the spot, her breath coming out in short shallow gasps as Naruto quickly rose to his feet. Where have you gone? Come on out. The blonde was concerned because he had only sensed the attack moments before it occurred due to a trace amount of chakra leaking into the earth. Now, however, there was nothing to indicate the attack had occurred. The corridors were quiet, and Naruto couldn't even hear a whisper of chakra besides himself and Shizuku. Stay close to me, Shizuku. When he received no response, the blonde spun around, only to come face to face with a solid earth wall. Shizuku. The blonde pressed his hand against the wall, quickly drawing the chakra out of it before smashing his fist through it, shattering the now brittle earth. Unfortunately, all he could see beyond it was darkness. Shizuku was no longer there, and Naruto couldn't even see her chakra signature. Shizuku. All he heard was his own voice echoing off the wooden walls around him, mocking him with their common plea. As he slammed his shakuju down on the ground once, a growl rose in the blonde's throat, the sharp noise carrying all the way through the quiet base. If necessary, I will raise this base to get her back. Do you hear what I'm saying? As the rage-filled call reverberated around him, only his own voice greeted his ears. Oh my! Naruto whirled at the voice that sounded like it was whispering right into his ear, only to be met by a darkened corridor. Where have you gone? A dark but almost playful chuckling echoed all around the blonde, as if the walls themselves were speaking to him. But isn't that part of the fun of this little hide-and-seek game? Don't you realize you infringed on Orochimaru property Samas and are now paying the price? Naruto quickly composed himself by taking a deep breath and focusing on his chakra rather than the voice that seemed to enjoy mocking him. Oh, you're ignoring me. That simply will not do. There was a brief pause as Naruto continued his search for the mystery speaker. Perhaps you'd be more inclined to indulge me if you knew what the game's prize was, Naruto could now tell that whoever was doing this was enjoying it almost sadistically. Find me, little monk, find me if you can. I don't think your young friend has been here that long. As it spoke, the voice faded away, the last few words sounding like a whisper that was far too close for Naruto's comfort. In frustration, Naruto slammed his staff through the corner of a wall, finding satisfaction in the chunks of mortar and splinters of wood that now littered the ground. He quickly took another calming breath to stop his trembling fist before quickly forming his current limit of 5 shadow clones. However, as soon as they started running off into different corridors to cover more ground, large pillars of earth grew beneath them at astonishing rates. 3 of them were instantly dispelled into clouds of smoke after being crushed, while another was pinned to the ceiling by its arm. Naruto cursed, dispelling the remaining 2 as he dashed away, because his vision was split multiple ways. He lost some of his ability to see chakra, making it more difficult to predict the attacks. Even if the clones could cover more ground, they were useless if they couldn't get more than a few feet. What a mischievous little monk, cheating is strictly forbidden. Naruto had to physically restrain himself from responding to the mysterious voice, but he refused to do so. As he sprinted down another corridor, that same irritating musical voice laughed at him, sounding neither male nor female. The darkness was no problem. His eyes gave him enough vision to see where he was going. Tick-tock, your friend's head is up for grabs. The voice cackled madly once more, but Naruto tried to ignore it, frantically searching for any chakra signature he could find. He finally found success when he rounded a corner and saw Shizuku bound by her wrists and ankles in the middle of the corridor. He slowed as he approached her, Shakuju raised defensively in front of him, his eyes narrowing. Shizuku. Before they landed on Naruto, the girl blinked her eyes open tiredly. Suddenly she was alert as she struggled against her bonds, shouting muffled words against the gag in her mouth. Naruto dashed over, his staff still raised in a defensive posture as he unbound the girl. She rose to her feet, rubbing her aching wrists, before leaping onto Naruto and wrapping him in a warm hug. I knew you'd show up, Naruto. The girl froze, her eyes wide with surprise, as she jerkily turned her head to see Naruto with his outstretched fingers just finishing applying precise pressure point attacks down her spine. And Naruto, as he took a step back from the now paralyzed girl, the blonde's hair cast a shadow over his eyes, Shakuju raised in front of him. Where has Shizuku gone? The girl couldn't move her body and just stared at Naruto with wide, tearing eyes. What's going on? And Naruto. The monk's head sank even lower as his fists clenched. Seeing Shizuku in that state hurt him. As his eyes narrowed, he strode forward, pressing his hand against her stomach. If you don't tell me where she is, I'll drain you of chakra. The violet's terrified, timid expression vanished, replaced by a cruel smirk far too wide for her own face. Her neck swiveled awkwardly at impossible angles just to face the blonde, as her usual teal eyes faded into a dirty brown. How fascinating. The girl in front of Naruto's eyes had lost all natural color, her entire form taking on an earthy brown hue before crumbling away into dirt. My duplicates are exact copies. There isn't a single flaw or strand of hair that isn't the same. How did you notice the difference? Naruto shifted his weight to face the direction he thought the voice was coming from, only to be met with a grotesque sight. The ground in front of him bulged outwards, forming a loose, curvy pillar of mud that began to drip large chunks of mud onto the ground, where it was absorbed back into the floor. As more dirt fell away, a form emerged, that of a tall, lithe man dressed in a disheveled brown tunic and trousers with more dirt than fabric. However, his legs appeared fused together, still attached to the floor as if he were a stray root from some plant. Naruto could see his skin was surprisingly pale beneath his dirty mop of dark hair that fell around his face, covering one eye and falling most of the way down his back. The clone's one visible eye was the same dull brown as the clone's just before fading away into dust, gleaming with interest and a sickening glee. This was only emphasized by the man's unusually large grin, which threatened to split his face in two. My, aren't you a fascinating little monk? I'm curious what else you can do. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously as he planted his staff firmly in the ground, adopting a shaky starting stance for the Kaminari no Mai. I'll prove it to you, Banshu Tenin. The man's entire upper body lurched forward, as if pulled by some invisible rope, but he remained firmly rooted to the floor. Naruto took advantage of the opportunity to close the gap, lashing out with a solid finger strike to a nerve bundle that should have rendered the man paralyzed long enough for Naruto to complete the maneuver. However, where Naruto's fingers impacted the man, his body crumbled away like loosely packed dirt, much to Naruto's surprise. "Oh, that tickled me." The man's body suddenly extended grotesquely, resembling a snake, and quickly wrapped Naruto up like a boa constrictor. The man lowered his torso until he and his prey were at eye level. Yes, I believe there are many fascinating things to learn about you once you're on the operating table." Naruto simply grimaced as the pressure on his body increased as he was wrapped up even more tightly. "And not it's going to happen, Shinra Tensei." He struggled for a moment before his eyes opened, one of the rings that surrounded his pupils contracting for a fraction of a second. An invisible wall of energy quickly expanded from the boy's body, powerful enough to completely blast the man's snake-like lower body into useless earth chunks. For a brief moment, he lay motionless, staring at Naruto with those same lifeless eyes that continued to sparkle with intrigue. "Oh, I'll have to bring you to Orochimaru-sama himself. He'll want a good, long look at you." Naruto watched as his body melted into mud, quickly fusing with the floor until there was only a pair of bloodshot brown eyes staring at him out of the earth. Then they vanished. The blonde quickly grabbed his shakuju, leaning on it for support as he gasped for air. "Being slowly squeezed until your bones creaked was not pleasant." He tried to comprehend what had just occurred. When the man moved into the floor, his chakra vanished completely, as if he were nothing more than actual mud. However, while choking him, it was all too obvious. Naruto couldn't understand how anyone could just vanish like that. It was strange, but he thought the man's chakra was brown. That in itself was strange. He tried to rationalize that it had to be a clone of some kind, but the more he thought about it, the more certain he was that it was the real man in the flesh, or mud. Worse, Naruto realized why it seemed so familiar. The man's chakra was different, just as Shizuku's was. However, instead of flowing like water through a stream, his chakra appeared sluggish, like liquid mud trickling down a hill. When Naruto was merging with the floor, he noticed his chakra stopped moving completely. Naruto saved that information for later, certain it would be useful in some way. But for now he needed to focus on getting Shizuku back. He continued to run through the halls, noting that the voice was noticeably absent, as well as that there appeared to be fewer options for where he could go. He found himself in a large open room that was already lit before he became frustrated enough to start blasting through some walls. After running through the dark tunnels for so long, the light hurt his eyes for a few moments, forcing him to cover them with his arm. His eyes widened in surprise as he lowered it. If the chakra signatures on the Shizuku copies were any indication, the room was full of them. They all felt more like extensions of that one man than normal clones, which irritated the blonde. As if he could be summoned with a thought, the man appeared on the ceiling, melting out of the roof to hang limply, resembling a root once more. All of the Shizuku copies turned to look at him, their teal eyes watering, before he could do much. Oh dear, so many little girls to choose from, and yet they're all fake. How sad. The man's body stretched down from the ceiling as he spoke, his torso rising to face the blonde with a sickening grin. Or do they? Naruto clenched his fist and raised his other hand, ready to blast the clones away if necessary. "I'm not interested in your games, tell me where the real Shizuku is." The man quickly extended his hand, a playful grin on his twisted features. "Naruto-kun, I wouldn't go launching one of those fancy gravity blasts. You see, Shizuku is somewhere in the room. You don't want to hurt her, do you? Didn't you promise her she wouldn't cry again?" Naruto froze as he stared at the limp man, who simply grinned back as if he were seeing an old friend after a long time. "How did you find out? And how did you get my name?" The man let out a quiet chuckle that grew increasingly sinister as it progressed, suddenly dropping to the floor as his body splashed out like mud on the floor. As it congealed back into his body, his head swiveled on his neck, staring at the monk with piercing eyes. "Oh, Naruto-kun, I know everything about you. Rinnegan, Shizuku, and even the special guests in your stomach." As the man reformed, the blonde took an unintentional step back, his legs still fused in that disturbing way. "Orochimaru-sama saw fit to bestow upon me tremendous power in exchange for keeping this little out-of-the-way base safe for him. He gave me an unkillable body of mud and dirt by allowing me to become one with the earth. Not only that, but I can reach deep into your mind with a single brushstroke, bringing all your little secrets tumbling out." He smiled once more, his body expanding slightly as he was lifted higher into the air. "Madara here, keeper of the Northwest Research Facility. How should we continue with our little game now?" Naruto's eyes were shaded by his hair by this point, and his hands were clenched into fists that trembled slightly. I said, "Give me my friend back." There had been no forewarning, no subtle hints, no nothing. The next thing they knew, they were in a brightly lit room full of Shizuku clones, and everything had just exploded. When the dust settled, it revealed a thick layer of sand covering everything, with the majority of the duplicates having been broken down into sand grains. Madara was encased in a cocoon of fine golden grains, with only his head protruding. "Do you believe an earthen trap can hold me? Have you heard anything I've said?" The mudman came to a halt, his eyes widening in fear as his struggle became more visible. "What are you up to?" Naruto smiled briefly as he raised a second hand, concentrating all of his strength on the sand that bound the slippery man. "Take a guess based on your knowledge of my abilities." As he attempted to change his body and escape the sand prison, the man growled angrily, his face distorting grotesquely. "Tread his path, but how?" As the sand began to constrict around Madara's body, Naruto chuckled slightly. "You obviously didn't dig too deeply into my memories back then. The Preta path works against anything that comes into contact with my chakra, and this sand is saturated in it." His expression darkened as his glowing Rinnegan eyes pierced Madara as if he weren't even there. "Tell me where Shizuku is now. Even if your body is immune to regular attacks, I'm sure it won't work if your chakra is depleted." As if to emphasize the point, the mudman began to feel dizzy from the rapid rate at which he was losing energy. "You're going to hell, brat." As the blonde approached, the man tried to spit in Naruto's direction, but the sand constricted even more, causing him to gasp loudly. As he looked directly at Naruto, the man's mouth twitched up in a sickening grin. "Crush me all you want. See if you ever get your little girl back." Naruto just kept his smile, which had returned to his usual calm expression. "I've already stated that I'd raise this base to the ground before allowing her to be harmed. Is it true that you've seen my memories?" The struggling man only growled once more before darkly laughing between strained breaths. Anyway, he casually jingled his shakuju, causing the man to look at the simple staff with fear. "I don't need to crush you when I have this, right?" Madara's eyes narrowed as Naruto raised the shakuju until the end of the staff was directly in front of the mud brow. "Mans, this is your last chance. Madara of the Northwest Base, tell me where Shizuku is." Naruto's only response was another failed spit at him before his eyes narrowed and he tapped the end of the staff against the insignificant man's head. For a brief moment, there was the distinct sound of a gong ringing around the room, and when it passed, Madara tensed, his eyes glazing over slightly. "Heh, do you think this is it, brat? Nobody is ever going to be able to defeat Orochimaru-sama. You'll eventually be laid down on a cold metal table, and he'll poke and prod at your eyes until nothing remains." As he spoke, the man's skin turned ashen, his hair falling out in clumps of mud as his body began to destabilize without the necessary chakra to hold it together. "Just wait and see, Jinchuriki, you'll die someday, soon." As the last of the man melted away into a small brown puddle on the floor, Naruto narrowed his eyes. His attention was drawn away when he heard a deep gasp for air and a choking cough. When he looked around, he was surprised to see Shizuku held up by his sand in the exact position Madara had been in moments before. With a slightly queasy feeling, Naruto realized Madara had been holding Shizuku inside his body the entire time, which was why he couldn't sense her or see her chakra. He let the sand fall away, catching her as she stumbled to the ground, still taking deep breaths of fresh air. "Are you all right, Shizuku?" The purple-haired girl smiled weakly, her eyes closed as her head bobbed exhaustedly in his arms. "He splattered mud all over my Miko outfit." Her voice was weak and croaky, but it managed to elicit a small laugh from Naruto. "All right, let's go." He took her gently in his arms and drew her onto his back, where she gratefully wrapped her arms around his neck to hold on. Her head bobbed from side to side as they walked, and her eyes began to droop, but she remained alert. "What exactly did you do to him?" Her voice was quiet, which was unusual for her, and Naruto thought it was cute. As they made their way back through the base's winding passages, he just looked down thoughtfully. "My shakuju has the power to permanently disable someone's ability to use chakra. He fell apart because his body couldn't hold itself together without it." Shizuku nodded tiredly as they approached the exit, snuggling her face into his neck slightly to get more comfortable, causing the monk to blush slightly. "Is he gone?" The blonde tensed at her words, his steps paused for a moment, the bright light of the outside world only a few steps away. "No." With that, Naruto walked away from the base, his form silhouetted by the bright light from outside. "Oh, there's the monkey." Naruto's eye twitched violently as he stared at the small capuchin monkey, who simply stared back, occasionally chittering and nibbling on the scroll it was still carrying. Shizuku simply waved sleepily at the small animal, which cocked its head slightly before repeating the action back to her, causing the sleepy girl to chuckle. He's adorable, can we keep him? Naruto was still partially frozen, his eye in excruciating spasm as his mind rebooted from the crash. How come he wasn't even in the base? Naruto's face had turned a virulent shade of red as he trembled in exhaustion and frustration. Shizuku, quietly giggling into his ear, however, calmed him down and he settled for slumping down onto the ground. Shizuku finally took advantage of the opportunity to get off his back, lying down on the soft ground and closing her eyes to get some much-needed rest. The monkey scampered over to the pair, turning his head here and there as he took in the young blonde monk and his sleeping companion. He shrieked a few times before dropping the scroll and scurrying up Naruto's staff to perch there, ignoring the blonde for the time being as he began to pick insects out of his fur. Naruto only blinked at the strange sight before collapsing on his back and leaving the staff upright in the ground so as not to disturb the little Capuchin. You know, you really messed with us, little guy. The monkey gave him a brief glance, observed him, and quickly returned to its task. Naruto chuckled dryly as he raised his hand, bringing the sand up to form another makeshift hut. He noticed his arms were slightly burned from the large influx of Shukaku's chakra he had used inside the base, but he figured a good night's sleep would take care of that, as it usually did with everything else. As his eyes closed, he looked over to Shizuku, who was curling up around herself, pulling her thin clothes closer to her body. With a cautious sigh, the blonde rose and walked over to her, carefully draping his heavy cloak over her shivering form. The jungle can be very hot and humid during the day, but it can also be very cold at night. He sighed tiredly as the girl instinctively drew the cloak around herself, and a frown formed on his brow. I almost lost her today. I wasn't strong enough to defend her at first. I need to start taking my responsibilities as her teacher more seriously. I'm going to start teaching her things that will protect her when I can't. With a sleepy nod of satisfaction, the blonde stepped back a little, grabbing a sleeping mat before collapsing on it and falling asleep almost as soon as his head hit the ground. What is my elemental affinity? They were once again making their way steadily through Kusa no Kuni, this time in an eastern direction on their way to Kaminari no Kuni, and Naruto nodded as he walked. Yeah, we should get your affinity as soon as possible now that you have access to your chakra and have begun control exercises. Shizuku's eyes shone brightly. She had recovered well from the underground base incident, and was back to her usual cheerful self by the morning. However, this could have been due to the new traveling companion they had picked up. The little Capuchin was currently riding on Naruto's shakuju, occasionally jangling the rings at the end of the staff. Shizuka had given him the affectionate name Masaru, though Naruto had no idea why. Oh cool, then can you teach me amazing jutsu like breathing fire, or firing lightning bolts? Shizuku was staring at him with stars in her eyes, making the blonde nervous. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as he looked away, suddenly fascinated by the grain of his staff's wood. Actually, the only jutsu I am familiar with is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Everything else is a result of my Rinnegan or my new sand abilities. Her shoulders slumped as Naruto noticed the sound of rain increasing for a brief moment. However, it could have been his imagination. However, once we find your affinity, I'm sure we can pick up some jutsu scrolls. Bubbly Shizuku was back, as if a switch had been flipped, looking at Naruto with renewed determination and glee. Alright, so, how do we determine my affinity? Naruto strode on confidently, noticing that the trees were starting to thin out slightly and that more rain was getting through the canopy, which was a good sign. We'll need some chakra paper. Channel some into it and it will react differently depending on your affinity. Most people only have one, while those with limited bloodlines may have 2 or 3, and when most shinobi become jounin, they develop a second. Except that you can only see your second affinity on chakra paper after you've mastered your first, otherwise, the first takes precedence. You must practice to be able to control that specific elemental chakra. Shizuku nodded excitedly, glad to be learning something new again, even if the ability to walk up walls was still incredible. Alright, where can we get chakra paper? Naruto smirked, even as he pulled up his cloak's hood to protect himself from the rain, which was now pouring heavily. Konohagakure no Sato, a few islands in Mizu no Kuni, and Takagakure no Sato and Tani no Kuni are the 3 elemental nations that produce it. Takagakure is conveniently located on our way to Kaminari no Kuni. Shizuku's eyes widened with delight that they were so close. Of course, this didn't last long as she, too, pulled up the hood of her cloak to keep the rain out. Unfortunately, I don't know where Takagakure is. Shizuku almost tripped and fell over as a result of this, righting herself with a slight flush. She looked at Naruto strangely. The blonde simply sighed. They're supposed to be extremely secretive. Even merchants are blindfolded and led through caves before entering the village. Kairaku-senpai had been there before. Apparently they get the paper from this massive tree in the village center. Shizuku blinked in bewilderment, partly to get water out of her eye as a raindrop fell down her face, but mostly in bewilderment. Well, if merchants get there, it can't be that difficult to find. Naruto simply sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. He was about to use his shakuju to do so when he remembered Masaru. I wouldn't be too sure. The village takes pride in never being invaded, not even once. The tree line finally broke, as if some divine being chose that moment to emphasize Naruto's point. The two preteens were standing on the edge of a large cliff with an incredible vista stretching out in front of them. Various valleys that appeared to be completely subsumed by forests spanned the landscape as far as the eye could see. Rivers flowed throughout the scene, with waterfalls strewn about from the numerous cliff faces. Shizuku was taken aback by the beautiful yet terrifying scene. Wow, I can see why now. Naruto, on the other hand, simply groaned, forced to rely on his staff for assistance. I'm still unable to see any roads.